Chris is.
It's crazy.
Doesn't seem like they can hear me.
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Oh, you can hear us now? Oh, perfect. Yeah.
Let's put her next to Kelly right here. The presentation.
Bob?
Let's-
Yeah. Prosser?
Did she turn this off?
And then Chief Daniel.
I got audio and video.
Okay.
What's up here?
That's not my presentation, but. Can you guys see the presentation or no? No.
No.
Hey, Chris.
Let me,
Is there any way we can have them see the presentation since we're going to see the presentation?
Yeah, if you join the presentation PC to the Zoom.
Nicole, I am missing
Is he
a
presenting?
for.
I'm allowed to do that.
Yeah. Do you have the link?
We will call today's meeting to order. And I will ask for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Klovestrad? Here. Vice Mayor Pallavi?
Here.
Mayor Romack?
Here.
I'll note Councilmember Zabriskie is absent, and Councilmember Henderson?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please now stand and join in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Up next, we have public comment. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to make a comment on any item that is not on tonight's agenda. If you would like to make a public comment, you are welcome to come up to our podium here. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Please state your name, and we do have a timer to my left and your right. So again, this is public comment on any item not on tonight's agenda. If you'd like to make a public comment, please come on up. And also, please make sure hit the button on the microphone to make sure it's green. There we go. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. How many of you will be AARP members due to your age in this room in the next 10 years? You are going to be joining the largest and most invisible group population in this country, seniors. And we need to be recognized and treated with respect and dignity. How? By building and providing more for the people who lived and live and built this town. No more backburners. We will need help to keep us in our homes with IHSS workers. The mayors of this state need to come together and tell the state the workers need a living wage. Right now, they're paid $12.50 an hour. They need 20. You can go to McDonald's and flip burgers for 20. These are very, very needed people. We also need assisted living and long-term care facilities built not in 10 years, but as soon as possible due to the need. Let's work together with the hospital and get it done. I don't and shouldn't have to go off the mountain to die. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to make a public comment? Please come on up.
My name's Emily Cashton. From December 1st, 2020 to January 9, 2021, I and other neighbors submitted a series of email complaints to Caitlin Stafford, Officer Connor Vickers, and members of the town council regarding the well-known next-door STR owners' continuous STR violations of the governor's ban and the town's STR ordinance. Ms. Stafford consulted him and his various renters several times over 6 weeks of these violations. This included 12 adult renters January 7th for his 4-bedroom rental who parked their 5 vehicles on the right-of-way and had 2 loud late-night drunken deck parties, disturbing surrounding neighbors. A neighbor further complained to Ms. Stafford, Police Chief Billingsley, and Officer Connor Vickers in an email about the ongoing problems, identifying that this owner has been coaching his renters to file complaints against any neighbor who reports them for anything. Ms. Stafford identified she had an open code case on this owner, and he had been issued a hefty fine for this particular violation. In retaliation, on January 9th, this owner had his renters file a false police report stating that I broke into the rental trespassing in the living room despite there being 3 dogs. Officer Connor Vickers responded and filed a police report, identifying there was no evidence of a break-in, but he did not allege. He wrote, "I did this." The renters' statements contradict each other, but he didn't care. There were no cell phone photographs or other evidence provided by the renters. He omitted in his report that this owner and his renters were in violation of both the governor's ban and the town's ordinance, despite him being aware for a month of his owner's violations. He admitted talking to Ms. Stafford about this violation, mentioning the complaint about the owners coaching his renters to file reports if complaints were made about them. The 25 complaints to the police and 26 to code compliance regarding this owner and his various renters' violations. All of these facts were critical to the investigation and in violation of Standard 340.5.8, failure to participate in or give false or misleading statements or omitting material information in connection with an investigation. What Connor Vickers did put in the report was that the TPD has received numerous complaints and 911 calls regarding the suspect. False. She has caused other issues in the neighborhood in attempts to get neighbors cited for violations after she falsely reported them for the violations she created. Emily has been spoken with in numerous times about her behavior, but continues to act in increasingly hostile ways toward tourists and vacation renters. A public record review identifies all of these are false, not supported by one piece of information. I had only met Mr. Vickers when two drunk women were obstructing access in the lake the previous summer.
Thank you very much, Emily. Please take your seat. Everyone is limited to 3 minutes. Thank you. I will ask if anyone else would like to... Emily, everyone is allowed 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to make a public comment this evening on any item not on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, we will close public comment. And with that, we will move on to our first presentation of the evening. We have Hillary Hobbs to make a presentation and invite, I believe, Emily and Heidi up here on the Truckee Tahoe Workforce Housing Report.
And with that, I will keep my portion brief, and I would like to turn it over to Emily Vitus, the current CEO, of the Executive Director, thank you, of the Truckee Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency. Thank you, Emily.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. Hello. Emily Vitus, Executive Director, outgoing Executive Director of the Truckee Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency. Tonight we are here to give just a very brief presentation on progress with the agency, successes with placement and employee support, and then the drum roll, which is getting to introduce the incoming Executive Director. As we all know, Truckee Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency is a public agency that is supported by 7 of our largest public agencies in the Truckee Tahoe region. And in 2023, we did expand to start to serve a greater community beyond just the 7 member agencies that are currently supporting and funding the agency. Really quickly, just going to go over a couple things tonight. Quick update on our strategic plan, quick updates on some fund placement numbers and programs updates, give you all an update on the acquisition that we came to present to you on in March of 2023, and then again, the honor of a big announcement. Really quickly, just wanted to let you know that we do have 2 new board members. Kirsten Kramer, the superintendent of the school district, has now joined the board. She'll be joining us at the September meeting. And Stephanie Holloway, who is the deputy CEO for Eastern Placer County, has also joined the board and has been super supportive in bringing on our new executive director. Again, quickly, our funding for the year, we did pass a $430,000 budget, of which the town of Truckee is right there in the middle, and 75% of that budget is based on employee counts. So the hospital has 1,300 employees, the airport has 28, so that's kind of where those numbers fall. And then the other 25% is operational, kind of foundational services that all member agencies pay equally for. In March, I presented on our strategic plan, so I was able to provide the council with everything that we were working on, the 2021 through, or 2023 through 2028 strategic plan. So this is just a quick reminder that has been passed. We are working towards these goals, and the targets on the next slide are what are the kind of most exciting. Those are the numbers that we're working towards over the next 5 years. I would say those middle 4, we're making some good progress on. It's going to take a little longer to unlock significant funding, public and private, but we are working on that, have strategy. And then the legislative state funding work is in partnership with Mountain Housing Council. Just a quick plug, a reminder of what we do right now while we're working on acquisition and development. So we are the go-to housing resource for the Truckee-Tahoe region. We provide all foundational general housing support to the entire community, the entire workforce. And on top of that, we provide assistance in helping people access rental homes and access for purchase homes. So education on all the programs that are provided throughout the region, and then we have programs that we administer as well. I wanted to include this because we do have a couple exciting updates on the program side of things. So the council and staff are familiar with all our foundational programs that I just mentioned, general housing assistance, rentals for purchase. But we are now talking with the town and the county about how we can better help the THAP and workforce housing preservation programs get out to the community. So tomorrow is a good example. We are leading a 50-person home buyer workshop that is specific to our member agencies employees, and it's kind of our pilot program to see how that goes. And it's ourselves, Martis Fund, the town, and Guild Mortgage. So that's for 50 people tomorrow afternoon, which is really exciting. We are also working on some employer-funded opportunities. So we have a number of public and private employers who are interested in helping their employees access housing. So we just launched our first down payment assistance program that is privately funded by the hospital, and we have helped 4 of their employees in the last 6 months access homes. We can layer those funds on top of other programs like THAP and WIP, and we did just have a successful placement of a tech at the hospital who was able to buy in Hopkins Village utilizing our funds. So that's really exciting. And then also helping some public and private employers consider what it looks like to purchase homes for their employees. So price points and types of housing and all of that good stuff. So a lot of this is in response to that commitment to expand to serve a greater community and look beyond our 7 public member agencies. Just a quick by the numbers. I don't think we had the honor of sharing this last time. I think when I was here in March, I shared with you that we are expanding. We've helped 22 local employees outside of our public agencies access housing resources. It's been 5 months and we're now up to 112. And so I know we're still tracking all of our public agencies, but we wanted to start tracking how we're helping the general public as well. So in the last 3 years of services, we are well over 300 people served and close to 50 who have been placed in long-term rental and or for purchase housing. And then finally, a quick update on that acquisition we came to you on in March of 2023. So in March of 23, we came to you asking for THAP funds to help us acquire an 8-unit property in Tahoe Donner. And after we unlocked those dollars, commitments from Nevada County, the hospital, the airport, and a couple of private businesses, the homeowners decided they were not ready to sell. So we are still in conversation with them. They're actually in talks with town staff about potentially putting ADUs on the property and then transferring it over to the housing agency. So we're still in conversations while exploring other acquisition opportunities. We're ready to make that first acquisition for the housing agency. And then a quick note on development. As you all know, as part of our strategic plan, it's not just the programs, it's acquisition and development as well. On the development side of things, we are looking to hire a development manager who has expertise in permitting, land use planning, et cetera, who can help us pursue development on public agency-owned parcels that we've identified through all of our strategic planning and land use planning. So there's 3 parcels that we're looking at, and actually 2 in particular. The Forest Service Hobart Mills site out on 89, and then the school district has a 10-acre parcel that we are working on. We'd like that development manager to actually be able to take those to RFP and support our member agencies in doing that. And then finally, determining how we can best support the town and the counties on their own pursuits. The town has the parcel over by the gym on Donner Pass and Northwoods, and the county has Dollar Creek Crossing just as examples of projects. How can we help you all make sure that those come to fruition? Oh, we didn't have a picture. The picture is supposed to be up there, but we've got her here in person. So I want to welcome Heidi, and I think many of us in the room know who Heidi is. Most recently, she was with Lake Tahoe Wildlife Care, and previously she was with the Martis Fund and administered millions of dollars in partnership with the board of directors for housing-related activities. So dear friend, very excited to be handing the reins over to Heidi, and I want to welcome you up just to reintroduce yourself.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you for having me tonight, and I'm looking forward to working with everybody again and get back into workforce housing, and I'll have some big shoes to fill as well. But thank you. We'll see you at the next meeting for sure. Thanks.
Any questions? Any?
And we'll do questions after our town manager report. Are you guys
perfect.
okay to stick
cool.
around?
Yeah, of course.
But thank you, Emily, for an amazing job. And Jen, did you want to add anything?
I do. So tonight we have a series of well wishes that we'll be extending to many people here in the room tonight. And Emily, you're the first one to extend those well wishes too. So obviously you're taking a new direction in your life and moving on. And we owe you a debt of gratitude for what you've done with this organization. You've taken a brand new agency and really helped it grow from being a baby to kind of this adolescent stage that we're in and moving into adulthood. And without your leadership and creativity and passion for housing, I don't think we'd be where we are today. So thank you for your commitment, and we wish you the best in this new journey. We do have some flowers for you. These are from Hillary's garden, so she grew them special for you.
All right, so everyone's on the same page this evening. We're going to go through to the town manager report, then we'll take questions from council, any public comment on those items, and then we're going to get to our two proclamations recognizing some amazing employees. After that, giving everybody ample time to say nice words about those people, if anyone has any. So with that, we'll welcome Lucas to present our 2022 Community Development Annual Report.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Lucas Cannell. I'm an Assistant Planner here with the town, and I'm here to present the 2022 Annual Report for you tonight. The purpose of this report is to satisfy the requirements of reporting to the Office of Planning and Research and the State Department of Housing and Community Development, as well as keeping track of progress on general plan implementation, housing element implementation, as well as growth and development, and to inform the community members and decision makers. In 2022, the town of Truckee saw both housing and population growth, while the state on the whole saw a 0.29% decrease in population, and Nevada County experienced a 0.66% decrease. Truckee now has a population of 17,100 people and 13,636 housing units. In 2022, the vacancy rate for Truckee was 50.6% of households, and the houses occupied on a full-time basis averaged 2.53 people per household. Comparatively, the state of California had a 6.7% vacancy rate and had 2.81 persons per household, while Nevada County had a 21.7% vacancy rate and averaged 2.35 people per household. According to building permit data, the town of Truckee added 62 single-family residences, 8 multifamily residences, and 10 accessory dwelling units in 2022. This constitutes a 1.5% increase in the housing stock. In 2022, there was 192 residential units that were physically under construction or were part of a larger project that had not reached full build-out. Here you can see the 8 projects that were under construction and how many units have to be constructed from each project. There are several major residential projects that received land use entitlements in 2022, where construction was not yet started. In total, these 8 approved housing developments include 286 single-family and multifamily units. Residential build-out is defined as the development of land use to its full potential or theoretical capacity under its current zoning designations. The 2025 general plan estimates that the residential build-out for Truckee is 19,901 dwelling units. This build-out would result in a projected population of 28,263 people. Some properties may be built out to higher or lower densities based on incentives or site constraints. However, these discrepancies are expected to be minimal. These projections have now been updated with the implementation of the 2040 general plan. In 2022, Truckee added 9,294 square feet of non-residential floor space, with only 1 residential project constructed with the completion of the shell building at 10001 Soaring Way. The Community Development Department estimates that there's now 4.02 million square feet of non-residential floor space that has been constructed, with half of that being commercial, not including lodging. In 2022, there was 8 non-residential projects under construction for a total of 87,595 square feet. There were 10 projects with non-residential floor space that had valid land use entitlements. These projects totaled 211,496 square feet of approved non-residential square footage that had yet to begin construction. The 2025 general plan estimates that the non-residential build-out of the town, based on general plan land use designations and intensities, would be 4,909,700 square feet of floor space. According to those estimates, the town is currently at 81.9% of non-residential build-out. Upon completion of the non-residential floor space currently under construction or approved, the town will be at almost 85% of non-residential build-out. In 2022, the town was finishing up a general plan update process, which was initiated in February of 2018. The town was in phase 8 of 8 total phases planned for the general plan update process, with phase 8 posting the final environmental impact report and final documents for review and adoption. The new 2040 general plan was adopted in May of 2023. Town Council adopted the 2019-2027 housing element in August of 2019 to ensure that the housing needs of all economic segments of the community had been met. In 2022, this included the continued implementation of the ADU pilot program, the first-time homebuyers down payment assistance program, which helps loan assistance to first-time homebuyers, the Lease to Locals program to help second homebuyers shift from short-term rentals to not renting at all to renting to locals, SB2 site rezone, which uses state funds to help promote housing growth or opportune sites within the town, Pacific Crest Commons, which is an affordable housing project being developed by the state in town partnership, and the Truckee Home Access Program, which pays buyers, sellers, businesses, and developers to reserve homes for income-qualified individuals. The town of Truckee has taken our environment seriously and laid the groundwork for a more sustainable future. These actions include reducing impact on the environment by curtailing greenhouse gas emissions, hiring positions and creating committees dedicated to sustainability, implementing green building initiatives, improving the town's fleet of vehicles and charging infrastructure, reducing waste and litter, and restoring habitat and improving air quality. Truckee has closely looked at land use within our community to make improvements to housing, economic development, sustainable mobility, and quality of life. This has resulted in updates to plans for our downtown, expansions of our existing trail system, plans for increased open space and recreation areas, and revisions to the town's development code to better reflect our general plan policies, community goals, state laws, and address current trends. The town has strived to diversify transit opportunities in order to make travel more convenient as well as environmentally friendly. This has included expanding bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, pedestrian-friendly recreation opportunities, evaluating vehicle miles traveled for new projects, new intersection roundabouts, transit service expansion with new transit shelters, microtransit opportunities, and even e-bike sharing programs. The town has strived to maintain its culture while experiencing this rapid growth. In order to do this, the town has applied for an local early action planning grant to develop objective design standards to help keep Truckee Truckee. The town has also adopted a public arts master plan and has continued in its efforts to promote historic preservation through the Mills Act program, which gives homeowners a tax break in exchange for maintaining a historic home, and through the historic design review process, which aids in maintaining the town's historic feel. The town has also implemented economic development programs to increase the job and tax base, create and retain sustainable living wage jobs, and help drive the diverse local economy, as well as promote Truckee as a great place to live, work, and visit. Economic development projects include funding streetscape improvements, supporting a tourism-based improvement district, and funding the Truckee California Welcome Center. The town is always looking for ways to make Truckee a safer and more desirable place to live. Recent steps to help combat the issues of our time include new evacuation modeling for safe egress in the event of a disaster, increased public communication, and vegetation reductions to improve emergency evacuation and wildfire preparedness. This was a snapshot of the progress the town has made in 2022, and we're looking forward to doing even better in 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucas. That was great. All right. Up next, we have Jen Calloway with our Employee Incentive Awards.
Great. Good evening. It's exciting to have so many people here tonight in the audience for a lot of reasons, but great to share some of the amazing things our employees accomplished this quarter. So we have a number of incentive awards. For those in the audience that aren't familiar with this, we recognize employees every quarter. Any member of our staff can nominate a fellow employee for an incentive award, and these are based off of our town values. So I'm going to go ahead and read our incentive awards. We presented these to our employees a couple weeks ago at our all-employee meeting. And our first incentive award goes to Melanie Conte. She's in our sustainability division, KTG. And Hillary, actually sitting next to me, nominated Mel for commitment and excellence. Mel has been leading many of the town's community-oriented waste reduction and reuse efforts for the past 5 years. And due to this great work, the town was recently nominated for a Reusey Award. This is an international award that are basically the Oscars, but for reuse. And while we didn't win this year, we were one of 3 finalists. Mel did a lot of work in responding to the nomination, preparing videos, and providing the information as to what we did to advance some of our reuse efforts. So we really want to thank Mel for her commitment to the town, a commitment to excellence, and commitment to sustainability. So awesome job to Mel. And next we have Jessica Thompson. She's one of our senior engineers. Jessica was nominated by our Assistant Public Works Director, Becky Bokar, for her accountability, commitment, and excellence. And anybody that has gone down West River Street lately will understand why Jessica was nominated. She is our staff lead working on the West River Street Streetscape project. She has been coordinating that project from the beginning, as well as the Legacy Trail extension that's on the other side of the river. And that involves a lot of pieces that we don't see on a day-to-day basis, working with each property owner with the undergrounding of the utilities, the streetscape improvements in front of their properties. We have agreements with all those property owners, managing 2 contractors out there doing the work and trying to stay on schedule, as well as traffic pattern changes. So Jessica has done an amazing job in coordinating that. This has been going on for years. She started working on this, well in advance of even our cyber attack, when she lost a lot of information and had to recreate some of that work. So Jessica, we really want to thank you. That project has been going along really smoothly. They're working really quickly on that, and we can't wait to see the final outcome of that. Next, we have Drew Jack. Drew is our GIS guru, and he's amazing at what he does. And he was nominated by Slater, who is one of our engineering team members. And Drew was nominated because of his teamwork, commitment, and excellence. He took on additional roles this year in helping with our pavement management plan and paving and drainage projects. He volunteered to take this on. He updated all the data. He really spent a lot of time getting involved in that, evaluating the maps, and making sure that everything in there was accurate. And he did that just because he was interested and willing to take that on. So we want to thank Drew for his commitment and excellence in GIS work and additional work beyond those daily tasks that he does every day. Next, we have Carrie Tabor and Caitlin Safford. They are our code compliance officers. And this one is a pretty long nomination. Jenna Gatto nominated them, and I'm going to read this one because this is a bit of an unusual circumstance for us. Carrie and Caitlin are 2 of our code enforcement officers. Carrie's actually in the audience tonight, and this is in recognition of years-long work that they've been helping an elderly community member with. Both Carrie and Caitlin have worked tirelessly and occasionally on their personal time to resolve numerous issues related to severe hoarding and substandard housing conditions in a home located in downtown. We're not going to go into the specifics of that, but it's been a huge investment of time in order to make sure this person has safe housing that is conducive to a good living environment for them. So for teamwork, Carrie and Caitlin have partnered together, building on each other's strengths to problem-solve ways to bring this property into a habitable state so the property owner can return. This has involved seeking creative solutions with other town staff, Nevada County, veterans assistance programs, and private companies in Reno and the surrounding area. It's not often we see examples of truly unsafe housing in Truckee, and this issue that resulted from this unfortunate situation, but Caitlin and Carrie have exemplified integrity in dealing with these challenges and always put the property owner's dignity and mental health at the forefront. At its core, code compliance jobs are to enforce life and safety regulations, even if it means forcing someone to move out of their home for their own safety. Carrie and Caitlin take their responsibilities seriously and are accountable for the safety of our community members and upholding the town's regulations. They don't shy away from difficult conversations or challenges and stay true to their purpose. The process has taken years to see some resolution, and both Caitlin and Carrie have stayed committed to the goal of making this home safe and habitable once again. They have gone way above and beyond the call of duty to ensure the community member is taken care of by the town. Simply stated, the compassion, empathy, perseverance, dedication to their jobs, and personal commitment to this U.S. veteran and the historic Truckee home are exemplary. We're grateful for Carrie and Caitlin for embodying both the Truckee way and the town employees' values, and for truly being outstanding and valued town employees. Next, we have Alfred Knotts and Danielle Lapointe. Both Alfred and Danielle are our mobility MVPs. You may have noticed we are on a mission here in Truckee to provide alternative transportation options for our community members and our visitors when it makes sense for them to use options other than their personal cars. And Alfred and Danielle are really to thank for everything we've been doing in our mobility world. And just to share some statistics with you, and I got water because I knew there was a lot to say here tonight. We are serving about 600 riders a day on our TART Connect, or micro transit service. We have an average ride share of 50%, which is significantly improved from our winter pilot program and last spring's pilot program. Throughout all of our transportation options, so our traditional options and our microtransit options, we have almost quadrupled our ridership. So from about 35,000 passengers in the previous highest year to 126,000 passengers this past year. So that's a pretty astonishing increase in just 1 year. So we really wanted to acknowledge and thank Alfred and Danielle. It is because of their commitment to transportation, to the council initiatives moving this forward, that we were eligible to receive for over $4 million in state grants to start our mobility hub and improve our electric infrastructure. Danielle wrote that grant with Alfred's assistance and moved that forward. And that is all money that we would have had to spend to come into compliance with the state that we now received from the state, and we don't have to use taxpayer dollars locally for that. Alfred was integral in the 4th of July transportation options that we provided. He was down there at West End Beach at about 11 p.m., making sure everybody was having a good experience getting on those shovels. And they really do live and breathe transportation for the town. It's their passion and what they have infused into the programs that have helped them be so successful. So we want to thank Alfred and Danielle for their teamwork, commitment, and excellence. Just a few more here. We have Connor Drews in our IT department. Chris Hardy, our IT manager, our IT director, has nominated Connor. And this is a pretty amazing achievement. Connor has not been with the town very long. And in that very short period of time, he has acquired his GSEC, which is a GIAC Security Essentials Certification. And that's all I can speak to on that. But it's very hard to achieve. I know that. It's a very difficult test to pass. And we're really proud of Connor for taking that on, for his dedication and commitment, and just really coming in with a lot of enthusiasm and wanting to secure our security. And he does that while he also trains for ultra marathons and runs 100-mile races. And he brings in baked goods and is really a true team player. So we're proud of Connor, and we can't wait to see what else he's going to do here while he's with the town. And our next and last group of employee incentive awards were distributed to our police employees. So the police department does an annual recognition for their employees. And we have Ryan Ruano, who is our Officer of the Year. Officer Ruano brought an advanced level of experience when he was hired, and his investigative skills have been highlighted numerous times. Ryan consistently works hard and has a positive attitude, demonstrates concern for the well-being of his peers, and is always willing to take on additional roles. So we're really happy to have Ryan here, and he's now serving as an OIC for us, which is Officer in Charge, and helping to train our new employees that are coming on to serve the community. From our animal services, we have Stephen Kilgore and Janae McGee. For months, animal services was short-staffed. We are getting better in that area, but they did volunteer to kick on really the work of four full-time people. Those 2 staff members were covering that work. They volunteered to do that, and they did it willingly and happily. And we appreciate the hard work of Janae and Stephen to make sure we had shift coverage and we were fully operational over in animal services. And then lastly, Jordan Salas, who is the police department's employee of the year. And this came from Chief Renfro, and he started this out with this year's Employee of the Year must be awarded to Jordan Salas. Jordan started as our intern and has grown tremendously over the last few years in her role as records technician. Jordan is incredibly loyal to the Truckee Police Department and is always willing to help her coworkers in any situation at a moment's notice. Jordan's personality makes her easy to work with as she juggles numerous daily tasks and extra projects. We admire her efforts to keep the records division running smoothly, and we congratulate her on her new role as the in the Chief's Department as the analyst now for the PD department. So congratulations to Jordan, and thanks to everybody for their nominations and to share the good work that the employees are doing.
And I think a round of applause for all of them. Thank you to those in the room that got those employee incentives. Great job. And to anyone else watching at home. All right, we're going to do town manager report next, and then we'll do council questions and public comment on these presentations. Jen, anything to add in your town manager report?
I think I spoke enough, and we have some celebrations to do, so I'm going to pass tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, I will turn to council members. Any questions or comments on any of the presentations we've just heard? Councilmember Henderson?
Emily, I just want to say we're going to miss you so much. It's been so lovely getting to know you over the past few years and having the chance to collaborate with you. I've really appreciated your innovative approaches and just how you come to things. So thank you so much, and stay in touch with all of us, please. And congrats to all of our employees. Just tremendous work. We don't get to see the day today, so it's really, I love hearing these and hearing sort of getting more of a glimpse of what's happening day to day. So thank you to everyone for that. I think I had just one question, Lucas, for you. I think I saw on the slides for ADUs constructed, is it 1 or 10 that we got to over the past year? I think that's my only question. Sorry, I went into comments too.
That's all right.
Sorry, it's 10 that we constructed last year. Yeah.
Now we have to come up with more questions for Lucas since he walked to the microphone. Any other questions? All right. Vice Mayor Pallavi.
No questions. I ditto everything Councilmember Henderson said. Thank you.
Councilmember Klofstad?
I will echo Councilmember Henderson's comments as well. I really, really appreciate these specific stories about what our staff are doing. It's truly extraordinary, some of these things. So thank you. And for anybody that felt like that presentation on our 2022 community update was a blur, there is a link in the staff report to the actual report with all the facts and figures. But it was a great distillation of everything there, Lucas. And I'll take the presentation though, because I think I like that distillation better. And Emily, you better not be a stranger.
Thank you very much. I echo all the comments. Emily, it's been a joy. You've done an amazing job and you've brought us to a great place. We're sad to see you go. But Heidi, super excited that you're coming on board. I know you'll do great things as well. And then echoing the comments, it's fantastic to hear the stories about staff. We've got some incredible staff members, so appreciate all the hard work. And thank you, Lucas. No questions, but great job.
Thank you.
So with that, I will open it up. If anyone has any public comments on those first presentations, you are welcome to come on up to the podium and make your comments. As always, please state your name and you will have 3 minutes. Would anyone like to make a comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment for this portion of our presentations. All right, with that, we get to the even more exciting portion of our presentations. So I would like to invite up Joe Horvath to join me at the podium as we have a proclamation of recognition. All right, so I'm going to read this proclamation first to Joe, an incredible citizen and outstanding member of our community. And then, Joe, I'll invite you to say a few words, and then I will open it up if anyone else would like to say anything about Joe. All right, proclamation. Whereas in 1997, Joe Horvath moved to Truckee and started working for the Truckee-Donner Public Utility District as an engineer and ultimately became the electric utility director. And whereas Joe directed and oversaw the electric utility and served as power supply engineer. His responsibilities have included development of Truckee's power supply, transmission infrastructure, operations, and management of the district's transmission and distribution facilities. And whereas through Joe's tenure and leadership, the community moved from a 90% coal-based generation to almost 66% clean energy. With the district's newest clean resource, Red Mesa Solar, the district is projected to have reached over 70% clean energy in spring 2023. And whereas Joe was integral and a trusted leader in Utah Associated Municipal Power Systems and Northern California Power Associated, as a board member and commissioner, respectfully. Both organizations further the district's mission in providing safe, reliable, affordable, and clean energy to the community. And whereas Joe's partnerships have helped secure clean energy projects such as the Horse Butte Wind, Pleasant Valley Wind, Vejo Heat Recovery, Truckee-Carson Irrigation District Hydro, Landfill Gas, Stampede Hydro, and Red Mesa Solar. And whereas Joe's commitment to the district's mission is memorialized as a top public power utility across the United States. The Platinum RP3 Award, the highest designation for any utility, recognized the district in the efforts of reliability, safety, workforce development, and system improvement. And whereas Joe's contributions on town projects, including Brickletown, Envision DPR, West River Streetscape, and other planned communities. And whereas Joe leaves the community well prepared for the future with a diverse power portfolio. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee, congratulations to Joe on his retirement and health and happiness in his future. And not only does he get a proclamation today, but we did also want to present Joe a key to the town of Truckee for his incredible work and all the things you've done for our community.
Wow, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm speechless, almost. I want to say thank you. I'm humbled and honored by this. Thank you to town staff, town council, mayor. This is an incredible recognition, and I really appreciate this. I'll keep my comments brief, but I do want to say, when I was young, I thought growing personally in my knowledge was the way to accomplish things, but I quickly learned that it's being part of a team is the way you accomplish things. And my lesson that I learned after that was, it's not just the team that you call under the same roof in your own agency, but it's teams across our community. I've had the privilege of working with other agencies, but especially with the town over the years. And I think that we've accomplished a lot together. Mayor Romack read some of the projects, and I think those are the kind of things that I think I will remember over time, how much we've accomplished together. So, and I appreciate the being able to be part of that over the years. And I want to personally also thank Dan Wilkins. He's been my colleague for many years, and he's been a great support of me. Dan and I met, I don't know if he remembers this, but we met, I believe, on the corner of Glenshire Drive and Donner Pass Road when it was called Donner Pass Road way back then, and that was, the town was doing a widening project, and the electric utility showed up because we needed to coordinate the removal and the movement of utilities. So that's when I first met Dan. We both had a lot darker hair back then, but I've appreciated everything that we've done together. So thank you. And my number one teammate that I want to recognize tonight is my dear wife, my dear bride, Connie. She's sitting in the audience right there. So thank you. And I also, a big shout out to my team at the district. Many of them showed up here tonight. I really appreciate your support over the years. Thank you for all that you've done for me. These accomplishments that Mayor Romack read, believe me, they are not mine. I am part of a team that has done this, a small part. I'm also standing on the shoulders of other people that have gone before me that laid the foundation for these things. And I especially appreciate my colleagues at the district, General Manager Brian Wright, our board that have made all these things possible. And thank you so much for this tonight. I'm humbled. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
And would any members of council like to make any comments on Joe? All right, Joe, thank you so much. It was incredible to read all the amazing projects you've been a part of. And I would invite, if anyone would like to make a public comment on that last presentation, you are welcome to come on up. If not, that's okay too. We will close public comment on this item. It's great to see so many Truckee Donner PUD members in the audience tonight. Thanks for coming as well and recognizing your colleague. So with that, we are going to move on to a presentation and proclamation that may make some of us up here cry because we don't want to see Judy go. But Judy Price, I'd welcome you to come to the podium. All right, Judy Price, what can we say about you? Whereas in 2002, Judy Price began her service to the Truckee community as town clerk for the town of Truckee. She has served under every town manager as well as 17 different mayors. That's a lot of work. And whereas over her tenure as town clerk, Judy has executed over 1,200 resolutions, 200 ordinances, and 500 minutes for Truckee Town Council. And whereas Judy has sworn in over 600 town employees and 18 different council members. And whereas Judy created the town's first webpage and was its first webmaster. And whereas Judy worked to provide community cohesion and continuity with Nevada County by facilitating elections and candidate filings at Town Hall, which allowed for greater transparency and predictability in our local government. And whereas Judy single-handedly undertook the planning and coordination of the Veterans Day event to become a town-sponsored activity to give veterans the support and recognition they deserve. And whereas Judy initiated and facilitated the Regional Clerks Group, which brought together clerks from the Truckee and North Lake Tahoe special districts to connect and communicate with one another and share useful information. And whereas Judy worked to collect and document the concerns of the community as it relates to the provision of internet and cable service to impact meaningful change and improvements in the level of service afforded to Truckee residents. And whereas Judy has contributed over 1,000 pounds of candy to staff and council. And whereas the town of Truckee wishes to express its sincere appreciation to Judy for her dedication and outstanding service as town clerk. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee that Judy cannot retire. No, seriously, that congratulations to Judy on her retirement and health and happiness in her future. And Judy, too, not only gets a proclamation, but a key to the town of Truckee to display proudly in her home. Congratulations.
Can I get later? Can we get later? When we stop, when we break. We can do that when we're breaking. Still directing. Yeah. I really am humbled by the recognition. It's not something that I'm really super comfortable with, so bear with me. I want to thank all of the staff that have been here over the years and all of the council members. This is a really unique community, And what warmed my heart when I came here and what was emphasized with every day at the town of Truckee is how we can all come together to support each other and help each other, to help other districts, to help each other when we have no power, to help each other when the fuel stations run out of gas, to really be neighbors to each other. And I really, if you can keep that part of our history alive in the town of Truckee, you will always have success. The neighbors, I can't tell you how awesome it was to have every one of you as a neighbor in the community. I do want to take a minute to thank my staff over the years. They've been amazing, and a lot of the accomplishments that were read were not mine. They were my staff's, and they were the leadership and the people that went before me for sure can really take pride in a lot of those accomplishments that were listed. And I want to thank former town managers and former staff members that I served with. I grew tremendously in the last 20 years, and I appreciate every minute of that. So thank you all. And thanks for being here. And let them eat cake, because I'm all about the sugar.
So we do have cake, but before we get to that, I'm guessing a few people might want to say a few words. So we'll start here up at the dais. Councilmember Klövstad.
Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, that candy, so Judy knows when we are losing our brain cells. And so that's part of her charm. And I'm going to miss you so much. You have helped me in ways that you didn't need to. You guided me through tough times. You arranged appointments in an office near you in case you needed to swoop in and make sure that person shut the heck up or got kicked out or whatever they had to do. You coddled us all through our election process and that tower of paperwork. And you did it with a smile and an ease and a grace and a confidence that helped me feel like it was going to be okay, even though I was completely overwhelmed and terrified by the prospects of all of it, right? You have been our rock through so many challenging times. And every time that a new challenge came forward, you had a plan. And sometimes we had to change that, but you always had a direction for us, which I don't think you have any idea how comforting that has been. And I just want you to know that you have changed my life, and I will never forget you. Thank you.
Oh, man. Okay. Try to keep it together, too, because you made me cry in your comments. Okay. I think Councilmember Klövstad put it really well, care and guidance. You spoke to that care and guidance already. That's, for anybody who doesn't know, that's basically who cares and guides us has been Judy for the many years that some of us have been up here. And I don't know if anybody read public comment. Jim Porter submitted a public comment today, and I will quote it. "No, Judy can't retire. The town can't run without Judy." Unquote. That was it. That was his entire public comment. And funny as it was when I read it, because sometimes you get worried when Jim Porter's public comments come through, that one obviously made me laugh. My quick Judy story of her running this town goes back to the early COVID days when I was the mayor. And nobody really knew what to do or how to proceed. We were all sort of looking, hey, anybody know what to do here? We haven't been here before. We had a lot of work going on. We had a lot of decisions that needed to be made, and we were really struggling with our remote meeting setups and ability to even make the most basic decisions on how we were going to meet. Judy calls me up and she says, hey, so nobody was in town hall. The whole place is shuttered. This is right in the early days. Town's pretty much shuttered down. She calls me and she says, hey, I think I could convince people that you and I can be in town hall. Are you comfortable with that? And for all of those of you that know me, I was obviously like, yes. It's anything to make this process go even a little bit smoother. And so it was. Judy got the building open for her and I. We were literally the only two people in this building for a month-ish or so. We were trying to conduct meetings that way. We were signing all of the proclamations and all of the things that needed to be signed. And with so much of the support from her department heads, and it's great to see all of her coworkers here. But she basically just sort of took care of it. She kind of just took this down and we were like, hey, let's just run this down. Okay, we're going to keep this thing going. And that's really what she did. There was nobody, Rory, Tom, nobody was running the TVs. Nobody was doing anything. It was pretty much Judy and I. We had our computers, we had a speakerphone, and this whole place was like eerily silent. But she kind of kept it all going. Her most notable quality in my mind was to always tell me how it is. What's going on out there? What did I do wrong? What do we as council need to reconsider? That was always a really good way she put it. And as always, how did we get to where we are today? And that was one of her most valuable traits that I always appreciated. So Judy, your directness, your passion, and your honesty will always be remembered in these halls and in this community. Thank you for your service, and we wish you the best.
Well, I certainly echo all of that. Very well said. Thank you. Judy, I'm going to miss you so much. I don't know if you'll ever realize how impactful you have truly been to me as a council member, to all of us up here, as you've heard, to town staff, to this entire organization, to our entire community. And you really, really do shine at that example of what it means to be a community member here, what it looks like, how we should all act towards one another, how we should all treat one another with compassion, with care, with kindness every single day, day in and day out, even on the hard days. You always show up with incredible kindness to everyone around you. I'll share one of my Judy stories. It's tough when you first come in as a council member. There's a lot of filings, legally required paperwork that you have to do. It can be really confusing and cumbersome. And I remember very vividly you getting on the phone with me, and I'm like, I can't figure this out in the system, and it's not letting me do this in NetFile, and what do I do? And then you getting on Zoom with me and me screen sharing, and you literally saying, okay, so click this button and do this next, and now here's where you enter this, and just so calm the whole time. And then we were still having some issues with it, so you said, bring it in and we'll do it before a council meeting, and you looked right at it with me. We sat right back there where we all have dinner together. You said, okay, send this to the state, and you made it seamless. You made it easy. And I was absolutely pulling my hair out in frustration. And again, you came in with that calmness and with that kindness. And you brought that every single day. We're going to miss you so, so deeply. And I know everyone here probably feels that way as well. So thank you for your service. Thank you for the community member that you are. Thank you for the incredible person that you are.
Thank you, Judy. I echo everything that everyone said. I didn't live through what you did, Vice Mayor Pallavi. That sounds terrifying. But I'm so glad that Judy was here to help get you through this and the town through that. I think to Councilmember Klövstad, I came in July of 2020, so during COVID too. to file for candidacy, and I was kind of like, how does this all work? And you so calmly walk through everything, and there was quite a few people I know running that year, and I know you did it with every single person and provided the same assistance, which was incredible. And then once we all get to this side of this room, just the incredible historical perspective you give and what you can share and how we can think about what went before us and how that plays into what we're doing today. I've really appreciated that. As well as just, I can ask you questions about how to run a meeting. And I actually owe you Robert's Rules of Order for Dummies book that you loaned me. I still have it at my house. But things like that of just ensuring that we're doing everything correctly, appropriately, and as efficiently as possible. And then I really appreciated in the proclamation highlighting the internet issues, because I know you and I also had some meetings with some folks, and, you would present a perspective in the meeting, but you would always give me, again, that historical perspective as well to ensure that I had all the information you did too. And it really went a long way. And I think it's ways like that the citizens of Truckee don't realize how much of an impact you've had on their lives to continue to be out there working hard for them in every way you can. So we're all going to miss you. The town's going to miss you. I know staff and the public will. So thank you for everything that you have done. You are incredible. So with that, we will open it up to public comment. I'm guessing a few people maybe want to say a few things. Tony, head on up.
Mayor Romack, maybe before Tony speaks, because I don't want to have to follow him, I can just offer a few words to Judy on behalf of everybody that's sitting on this side of the table and your current colleagues that, Judy actually gave us longer than anticipated. Like I think when I started, she was looking at about a year earlier of retiring, and she gave us an extra year to really plan for that. And we've been talking a lot this week and just preparing for her retirement about her role in the organization and what gaps are going to be there. She is our historical person and always reminding us of why we've gotten to the place that we've gotten to, and keeping that in mind and recognizing if we're changing anything, what that really means. And I think you're going to be okay if I say this, but we think of her as the mom of our group. She organizes us. She gets us to where we need to be. I can't even imagine the list of things we're going to realize she does that we don't even really recognize. I think all our plants will probably die. We might not have our sugar high like we need. Just the numerous things that she does to keep the town moving and on track. And, I said this yesterday, kind of been dreading this day. I can't believe that it's here. And when we think of Judy and Joe, we're talking about people that have given 26 and 21 years of their life to serving the community. And that doesn't happen very much anymore. It's really something special and something that, I'm afraid is kind of we're losing that in our society. But to give that amount of time to your community and to this organization, we aren't even trying to replace you, because that's not happening. So we'll see what the new clerk brings to the position. But as a friend, we're going to miss you. You better stay in touch, and thank you for everything you have done for all of us. And there's one thing I know for sure, is that you have the most energy and the most amount of life in you, and you are going to go out and enjoy this next endeavor and live every moment to the fullest. And we're so happy for you.
Honorable Mayor and council members, thanks for allowing me to speak today. My name is Tony Lashbrook, and I used to work here. In fact, I worked alongside Judy Price for 15 years. I would love to stand here and tell you that I was the guy that hired Judy Price as town clerk, but that happened before I was a town manager, so I'm not that guy. But I was pushing behind the scenes because we could see that we had something special here, and we indeed did. Judy personifies all of the critical traits of a town clerk, and I'm just going to give you a few examples. She was our chief organization officer, and maybe one of the best examples of that is our filing system under Judy's leadership went from whimsical to a system where anybody can find everything. And as long as once she trains you how to use it, anybody can find everything. She was the technological guru. So think about it, it's already been said. She created our first website and led us into the world of social media. She also managed the shift to Zoom-based meetings. This is, of course, after I was gone, when the pandemic hit. Think about it. Under her tutelage, we went from essentially a stone tablet and chisel to the digital age. And she looks pretty young. She is the chief of transparency, and I firmly believe that this is maybe the most critical job of a town clerk. It's her role to make sure that our community is aware of what we're all doing, what you are all doing now, and that it's comfortable for them to gain access into the process and the information about the town. And she did that in spades. She truly excelled in this area. And again, I think that is amazingly important. She was an event promoter, not part of her job, but she hosted everything from all employee meetings to the town's 25th anniversary. And she did it with love and skill and made the events amazing. She took charge, thank heavens. It wasn't something that I had any talent in. As already mentioned, one of my favorites was her quiet assimilation of the Truckee Veterans Day celebration. It was kind of went in fits and starts and created some ripples, and she just kind of took it over and made it into the very, very special, I think, day and celebration and honoring our veterans that it is now. She, as you all have pointed out, she was a great advisor, town manager, council advisor. When I became town manager, I had plenty of experience with planning and community involvement, but I didn't have a lot of experience with the care and feeding of elected officials. And trust me, this is a danger area for town managers. And so she took me under her wing and guided me through. I truly believe that her tutoring was probably had a great deal to do with my success, and I'm truly grateful for her support. She is a Truckee advocate. That's already been said, but I'm going to reinforce it. Even though Craig and Judy have moved somewhere out in the hinterlands of Nevada, Judy is Truckee through and through. And not just, she could provide the perspective of the old pre-incorporation Truckee and the modern Truckee. And her observations about who and why often were different than the notions that I had or some of our other key staff. Super important. I think you've already talked to that. I deeply appreciate that trait, and both the advice and the Truckee in your veins. That's going to be really hard to replace. Judy's a great leader. She provided that leadership both within the town organization, within her department, within the town organization, and within the greater community and the region. She did this by promoting the importance of local government to our community. She was, not just the town, but government in general. Get involved. That's where it's happening. She had a deep commitment to staff growth and development, not just her staff, but throughout the town organization, and again, throughout the local government entities in the region. Judy led by example, a trait I deeply appreciate. She truly worked the Truckee way. She did that by collaborating with other agencies, by working with their staffs. It was already mentioned, her work with the county, really turning the corner from the early friction of incorporation between the town and the county to really a great working relationship that exists today. She personifies hard work, dependability, and a willingness to dig in and do whatever needs doing. Another hard trait to replace. I'm here to personally thank you, Judy. for your hard work, support, and advice throughout my tenure as town manager. I'm also here to attest that Truckee is a better place because of that woman right there. All the best to you, Judy, in your retirement, and well-deserved, and get out there and enjoy. And if I still work for Judy, she would tell me I should have flowers to give to Judy, but I don't work for Judy. Shauna has been trained by Judy. So we have flowers for you. Thank you.
Yeah, if anyone else would like to make a few comments.
If you don't know who I am, at Christmas I'm Clarence Oddbody and I do the Christmas wish box for the seniors. When I started 17 years ago, I had no volunteers. I met Judy, called me and said, what can I do? And she taught, I had town people coming out of the woodwork to help me. And Judy was one of my number one elves. And I'm going to miss her like crazy. But I have a feeling I'm still going to hear from you. Thank you for what you did over the years in letting people know quietly and firmly, you need to help the seniors. They need help. This lady, and she goes, her name is Clarence, and they're like, huh? And I appreciate you more than you will ever know and love you so much. And the seniors at the Truckee Donner Senior Apartments, thank you also for everything you've done over the years. You are very much appreciated. And she did this on her own time. It's like she goes the extra miles. Enjoy your retirement. Keep in touch, please. And train your new person to do the same thing. Because I'm always looking for elves. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to say a few words? I think I might see someone else. Come on up.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me the opportunity to share. So I didn't really work for Judy, I never got from a salary perspective. But I'll just give you a little perspective on Judy. But first I'm going to tell about me. I'm the seventh of 8 children. I have 6 brothers and 1 sister. All but one are older than I am. My youngest brother, Joey, passed. Judy is my only sister, 3 years older than I am. So our mother passed away. I call Truckee my home. I lived here in Truckee till 1995 when I moved to Reno and shuffled my sister up here with Craig. So she moved here to Truckee as I moved away. Our mother passed when we were young adults, and my sister stepped up to ensure that all of our brothers, that we still got together, that we were not lost as a family. So when you say she was the mom, she was the mom. She stepped in, made sure that we were all together, made sure that we came together. She taught us so much, and I hear these words that you all share, and that is truly Judy. She is inspiring, she is kind, she is transparent, she tells it like it is. She has given me so much advice, so much care, so much growth that I can't even share. And her job won't be done when she leaves. She leaves here, but trust me, her job will not be done. So I'm so happy. I'm grateful that she came here. I'm happy that for that Truckee got to experience, my sister. That she shared so much of her love and her goodness here with all of you. And I wish you the best, and you're not getting away too far. She's too closer to me, so I'm happy. But I just want to say I love you, my sister, and enjoy retirement. And thank you all for your kind words for Judy. She's truly a gem. Thanks.
Hello, Council. My name is Sarah Ring, and I'll say this quickly so I don't cry, but I think what she was saying is we should thank her for Judy being here. So thank you for that. I think that's what my sister would call me too. I just wanted to thank you, Judy, for I've been a part of your team for 7 years, and it's been an amazing experience. You've been an amazing mentor and teacher and friend, and thank you for setting us up for success. We'll miss you desperately, but we know you're a phone call away, but we'll try our best not to call you for this stuff. So thank you.
Thank you all so much for those amazing words, for the amazing person that Judy is. So there is cake in the back, so we are going to take a short little break to celebrate Judy and Joe. So if anyone would like some cake, you can stick around, and you can stick around and enjoy the rest of our business tonight as well. So we'll take about 10 minutes and be back shortly. we're going to call the meeting back to order. Appreciate the opportunity to enjoy some treats in the middle of our meeting. All right, so up next, we're going to move on to our consent calendar. We've got a few items. I will read through them. Item 6.1, minutes from the August 8th, 2023 closed meeting and regular meeting. 6.2, adopt municipal code update for animal impoundment periods. 6.3, authorization to execute master agreement and program supplements related to state-funded transit projects. Item 6.4, updating locations for posting of town ordinances, agendas, and other town notices. Item 6.5, approval of local public infrastructure financing policies for Mello-Roos Community Facility District Assessment District Developer Requested Financing. Item 6.6, authorization for purchasing authority with E+. And that is all of them. Would any members of council like to pull an item from the consent calendar? Would staff like to pull an item from the consent calendar?
No, Mayor.
Would any member of the public like to pull an item from the consent calendar? Seeing no one, I will bring it back up here if anyone would like to make a motion.
I move that we approve the consent calendar as it stands.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to our first discussion item of the evening, item 7.1, consideration of options to address trail etiquette and safety on multi-use trails, including potential amendments to Municipal Code, Chapter 10.21, Vehicles on Trails. Take it away, Lieutenant Madden.
Hello, thank you, Mayor and council members. Now that you're all sugared up, I have a lot of data to share with you all. So, first, I'm Lieutenant Madden with the Truckee Police Department. I would like to thank Becky Buchar, Alfred Knotts, Erica Mertens, and Danielle Lapointe, who have really worked, we've worked collaboratively to get this to you today. So a big thanks. And also thank you to the community for providing all that feedback for us to gather. So just a little bit of thanks to go around. A little bit of background on why we brought up this discussion on multi-use trails and alternative transportation devices. We've seen an increased use of trail systems in the area, which is a good thing. These are mixed-use trails, so pedestrians, dogs, bikes, other devices, they all share the same trail. There's been some increased community concerns with these mixed-use trails, and so we started hearing more and more concerns. We started looking into it. And then also the emerging technology. When we think of alternative transportation devices, we think of e-bikes, but really it's any device, segways, rollerblades, a moped, or a motor, motor boards, one wheels. There's all these devices. So I don't want everybody just to think of e-bikes. It really is all these smaller energy devices. So when we're talking about the multi-use trails, we're really talking about the Class 1 shared use paths, which are multi-use trails. These are the paved trails in Truckee in black. Class 2 bike lanes and Class 3 bike routes, those all fall under the vehicle code. So we're specifically talking about the black trails. So a little bit of our data collection. What we did was we tried to encompass everybody's feedback and doing it in a variety of ways. So we took a community survey. We held 2 stakeholder meetings. We held a community meeting. We reviewed other municipal codes regarding trail use regulations. We looked at the police department's calls for service and the incidents on the trails. We looked at the trail incident reporting tool, which was launched by the town of Truckee. And Visit Truckee Tahoe also held a flash vote recently, and so one of the questions was geared towards multi-use trails. So for the community survey, we had 259 respondents, 7 questions, and it ran from June 1st to July 14th. Some of the questions that we asked: what are your primary uses for the trail? And you can see from the graph that recreation and exercise was the primary use, along with walking your dog and social activity. There was 259 that answered this question. Second question is, what, if any, are your primary concerns, challenges, or barriers when using the trail system? Select all that apply. And you can see litter and dog waste was the number one concern, and lack of trail etiquette, not sharing the trail, and speed of cyclists were all the top 3 concerns. We did have an other please specify section, which had other comments, including pedestrians not yielding to cyclists, trail maintenance and conditions, biking issues, dog-related concerns, trail connectivity and access, trail infrastructure and design, general etiquette and behavior, additional trail features, and miscellaneous concerns. Another question we had was, what should not be permitted on the trail? And as you can see, the majority of people think everyone should be allowed on the trail. Second was unleashed dogs, and then horses and e-bikes were behind that. Other comments that came up were speed limits for e-bikes, trail etiquette and education, designated trails and usage, e-bike restrictions and categories, inconsiderate behavior, general concerns, dogs on trails, horse trail concerns, and overall enjoyment and mutual respect. So this question, the town of Truckee is committed to addressing the community's needs for the trail system. To help us prioritize, please list the top 3 improvements you would like to see enhance your trail experience. So the number 1 concern listed the top 3 were speed and safety, trail maintenance and infrastructure, dog waste and etiquette. The number 2 concern, the top 3 in that section, was centerline striping, trail etiquette and education, and infrastructure and maintenance. And then the number 3 top themes, it was a pretty wide variety of responses, but pedestrian specific path lanes, traffic safety officer on e-bike patrol, and enforcement of helmet use and speed limits, especially for use on e-bikes near other trail users. So we did provide an additional survey comments section for people to provide comments on their trail experiences, understanding that we were focusing on alternative transportation devices, but understand that there are, when you start talking about the trails, other concerns will arise. So these were just a couple of the suggestions that were polled: safety measures and education, enforcement and regulation, trail expansion and connectivity, amenities and maintenance, community engagement, mixed opinions on e-bikes, tourism and local concerns, trail user etiquette, dog behavior and leash laws, signage and communication, speeding concerns, trail use and transportation, and prioritizing amenities and expansion. So we also provided this survey in Spanish, and we had 3 respondents. The primary concerns were the same as in the English survey, which was speed of cyclists, litter, dog waste, and dogs on trail. The top 3 improvements were to keep them clean during the winter, as many walk to work, more connectivity to the town, and no trash cans. And the question about what should not be permitted on multi-use trails: e-bikes, unleashed dogs, horses, and I think everyone should be allowed on the trails. So very similar to our other survey that we had. We also held a stakeholder meeting. This group was comprised of bicycle shop owners, small business owners, nonprofit trail groups, bicycle and trail advocates, Tahoe Forest Hospital, and the school district. We held our first meeting on June 21st. This meeting was really a conversation about the reasoning for the stakeholder meeting, and included a lot of conversation about e-bike usage. What we asked the group to do was to email myself some definitions and regulations that they found from other jurisdictions that they thought would work well here in the town of Truckee. And so I compiled those emailed responses into a draft municipal code to facilitate conversation at our second meeting. So our second meeting was on July 26th, and this had a really heavy focus on definitions and regulations. So we're looking to define what an alternative transportation device is, as well as some regulations around those on these multi-use trails. We came to a group consensus, or the group came to a consensus, that speed limits were the most suitable measure for speed and safety concerns. They made it a point to say that it wasn't the device that was the problem, it was the speed of the device. And so, but they also acknowledged that the importance of incorporating language to reduce speeds when passing or overtaking. So that was a little additional conversation we had. So we did review other municipal codes in California. Speed limits were the most common, 15 miles per hour. Other jurisdictions included prohibiting Class 3 e-bikes. Some language had the reasonable and prudent clause, which is what we currently have. And others had language that included the California Vehicle Code would apply to trails. And some of them had a kind of a mixture of all 3 or 4. So a lot of differences depending on which jurisdiction you looked at. We looked at the police department's calls for service. These are reported incidents through our dispatch center that we were dispatched to. We looked at a 2-year span from July 1st of 2021 to July 1st of 2023 and had 22 calls for service. And just to note, these calls for service don't necessarily include all dog bite calls, so animal calls where there was a dog bite, because when the reporting party calls, it's wherever they're located. So if they had gone to the hospital, it would have been the location would be the hospital and not the trail. So it may not contain all dog bite information, but we're looking at ways that we can get that data more accurately on the trails. So this is a little bit small, but as you can see, these are the types of calls that we went on over the last 2 years. Several animal calls. We had some vandalisms. The police department took a vandalism report at the bridge, as well as a theft of an e-bike in 2022. We did have in October of 2022, we had an e-bike versus bike collision that occurred on the trails. The reporting party did not want to report, but they wanted the police department to be aware that this occurred. The bike rider had a minor injury and was damage to the bike. We also looked at the trail incident reporting tool, which was launched in early June. This is a more convenient way to identify incidents that occur on the trails that maybe not necessarily needs a law enforcement response, but was important enough to report. So it's a newer tool that we have. As of August 8th, we have 15 reported incidents. Most of those are related to e-bikes and bicycles. We're looking hopefully to get some more data from that. And Visit Truckee Tahoe held a flash vote survey. The survey went from August 15th to August 17th. So we just got these results back. And as you can see from the data, it's similar to all our other data collection points: litter and dog waste, lack of trail etiquette, not sharing the trail, and speed of cyclists were the top 3 concerns. We held a community meeting on August 16th and had approximately 20 people in attendance. We discussed some of our recent efforts. I'll go through in a few slides, and also what collection points of data we were gathering, and that this community meeting was a part of that data collection. And the participants were able to engage in a live polling survey. So we had polling questions and they would answer on their phone, and we were able to see their results live. So I'm going to share those with you now. So first, we wanted to define what an alternative transportation device was. It refers to any non-motorized or electric-powered device used for personal transportation on paved trails, sidewalks, or designated areas as an alternative to conventional modes of transportation such as automobiles. These devices are typically smaller, more lightweight, and environmentally friendly compared to traditional vehicles, including but not limited to bicycles, e-bikes, scooters, electric scooters, skateboards, motorized boards, and segways. And this was presented in English and Spanish. So the first question we asked is, what is your greatest challenge or barrier while using multi-use trails? Similar to other questions that we asked in the community survey. And you can see general trail etiquette, speed of cyclists, and dog litter and waste were the top 3, with general trail etiquette being the most concerning or the greatest challenge. The second question was what alternative transportation devices should be allowed on multi-use trails. And as you can see, this was a word cloud, so they were able to enter the words they wanted to go up on this board, which was bikes, e-bikes, bicycles, throttle bikes, all devices, anything under control, nothing with wide handles. And you can see there's some smaller responses as well. What key improvements would you consider as a priority for enhancing the trails? The larger words are speed limit, expand bike routes, enforcement, center line, more patrol, more enforcement, stay right, pass left, and there was a couple of the miscellaneous responses as well. In regards to regulations of alternative transportation devices, how would you rate the importance of the following? So this was, they had to rate these in order, so they had to pick 1, 2, and 3. So the first was implementing a speed limit, second was prohibiting certain alternative transportation devices, and third was no changes in regulation. And then we asked, what is your position on a 15-mile-per-hour speed limit on multi-use trails? And 18 respondents said, I'm for a speed limit. 1 said, I do not want a speed limit. And 2 said, I don't care either way. So then we also gave the community members an opportunity to provide open responses as well, because like I mentioned before, we understand that this is a bigger conversation than just alternative transportation devices, and some community members probably wanted to come and provide some feedback. So we gave them an open forum and collected the responses, put them in categories: unleashed dogs, pedestrian etiquette, speed limit, center divider, age limits on throttle bikes, helmets, signage, insurance education certificates for e-bikes, widen the trails, add lanes, education, audible notice when passing, and designated direction for bikes and pedestrians. So I did want to point out that the vehicle code does apply to some devices on our trails already. So electrically motorized boards, which are these one-wheels type devices, those already are limited to 15 miles per hour on trails. It includes highways, bikeways, or any other public bicycle path, sidewalk, or trail. And so they're already limited to going 15 miles per hour. Similar to motorized scooters, motorized scooters have a 15 mile per hour maximum speed limit for the operation of a motorized scooter specific to section 22411 of the vehicle code. This applies to the operation of a motor scooter on all highways, including bikeways, regardless of a higher speed limit applicable to the highway. And so 22411 of the vehicle code just states that no motorized scooter should be at a speed of 15 miles per hour. So we do already have some speed requirements on certain devices, just not all devices. So staff recommendations. I need a little bit of water. So we're looking to define alternative transportation devices and expand definitions of these devices. Clean up the language in the current municipal code, chapter 10.21, vehicles on trails, as the current language is a little vague. And seek direction on regulations of these devices, including speed and the viability of a CSO position, which I'll discuss. So here's just the definition of an alternative transportation device. I already read it, but this is really encompassed what we thought an alternative transportation device was. So the options and the recommended language is as follows. The speed limit for any device shall not exceed 15 miles per hour, but in no instance shall the speed allowed be greater than is reasonable and prudent under the existing conditions, having due regard for terrain, weather, visibility, including time of day, pedestrian and vehicular traffic on or crossing the trail, and conditions of the device. There's also some other alternative language that exists. We can keep the current municipal code language, which is operation at a speed greater than reasonable or prudent, and similar, having due regard for weather, visibility, and others. Another option is trail users shall travel at a speed at which the trail user is safe and in control at all times and does not pose any danger to others or degrade or harm the natural environment. And then the third option, which is probably the most stringent, is the speed limit for any trail shall not exceed 15 miles per hour or 5 miles per hour on blind turns and when passing pedestrians, but in no instance shall the speed allowed be greater than is reasonable and prudent under the existing conditions. So those were really the most common languages that we found as we were looking at other different options. So during this conversation, the potential for a CSO position through Measure RU funding came up. The CSO position would be specific to our multi-use trails to increase education and enforcement efforts. We understand that our sworn patrol must be on the trails, but this would augment our sworn patrol who patrol on our Zero motorcycles. Additionally, they do continued educational push throughout the year with a focus on pedestrian safety, bicycle safety, and animal education. So we have focused on bicycle safety, but we would like to push for some more pedestrian safety and animal education on the trails. And we're seeking the viability of a funding match for the position for winter months for traffic and weather-related incidents. So in the summer months, this position would be focused on trails and having a presence and providing education and enforcement on the trails. But in the winter months, when the trails aren't used as often, this CSO position could provide resource for the police department for these traffic and weather-related incidents where our resources get low just because of calls for service, traffic control, and that's what our current CSOs do right now in the winter. They assist us in the field. So it would help with our patrol staffing. So I wanted to go over a little bit of what we're doing. This summer, we increased our presence on the trails using our Zero motorcycles. We are using patrol officers to do this, and so using the Zero motorcycle helps if there is a call for service out in the field, the officer can leave the trail and respond immediately to the field. So we are increasing our presence on these trails. Some future efforts that we're doing, we're starting to integrate multi-use trail patrol into our traffic program. So we understand that these trails are being used more, and just our presence alone helps out. So we are looking at options for our traffic team to go and be more of a presence on the trails. Some of the past or future educational events, we've done bike rodeos and we'll continue to do those, along with bike safety presentations at the schools. We do e-bike education at community events, and we're looking to increase our pedestrian safety education events and animal safety and education on trails. So those are some of the things the police department's looking to do and continue to do. Some other factors and options. So Take Care Tahoe and Truckee Trails Foundation recently added stencils on the Legacy Trail. This is a pilot program focused on trail etiquette, and so far we've received positive feedback, but this is very new, and so we really don't know what the outcome will be on it. Another option, instead of introducing a speed limit, is placing recommended speed limit signs at trailheads to curtail speeds, but there would be no enforcement option with that. So it would just be really just providing direction to people. This is what we recommend you, what speed you should be using on our trails. And I'm going to have Becky come up and talk about what the town is doing.
Sorry. Okay, so yeah, I'm just going to talk really briefly about some of the physical improvements that we've been doing on the trails and for bikes around town. So one is the bike lane buffer. So in some locations, like on Northwoods, we have some more room and we can do bike lane buffers with like a hatched area in between. But more recently, this summer, you will have seen that we've expanded the areas where we have the bike lane buffers to most of our roads that have bike lanes. So in doing that, it provides a little extra space between the travel lane and the bike lane. And by doing so, we've also reduced the width of the travel lane a little bit, which potentially could have a traffic calming effect as well. So that's one thing. We did centerline striping on the Legacy Trail just a few weeks ago, not along the whole section, but just focused it on curves at intersections and at approaches to bridges. So you'll see that out on, we just focus it mostly on the Legacy Trail and maybe a couple locations on Trout Creek Trail. Lieutenant Madden already mentioned the stencils. The other thing that we're doing to sort of improve the user experience is I know that we've heard in the past there's a desire to have improved maintenance and that some of the cracks along the trails are significant. So we do have a trail paving project this summer. The map on the right-hand side indicates the red lines indicate the trails that we are planning to pave per that contract. We're actually even looking at potentially extending the limits a little bit if we but it's going to depend a little bit on timing and how much, if the contractor could get the additional work done. So, but we are going to start incorporating that in more into our, as part of our pavement maintenance program and getting the trails paved when necessary. And then we did the sort of specific locations for the centerline striping. We are starting to look at sort of pulling together information about the advantages and disadvantages of doing completing the centerline striping. So that's just at a staff level, just doing some research and looking into that. So those are some of the things that we're working on.
Okay, so just a review of the staff recommendations. We're looking to define alternative transportation devices and expand definitions of those devices. We're looking to clean up language in the current municipal code, chapter 10.21, vehicles on trails, and also seek direction on regulations of these devices, including speed and viability of a CSO position. If requested, a drafted municipal code will be created, and we're also looking to provide direction, or for you to provide direction to gather input from data sources and responses into a report for next steps. Like I said, we really didn't know what to expect when we started this journey, but there was really three topics that were pretty prominent across all. And so, how do we, if you would like us to look into those and see how we can, look into those. So, but the topics really were around centerline, dogs off leash, dog waste, trail etiquette, education, and trail maintenance. And also provide direction if staff should return with a timeline for implementation, including signage locations, cost estimated, and time frame for execution, as well as a communications plan to educate and inform residents and trail users about upcoming changes. And that is all.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Mannon and Becky. Appreciate all that info. So we will start with questions. Councilmember Henderson, look to you first.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. Lots of good data in there. I know you said we don't have a ton of data from the incident tool yet, but you said most of it relates to e-bikes. Can you just, like, speed? Is that sort of the predominant thing that you were seeing, or was it really mixed?
Yeah, it was mostly speed, some passing at speeds that are greater than comfortable.
And I know you said you talked a bit about the some of the state law already that is incorporated into our code. And can you just clarify? Is that I had pulled up the DMV site, right? And so for example, the operator of a Class 3 electric bike per California state law has to be 16 years or older. I think we see a wide range, and that affords our youth mobility options. But if we don't have proper education, I mean, I guess if you could just speak to that in any way that you want to.
Yeah, absolutely. I I would say that we're giving youth these devices without, a lot of us have had driver's education already, and so we know the rules of the road. And so education is really important to get into the schools early, and that's what we've started to do, is to get into the younger grades so that we can start building programs to educate youth at younger ages, because they're carrying these devices that can go pretty fast, but stopping at stop signs when you're on a roadway, and it's important to understand the rules of the road because they are subject to the rules of the road, and also just safety features as well, wearing helmets.
And so if we're going to be enforcing, for example, if we were to adopt a speed limit of 15 miles per hour, if we were to enforce that, are we also enforcing things like you have to be 16, you have to have a bicycle helmet, all of those different pieces? Like, what does that look like in the field? Because we're not in the field with you.
Yeah, so helmets, if you're under 18, you have to have a helmet. So we do make contacts and educate youth on that. We have had bicycle rodeos where we've passed out helmets. So really, our philosophy has always been education over enforcement. We think that really changes behavior, but we always have that enforcement arm if needed. But really, we're just focusing on making sure everybody's safe and understands the consequences when they're not.
That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Pallavi?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Lieutenant Madden. I'm really just one question. Can you just give us a overview of sort of what would be in your current scope of work in terms of the education piece and patrol? You spoke to the ability to increase some of the patrols and stuff like that. So minus adding a new position, give us the scope of kind of what the existing department can handle with regards to this topic.
Sure. Like I mentioned, we have our traffic team. There's 2 officers on that team. They both are, one of them is motorcycle trained, the other one is getting trained. So we will have those 2 units that will have the ability to go out on the trails. Last year we did go to the schools and educate the students on general bike safety, and we also had an e-bike component. So we used our SRO and our traffic team to go out into the schools. We contact people in general on all sorts of devices, and like I said, we try and educate them. So I would say that with our traffic team, they're responsible for the entire town, and so when we pull them in one direction, we're taking away from what they can do on the streets. So as we are pulling resources for this, but if they are on a motorcycle, they can do, for presence alone, we can do a quick lap on the trail systems for their daily patrol, and it doesn't take a lot of resources for that.
How often would you say you're able to hit the schools under our current scope and staffing?
We hit the schools. We did one presentation at the elementary and middle school this year, or this last school year.
Mm-hmm.
We are looking to do some more just to get that into people, make it more of a program than just a one-time presentation. So we are looking on how we can work with the school system to get this more of a common occurrence than just a one-time.
And you guys have capacity for that, existing capacity for the most part?
We use our current school resource officer along with the traffic team, and they kind of tag team that. So,
cool.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you. That was all my questions.
Councilmember Klivstad?
Yeah, I have a couple. Thank you so much for the great information, Lieutenant. So the suggestions that you're making in the ordinances, already it defines e-bikes of a pedal assist up to 750 watts or 1 horsepower. And that's the limit of what's allowed on our Class 1 trails, is what you're proposing.
That's the vehicle code definition of an e-bike.
Okay. So, but what in our proposed ordinance, we're allowing for that.
Correct.
Activity, but nothing above.
Correct.
But we're not specifically saying nothing above, we're just saying this is what's allowed.
Yes, once you start getting into bigger devices, you start talking about registration requirements, licensing, insurance requirements, and then it turns into a motor vehicle. And so in that municipal code, it would clearly state that motor vehicles are not allowed on the trails.
And I'll just add, it's a good idea to do exactly what Lieutenant Madden has done, which is to piggyback off of existing definitions elsewhere in the law. Because a lot of thought has gone into them, and usually they're tied into other provisions in the law. So if there's a definition that you can find that's relevant and that you can use, it's a good idea to use it. It
Okay.
just simplifies things.
Thank you for that additional color, Andy. So my understanding is we currently don't have like we have these radar devices that will give us the speed of a car, but we don't have one that works for bikes.
We have manual we have
ones,
radar and LiDAR, yes, that we
Yeah.
can use.
But does it exist, does a device exist that we could just put out on the trail so that people understand exactly how fast they're going without having to have somebody manually there?
There are devices. I know that Becky's team has been looking into those for trail counts and stuff like that.
One of the themes of the discussions I've had is just people don't really realize how fast they're going, especially on a pedal assist e-bike. So I think that could be very educational for people. It's always educational for me when I'm realizing I'm going 40 in a 35 and I'm like, oh, I better slow down. So we also, we had a few people talking about their desire to walk on the sides of the trail, walk and run on the sides of the trail. I know our standard design include, Becky, how much is it? Like a 3 to 5 foot shoulder on these trails, correct?
It's been 2 feet in the past, but we're sort of recognizing that people like the wider shoulder. So we have like a section on the phase 4A of the Legacy Trail that will be much wider, more like 5 feet.
Okay. And you talked about the plan to do some repaving. Is there a plan to kind of clear the vegetation that tends to grow into that area in order to facilitate that use a little bit better? Is that part of our maintenance plan?
The vegetation removal is part of our maintenance plan.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. And then lastly, I know this will end up in our discussion, at least I hope so. The whole walk right, pass left is in our ordinance. I'm a heavy user of a variety of bike trails around California, and there are several close by, including the American River Trail, where this is reversed. They stencil, walk left, bike right, and the reason for this is so that you are seeing that oncoming cyclist as you are walking on that side of the road. Did staff give any consideration to making this change?
I think we're aware that there's some mixed differences.
Mixed reviews.
Yes.
Yes.
So we're aware. I haven't really determined which is the right way to do it. I think there's something to be said about consistency regionally. So I'd love to see Truckee, Tahoe, all of us sort of decide to do it all the same way.
I would agree on all of our trail aspects, Becky, 100%. So, and I know we've talked about that before. That's it for me now. Thank you.
Thank you. Question, Lieutenant Madden, on the reported incidents on the incident reporting tool. You mentioned they were mostly bikes. Is there any locations that are consistently coming up, or is it kind of all over the trails?
It was primarily a Legacy Trail that I saw the data on, but like I said, it's very new, so there wasn't a lot of data there.
Okay.
I might just add to that, just because I was looking at the tool earlier today. We have you can report an incident, but you can also report a near miss. And when you actually look at, there's not a lot of data points, but most of the ones on Legacy Trail are just near misses. So it's people reporting a near miss, not an actual incident. So.
Thank you. And I guess, you're looking at the center line striping. Are we coordinating those two data points so that way we see, oh, this is, these incidents are being reported around this curve, or there's none at the center line striping area? Is that part of the data collection?
I think as we get more data points, it can be, but right now there's not really a kind of a clear pattern that's showing up because we don't have that many.
Thank you. That's good. Maybe we don't have a lot of incidents. And And then, we're part of our conversation will be on the community service officer and is talking about utilizing Measure U funds. So I would assume if we went down that path and there was some Measure U and some general fund, there's definitely some understanding of how much time they would actually be spending on the trail versus traffic or other incidents. So that way we truly understand where they are.
Yes, absolutely. We'd have to document all that.
Okay, thank you.
And can I just jump in there real quick? As far as that CSO position, we would need to obviously talk with Truckee Trails, see what that really looks like. That was just kind of an exploration idea to address some of these concerns. So there'd be some legwork that needs to happen before we would be able to, initiate that.
Got it. Thank you. That is all my questions. So now we will open it up to public comment. If anyone here would like to make a comment on this item, you are welcome to come up to the podium. Please state your name. You will have 3 minutes to make your comments, and we do have a timer again to my left, your right. So come on up if anyone would like to share thoughts on this item.
Good evening. Is it on?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. My name is Pam Straley. I am actually a resident of Incline Village in Nevada, and I'm glad to be here to talk especially about e-bikes, since I have an intimate experience with e-bikes. I would like to bring up a couple points, however, but first I'll just be show and tell. Almost a year ago, I was hit by an e-bike.
And I'm sorry, if you can speak into the microphone, because we do have people watching on TV.
Okay, I will speak in, but I want you to see what I look like after a year. I just wanted you to see what I look like after a year from injury by being hit by an e-bike on a multi-use path with a center line, and I had my helmet on or I'd be dead. I was on my road bike. I was following the rules. I was hit by a 59-year-old man, not a teenager, on an e-bike going out of control, according to people who saw him on the path before he hit me, who were almost hit, but I was the unlucky one. I was knocked out for 20 minutes. Again, my helmet saved my life. I'd be dead. I was knocked out for 20 minutes. I have 12 fractures of 11 bones. I was in a neck and thoracic brace for 3 months. I've been in physical therapy and occupational therapy twice a week for each to this point, and the injury was August 30th of last year, so like I said, almost a year. I have some pain. I did go through a period on oxycodone, so it was pretty bad at the beginning, but not so bad now. Anyway, I really stress that education needs to be at all ages. Helmets must be required on all e-bikes, adults too. I can't believe that it's over 18 you don't require helmets on regular bikes. And I strongly encourage, if you're going to enforce anything, you need to be able to identify who is the culprit. You can't do it unless you have a regulation with a registered license on a bike or whatever device, and a licensure of the user of an e-bike, mainly to show that they got education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to make a public comment? Come on up.
Hi, I'm Dave Straley. I'm also from Incline Village. I'm Pam's husband. The first thing I found out after her accident, when I started looking into it, was that I expected Placer County, because this happened on the Truckee River Trail, to Sheriff's Office to have a map with little red pins where everybody had been hit. what I found out was Placer County told us, this is Forest Service land. We don't do anything, no investigation. I don't know, I guess you could kill somebody on the trail over there and they wouldn't do a report. It belonged to the Forest Service. Well, it's under a public utility district. And when I called the public utility district, well, no, we don't really keep that data. We might get a report that the EMTs came and picked up a patient or picked up a resident. I was greatly encouraged to see your police department has this app and is gathering data. You're miles ahead. Lisa and Danny both need raises and bonuses this year for the work they've done on this work. Other things I've learned. I disagree with the statement. It's not about the device; that it's about the rider. E-bikes are big. They can weigh up to 80 pounds. The handlebars on those things are like 27, 28 inches wide. When Pam got hit, it was the handlebar that caught her right here below the elbow, flipped her down and threw her around. It was a wide handlebar that crossed over and caught her. So I disagree with that. When you're looking at the rules and regulations on what should be allowed, ignore this class 1, 2, and 3 garbage, okay? That was designed on speed only. Look at sizes and weights. 180-pound male on an 80-pound e-bike up against, with the 27 or 28-inch handlebars up against a civilian walking is not an even match. So you need to consider the size and weight. And the next thing I want to go through, on the Truckee River Trail, it's an advisory. You can actually take a Class 3 bike and ride it over there. Do not make this an advisory. Codify it. Make it a privilege to use these trails with these e-bikes. Don't make it an advisory. I think you're headed down that road already, and I would applaud that because all these e-bikes have speed and they all have data in their memory. If you've got it codified, the victim at least has some access to get that data to prove who was at fault and who wasn't. And then last but not least, I'm with one of the founders and on the board of directors of Nevada Nordic. We groom cross-country ski trails up at Mount Rose. You might have used them for the public. Come on up and use them this winter. They're really great. You'd be amazed on public trails how many volunteers will step out and help you. It's communities really love trails, and if you need help with that, you got it.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Please come on up. Don't be shy.
A long walk. Rolf Godin here. I've been involved with this process that Lieutenant Madden has described pretty much from the onset, and really want to applaud the police department for taking the initiative and doing all the work they've done, including the community, and actually putting some things into action already that I think are some really positive results. I submitted a more comprehensive letter to everybody on the council and so forth. So a couple of points coming out of this discussion that to me bear underlining and looking at is I've really found, as a very avid bike rider and now a geriatric e-bike rider, that the trails that Placer County has, where they've striped them from the get-go, it gives people a reference point is where it says walk right, pass left. You know what right is. It's right of that line. If there's no line, then it's right of what? So, and I've noticed, I was just on one of the trails were on Highway 89 there, and there were some fairly large groups of people that were walking, staying to the right of that middle line. I never see that on the Legacy Trail. So I think, to me, the striping on the whole trail would make a huge difference. The only two physical encounters I've had over with the e-bike have been with dogs. I've been almost knocked off my bike a couple of times by dogs hitting me. Just because they're loose, they're running around, God knows what they're paying attention to, and they're definitely not under any owner's control, which leads me to really think maybe a short leash law on especially the Legacy Trail would be a good safety precaution. And then I think the third thing that really quickly, somebody mentioned the dirt walking paths or shoulders. That was really part of the discussion when the Legacy Trail was being designed, and has gone by the wayside. They're overgrown, they're not usable. So I really underline that idea of implementing that. It gives the trail more usage, spreads out the crowd, and allows for walkers to
Thank you
have
very much.
a softer surface. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Next public comment.
Hi. So I'm Patty Lamonto, and I live here, I feel like most of my life, but I came 32 years ago, mostly to hike. I stopped biking a long time ago, along with downhill skiing. So I'm really happy for what you've done. I'm sorry that it didn't start years ago, but I'm glad that you're doing it now. I have to tell you that I fear for my life. I walk pretty much 6 days a week, and and a lot of it is on the Legacy Trail. I like dirt, but I end up having to do that, and I stay on the shoulders as best I can, but I'm telling you, it's harder and harder because I beg to differ with you, but they're probably 18 inches to 24 inches at a max, but the weeds, especially the ones going towards Soaring Ranch when you go into Martis Valley, are sometimes the vegetation is a foot into the pavement already. So I would really encourage you for maintenance to look at those as the places where pedestrians and dogs and kids with strollers and all kinds of, things that are going on the trails where it'd be safer. So that's one of my comments. The other thing is regarding stakeholders. There aren't stakeholders of hikers and walkers that are participating in this, and I think that you should be getting some input. And I don't know, we're not organized. I mean, I belong to lots of hiking groups, but they really hike, and they hike, on trails for the Rim Trail and other places, and not on the Legacy Trail. So if you could include more input from that part, not the organized part, because I don't think this should be divisive, and I say that because when we first saw those stencils, it seemed like it was like politics. It was very political, some of them. I stopped reading them because I'm walking, and I'm sure the bikers can't see them, because I think we need signage. We really need to treat this like a roadway. It is a roadway. When we have pedestrians that weigh what I do, and a bike that can be carrying, can average 300 to 400 pounds, it's no match. And so I want to stay away, and I'm hoping that most people want everybody to be safe. So I think it really, that would be wonderful if we could get to that point. The other thing I think that you might consider is some cameras. I didn't know about these reporting, even though I walk 6 days a week, and we're a Rotary family. So, my husband lives in and has started with the Legacy Trail 20-something years ago. So we'd like to help. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Todd Babarvich, resident of Truckee. Thank you, Mayor and Council members, for the opportunity to speak about this important issue. As noted in the discussion of Section 10.21, the community survey of 259 responses noted 3 top improvements for multi-use trails. My comments will address each of these 3. In consideration of speed and safety, I recommend that you adopt the municipal code update as proposed with the 15-mile-an-hour speed limit, and I am one that would like the addition of the 5-mile-per-hour maximum speed when passing. I also ask the town to add a painted center line and additional signs and notes about respectful behavior. Maybe we can get creative about the center line. The California Highway Patrol states, bicycle and pedestrian safety is a shared responsibility. And they also state that danger increases at higher speed differentials between two objects. Hospital trauma injury data also supports this. Decreasing speed when passing is a safety promotion measure. I appreciate that you invited the community to participate in several stakeholder meetings. Learned a lot. Thank you for that. I did hear that a speed limit and safe passing rules are norms on many multi-use trails, inasmuch as there is a norm available. In consideration of trail maintenance, I am a runner that likes to be on the side of the trail. I echo the other comments about cleaning up the vegetation. It is quite overgrown. In consideration of dog waste and etiquette, as a frequent user of the Legacy and the dirt trail along the river, I recognize there are many users and many varied uses. This is not about pedestrians versus riders, riders versus dogs. No one wants to step in dog poop and track it into their car or home. We all must share the trail in a respectable manner. Our trails are for everyone. How about increasing pet litter bag stations and have a pointer to the nearest garbage can? Maybe it'll help. Will we cooperate? First violations for speeding and littering could be a warning that is removed after completing an online education course related to bike safety or dog poop and hygiene related issues. Lastly, I thank Lieutenant Madden, the town staff that was involved for your efforts. I appreciate that. And I hope that you support the allocation of any additional resources that they ask for in keeping our trails safe and clean. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Edward Vento. I wasn't here for this, but I listened to you all, and I was moved as a parent. And I just thought about my 4-year-old on her little pink Barbie bike going down there, and I've always worried about that. And I've never met anyone who's suffered an accident. But I worried about it because those things are heavy and they're fast. I didn't even know it was really allowed to be on the trails. I spent a few years in law enforcement, and so I understand your problems. Thank goodness I got out. I didn't have the temperament for it. But, you know, I would hope that you all maybe take the recommendations. If it were up to me, I'd just ban them off the trails. But I know you probably can't do that. But I would implore you actually to take the recommendations and go forth with those. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments? And I would ask, we've got one here, if anyone else wants to come on over to this side, otherwise we'll close it shortly. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Paco Lindsay. I'm here tonight with Truckee Trails Foundation. It's Allison Pedley, our executive director. Her youngest daughter is off to college, so she could not make it. Otherwise, she would. I want to thank town council staff for bringing this up. I was fortunate enough to be involved in the meetings that were held. Appreciate the involvement. I appreciate people that were also involved in those meetings. That kind of Truckee way. We communicated, we talked, we hashed things out. We had some disagreements, and then we worked things out. So basically, from Truckee Trails, myself speaking, I think the proposal is very sound. I like the intention that is going. From Truckee Trails, too, we really like the fact that we did not identify classes of e-bikes. Being my other hat, which is 50 years in the bike industry, and I'm still very connected to the bike industry, e-bikes are constantly changing. So if we had an ordinance that was based upon just today's Class 1, Class 2, Class 3. There's already many bikes out there that some people think, hey, that's a Class 3. It shouldn't be there. It's going so fast. No, it's actually a Class 2 that's not really under that category. So I'm glad that we're not going down that rabbit hole of defining the categories, because that's a constantly moving target. I'm really happy that the staff has come up with a recommendation of a speed limit. I think that's really the sound way to go. A speed limit, to me personally, makes a lot of sense. Truckee Trails also feels the center line concept makes a lot of sense. I know that reporting tool, I haven't done it. I thought about it. I've been riding my bike on the Legacy Trail a lot. I love the Legacy Trail, along with Rotarians and many other people in town. I was one of the big advocates back in the 1990s and early 2000s for the Legacy Trail. I love it. You know, if I want to go fast on my bike, I'm on Glenshire Drive or someplace else. What I'm trying to say is that I've come up upon people, and it's not their fault, but they're walking all over the trail. I don't report them. But I think a center line would, to your point, I think a center line would help alleviate that quite a bit. So Truckee Trail is, once again, a speed limit, a center line, education, signage, the stenciling. I think all that's going to go a long ways to resolving some of the conflicts we have. And I kind of want to end it that Truckee Trails, and myself included, I'm really all for, the inclusive use of trails. When I stood up here back in 2005 discussing whether we should pave or not pave the Legacy Trail, one of my comments was that should be a totally inclusive trail, and I still feel that today. But now we're having almost 1,000 users. We need some rules. So again, speaking with Truckee Trails myself, I think we're headed down the right path. I think the recommendations from town staff is what we should follow. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another public comment?
Just real quick.
All right, come on up. And if there's anyone else, please head to this side of the room. Otherwise, we'll close public comment after this one.
I didn't want to distract you from Paco. My name is Katie Clifford. I'm the manager of the ER at Tahoe Forest. I also help develop the trauma program for the hospital. This has been a topic that's been very close to my heart ever since I've worked in trauma at the hospital. We talk about number of incidents. One thing that we have noticed with the increase in e-bikes in our town is that not necessarily an increase in incidents, but the increase in the acuity of the injuries. So people are getting significantly more injured. Excuse me, I have the shaky voice. So, if you think about it, just a big physics project, right? We have high speeds, a lot of weight, and then we have children or geriatrics who aren't used to going at these speeds. So people are getting significantly more injured. And so the hospital would really support moving forward with some more rules around this. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, last opportunity. Any final public comments? We will close public comment then. Thank you all very much for making those comments. I did just want to touch, I know there was a few different trails referenced outside of our area, and I did hear one person mention also the Martis Valley Trail and the vegetation there. I did want to acknowledge that's not a Town of Truckee trail, that is a Placer County trail, but I did appreciate Becky's comments. We'll all work together regionally, again, to try to do our best, but I did just want to make that point. All right, with that, we will come back to council. Councilmember Henderson.
Can I actually ask one additional question? So I know sorry about that. When we were talking about e-bikes, we have been talking about class 1, class 2, class 3. I think Paco Lindsay's comment is really on point, that the classes and categories are constantly evolving. But I do think one thing that I've at least seen on the trail, and I'm sure many have, are the e-bikes where you can propel it only using a throttle without actually pedaling at all. And people who don't have experience riding, a motorcycle, right? Or a throttle, right? And what that feels like and what that looks like. How does that, I will say, I don't think those are appropriate on our trails. How does that fit into what we're talking about tonight? Because I know you say, yes, that would go into, okay, it's a motorcycle, it's this, they have to get licensing, but we are seeing those on our trails.
Correct. Those are class 2 e-bikes, and they are allowed on the trails. The definition of an e-bike is like I mentioned, the California Vehicle Code. So, so we did put language in there that it has to be unmodified. So those are the important things.
So they
is
can't
that-
like take out the limiter, for example. Right?
Exactly,
So,
and that's what we have seen is that they'll manipulate it to go faster. But Class 2, the throttle bikes, their top speed is supposed to be 20 miles per hour. So they do go slower technically than Class 3s, but they do have the throttles.
Yeah, and that's definitely, I'll just say that's a concern for me because I do think we see a lot of changes to them after market in those speeds and things like that. And maybe just setting the speed limit gets us to the place where we can actually enforce around that. So I'm just going to jump right in with some of my deliberation. I'm supportive of the 15 mile per hour speed limit. Absolutely. I will say just for the folks here listening, I'm an avid rider. I ride all the time. I ride all over, mostly mountain biking, a lot of dirt trails, but I'm on the Legacy Trail all the time too. I'm on the Legacy Trail with my 6-year-old on his bike all the time. I'm on the Legacy Trail running and walking with our dog. So I'm one of those users who uses the trail in a lot of different ways. So I do support the 15 mile per hour speed limit. I think this aligns with a lot of other jurisdictions and state law for at least some devices. The 5 mile per hour when passing, I will say, quite candidly that I think that is going to be very logistically challenging when it comes to enforcement. 5 miles per hour is basically walking pace, right? 3 to 5 miles an hour. And so if it's walking pace for someone and you're trying to pass at 5 miles per hour, you're not even going to be able to pass. So I am not necessarily supportive of that language. And how do you enforce if they're going 7 miles an hour versus 5? I think that gets very challenging. So I'd love to hear my fellow council members' thoughts on that, but that one gives me pause. I also do think it makes sense to focus on speed limit and not the specific classes of bikes for all the reasons mentioned by Mr. Lindsay. And then when we think about, when you roll out a new solution, any new solution, you want to know what components of your solution actually get you your desired outcomes. So right now I feel like we're talking about, a speed limit of 15, which I support, additional education, which it sounds like we already have resourcing to do some of that enhanced education over what we have done historically, a center line, which I do support. That's very, very common in a lot of other places. It also is that continual prompt for someone, not a prompt, I appreciate that we've done it in curves and at bridges, but it's a continual prompt, not just a prompt when I get around a turn. It is there constantly, the entirety of the time that you're using the trail. So I support that. So I think where you can probably tell where I'm going as, putting my researcher hat on, right, is we're not going to know what pieces of our solution are affecting the outcomes that we want to achieve necessarily. So I'm not necessarily in favor of the CSO position at this time and committing $130,000 taxpayer dollars annually to this until we try some of these other solutions and do it in a stepped approach so that we can really understand what is impacting the behavior that we want to see. So out of the box tonight, I would support 15 miles per hour. I would support the center line, not necessarily supportive of the 5 mile per hour passing or the CSO position. I think I addressed all of the direction you wanted. Okay.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Pallavi.
Thank you. Yeah, and thanks for everybody's public comment. There's certainly been a lot of chatter about this. I am a off-leash dog walker. I am a bike commuter. I'm a general walker. We have lots of our meetings on the Legacy Trail. And I have a 14-year-old daughter who rides an e-bike with a throttle as well, and have about 3 e-bikes in my garage to go along with my 2 non-e-bike. I don't know how many bikes we have in the garage. So I sort of look at myself as a fairly typical Truckee user of a lot of our paved trails. There's no doubt we've seen increased usage. It's a really remarkable thing. You build trails and people use them. It's awesome. And, I'm really proud of the trail system that we have here and been proud to continue to support that in my time up here. a lot of these things at first I was not super supportive of, but after listening to a lot of the report outs from the meetings that were held, from a lot of community concerns, I do think there are some changes that we could make, and I think we're already making quite a few of those, and I appreciate that. I do believe an increased awareness of the maintenance needs on our trails is super valuable. It is needed in a lot of places. A lot of that repaving will, help with other types of issues that come up. I think some of the vegetation management should be part of our annual sort of maintenance, and we're starting to make those changes with the passage of Measure R, Measure U. And the increased funding that we now have to do a lot of that. And I think we've continually signaled that desire from the dais for an increased level of maintenance on our trails in all seasons. And I will continue to advocate for that and think we're on the right path there. I can accept the 15-mile-an-hour speed limit with a couple of sort of caveats, and these are maybe just on the record caveats, which is most people have no clue how fast they're going. I've talked at length with Chief Renfro about this. We're much more interested in education than necessarily ticketing a bunch of pre-teenagers. Scaring those teenagers is perfectly acceptable in my opinion, and you've been very successful at that. Anecdotally, I know a couple of them who have gotten some of those infractions for not stopping at stop signs and other things, and it really it makes a difference, and they really take it to heart. They also don't want to get into trouble, and a lot of times they may or may not know they're doing something wrong, but the second they get caught, they're like, oh yeah, okay, I won't do that again. And they talk about it, and it's impressive to hear them speak about it. And I would say the more education we can do sort of in that like 4th to 8th grade level very much seems to be the sweet spot of how to catch these kids. The rest of the population, I don't know how we hit them equally as effectively. We have a captive audience with our grade school students, but a 59-year-old and others, are really important. Somebody put in a comment about having some signage about only having one earbud in. I think, honestly, in my opinion, that's the biggest danger out there on our trails is people with 2 earbuds in, having no absolute clue what's going on around them. So the more messaging, the better. The more education, the better. The center line, I too go personally very back and forth on the efficacy of how it works, how it doesn't. Does it create more conflict or less? I unfortunately don't have answers to that, and I didn't see any clear answers in our staff report. So I'm sort of agnostic for now on that one, and really looking to increase maintenance, increased education, potential for increased pet waste stations in certain key zones. Our GIS team is amazing. I had a really nice talk with Mel and Erica totally randomly this morning. We just ran into each other in town, and I was the one who asked the questions about, like, are those single waste plastic bags like really an efficient model for disposing of pet waste? So we're just so creative in so many ways. We are very pioneering in others. And I encourage us to continue down that route on specifically the dog waste and pet station piece. And I'm really happy that we had Katie Clifford here from the hospital. And, that's an opportunity I don't think we've quite explored or taken advantage of and from an educational standpoint. And I think it would be quite powerful to have our school resource officers with some folks from the hospital doing these presentations together. Scaring is okay, but, educating is always a better method. But the combination of the two might be a really effective method. So I'll leave it at that. I also do not currently support the expansion of a CSO position at this time. I'd rather continue on the path that we're on, continue to look at some of the treatments we've been looking to solve, see if any of those are working, find out if we can figure out what some hot spots are and target those more effectively, and look into possibly increased resources, human resources down the line. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we get to you, Councilmember Klobstad,
Answer something.
well, and I think to the two of you, just on this slide, if staff should return with a timeline for implementation and a communications plan, Vice Mayor Pallavi, is that something you'd like to see, or?
Not necessarily. I do trust staff to implement what we continue to talk about in the direction that they've been given. I'm not so sure it needs to come back to us in a very formal way. Could be a very brief presentation, in my opinion. I'm not a huge fan of like mega signing up the Legacy Trail and some of our paved trails. I think some coordinated, pointed signage at some trailheads. There's certain access points, maybe in some certain passing zones where speeds do increase. So like the middle section of the Legacy Trail, once you get between Riverview and Glenshire, that tends to be a section where you open it up a little bit on the speed front, right? Maybe we have some passing reminders there. Clearly in the more populated areas, there's just different types of signage that we need there, but not overdoing it. Costs, I would imagine, are going to come out of existing budgets. So unless it rises to a budgetary reason, I don't believe that needs to come back to us. And time frame for execution, we've done a pretty good job at quick execution. I'll trust our staff to use the resources they have at their disposal to execute on the timeline that works for them. And if it needs to come back to us for some other reason, I welcome that. But maybe a check-in a year from now is appropriate as far as I'm concerned. Hey, are we seeing changes? Are we seeing behavior changes? What's happening out there? Or maybe the end of next summer. This is sort of an awkward time because we're like kind of towards the end of summer, but you're not going to have a ton of time to implement between whatever happens after this meeting. So maybe like fall or something in the future, but that's all I have.
Okay. And Councilmember Henderson?
Yeah, I agree with that. And I'll just to sort of emphasize my perspective as well. I really agree that signage at key locations is really, really important, and continuing to get some of the data from the new tool on just like hot spots of even mists, right? Like mist incidents. But I don't want a zillion signs all over. I mean, signs it's the expense and then it's the maintenance expense. And it's not just that, it's also we want to maintain our mountain aesthetic and like why we all want to be here. So I think at key locations is really, really important for me personally. And I think we saw that in the general plan as well, not just related to signs, but retaining our community's character and our sort of natural wilderness, if you will.
Thank you. Councilmember Klobstad, thank you for being patient.
Of course, all good stuff. Well, we have a council of heavy trail users up here. Both my kids started riding their tricycles on the Legacy Trail, straight up to practicing with the triathlon team, and I'm a heavy user of it for walking and dog walking and running and cycling. And I love that we have this asset in our community. And I actually love the interactions with fellow trail users because there's always an opportunity to show respect. And when you show respect, you receive respect. And I love spreading that on the trail. So I invite everybody to look at it from that frame of reference. I'm still working on some of my quippy little cute sayings to people, especially the people that have the full headsets covering both ears. I'm really working on that because that really is dangerous. And I would encourage whatever fun and entertaining way we could maybe highlight that in some social media posts of just the dangers of certain behaviors that we want to make sure people recognize as not appropriate. Because ultimately we do really want to keep everybody safe and using the trails. These are for everyone. So as for the specifics, I think I'm in pretty solid alignment. I do really think that the center lines help. Again, having ridden in a bunch of different areas, not just the Tahoe area, but adjoining communities with robust bike trails. I do think they help. I would like to go to the phased implementation that you were kind of talking about. You know, we had the stenciling. We've had a little bit of space there. We've done some of the center line striping. Maybe we could do more, and we start adding those key sign components and key areas. I like that incremental approach to these changes, so that we can kind of first and foremost make sure our community has the opportunity to notice the difference, and maybe we have the opportunity to do some education and some social media outreach on each of those unique features that we're adding. So I do think that that's appropriate. I do think the 15-mile-an-hour speed limit it's where we need to be at this point. I loved the period of time that we had on Truckee when we didn't need that, but I think that's where we are now. It's pretty clear. And in terms of enforcement of that, I understand my two fellow council members are not supportive of the initial posting or, support of the CSO position. I would really like to see us come back to that after some of these things have been implemented, and just do a check-in with staff of where are we at, what kind of responses, what are our surveys telling us in terms of incident reports, and maybe there's a transition in there of maybe it's a part-time position, or we do some trial circumstances where we have somebody out there for periods of time during the summer. I know the Visit Truckee Tahoe Trail ambassadors have really done amazing things in helping people and helping educate people on the trails, and I would love to see something similar for us in this. So that's only kind of feedback on the timeline. I think this is a great forum for educating the public. So I don't mind having them bring these things back and start highlighting the accomplishments a little bit, lessons learned. Maybe this is what we're going to try next. But I trust our staff to determine the increment and the frequency of those. I too, as Becky and I exchanged during the question and answer, I think consistency throughout our region is really important in how we use the center line, how we use the side striping, how we use trail markings and signage and speed limits. And I'm not ready to say we need to buck the whole system with the walk left, bike right, but I want to have this conversation regionally. I really do think it's a safer way to manage these various user conflicts. Not every trail walker wants to be on the dirt. And so we need to provide for that on these multi-use shared trails. And I think when they have a visual sight of a cyclist coming or a scooter coming or a board rider or anything coming at them, they have a better chance of, each party has a better chance of avoiding a conflict. So I really would like to find ways to elevate that conversation regionally. And if we could get consistency on that, I would love to see that change. So that's where I'm at. Did I cover everything?
I think so.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I will add my name to the list of trail users sitting up here on the dais. So appreciative that we have the Legacy Trail, our trail system, incredible amenities for recreation and transportation as we move towards multimodal. It's just fantastic. As echo my fellow council members, the 15 mile per hour speed limit, the recommended language. I think that's a great starting point. Keep it simple to start. Don't add any passing and the challenges Councilmember Henderson brought up with adding additional components to it. I also do like the idea of some of these incremental changes. Let's do the 15 mile per hour speed limit, really look at the center line striping. Is that helping? Where are these incident reports? Are there other places we need to be doing things differently? And kind of continuing down that path of what else do we need to do? So I feel like at this time, I'm not supportive of moving forward with the community service officer, but if we find we really need that additional enforcement, would love to have that conversation after we've tried some of these other things. Staff, you guys have done an incredible job. Also want to recognize, again, utilizing the Truckee Way and the amount of outreach you've done with all the different groups and surveys and in Spanish and English. Really appreciate that this has given us a really good look at, what our community is interested in. So thank you for that. So I have full faith in your communications and outreach plan. I don't think, we all agree you don't need to come back and share that with us. Keep doing what you're doing. I would suggest, the kids, that outreach is great. Whatever we can do to work with bike shops, and I know you work with Truckee Trails, but any other groups that can help with adults. Also, the Golden Meetup that the Rec and Park District does. Maybe there can be some more education for seniors and best methods to utilize. So appreciate what you've done in the schools and just encourage to look for other opportunities. So I think, does that provide enough direction? Do we need a motion or?
I don't think we need a motion. I think we have enough feedback, and I didn't hear interest in coming back necessarily with the timeline for implementation. So
correct.
We'll be back in a year or so and update you unless something comes up before then.
Sounds great.
Mayor, we both have some feedback.
Okay, I just wanted to add two really quick things, hearing everyone and reflecting on this. I was just in Whistler, British Columbia. It's one of the cycling capitals of the world. Their Valley Trail is very similar to our Legacy Trail, and it does have a center line on the entirety of it. It's, 60 kilometers or something. It's a very long trail. And I just wanted to note, because I think your point on what side are we walking on? What side are we, right? Because the regional approach to it, I think, is really important. And just pulling up California Highway Patrol, really talks about whenever you're walking in a place where there's, other traffic, I guess in this case it would be the bikes that are the traffic, right? But you always face oncoming traffic so that you can make eye contact. So just appreciate you bringing that up and wanting to have that conversation.
Thank you for supporting that. And I feel like this is a tag along to this issue. It's not specific to the trails, but in my questions in advance, you guys probably saw that I asked about the Truckee's local road safety plan that was presented to us and adopted in 2022. Becky highlighted a few of the things that they've done that came from those recommendations and those bike buffers, and I really appreciate that. And I ride those roads and those bike lanes, and it makes a huge difference. I cannot emphasize how important and better that is. That document presented many other recommendations with the goal of eliminating fatalities by 2050. One of the things we did not do when we adopted that was set a timeline for the implementation. So I would like to see if my fellow council members are interested in at least getting an update from staff on what recommendations they've implemented, what are they considering piloting, and maybe what we are not considering doing, so that just so we understand where we're going with that report.
Yeah, I see heads nodding.
Thank you for your support.
All right, with that, thank you very much again, everybody who helped put this together, and to all the community members for participating. So we will move on to our next agenda item. All right, and this one is item 7.2, public hearing to consider development code updates for the Objective Design Standards, Ordinance 2023-10, Objective Design Standards. And I believe Yumi will be presenting.
I am here. I'm going to bring up we have some consultants also who'll be presenting, helping me present. No, where did it go? All right. Oh. All right. Thanks for your patience. So, good evening, council members. The process of creating objective design standards has been in the works since 2019 when our current housing element was adopted with an action to create objective design standards to respond to the requirements of state legislation. We also talked about creating objective design standards quite a bit throughout the general plan process, if you recall. And in order to implement these actions in April 2021, we obtained grant funding through the state to hire a consultant, and in May 2021, we hired Design Workshop to help us through this complex process. So we worked together to audit our current codes and design guidelines, conducted community outreach, and worked with the Planning Commission to come up with a draft that is before you tonight. So with that, I'll turn it over to Callie and Jessica with Design Workshop, and they'll present the objective design standards. And at the end of their presentation, I'll jump in and provide some follow-up commentary about other standards outside of that one chapter. So I'll turn that over.
Thank you so much, Yumi. My name is Jessica Garrow, and as Yumi mentioned, I'm with Design Workshop. I'm a principal with Design Workshop, and I'm joined by Callie New, and we are going to run through presentation tonight related to the objective design standards. So we're going to provide an overview of the overall process and the code language, and then get into some next steps. So in terms of project background, as Yumi mentioned, the town had to embark on this process because of a change to state law. So the state of California passed a series of laws that require multifamily development projects to be reviewed against what they call objective design standards, and we'll define that here in a few moments. The legislation was intended to help address the statewide housing shortage and support the development of multifamily and mixed-use developments. While they require updated design standards, the intent was to allow local government to create customized standards that fit their community. So from a process perspective, a really kind of local solution, but seeking to ensure that there are clear requirements and that the process is streamlined overall. So as I mentioned, state law requires that residential projects be reviewed against these objective design standards. So what is an objective design standard? Objective standards are measurable, they're verifiable, and they're mandatory. They typically use specific dimensions to describe requirements, and they use language like shall and must. Subjective standards are vague and tend to be optional. They require more interpretation and use words like should. So an example on this screen, the standard on the left is considered objective. It identifies a specific setback of at least 15 feet and up to 20 feet. So it's objective and measurable. We know what 15 feet and 20 feet are. On the right is a more subjective standard that states that a setback needs to be consistent with neighborhood character. So that's highly subjective and is not measurable. It's up to opinion of what neighborhood character is. So as we're moving forward with the draft, we were really focused on creating those objective standards like the example on the left. So in terms of our process, we began a review with the existing design standards and town plans, as well as the requirement from state law, completed some community engagement, and then began to incorporate that into draft documents that were shared with the community in June with some feedback from Planning Commission. And tonight we're here as part of the process to finalize the objective design standards for adoption. And so I'll get into some of our engagement methods next. So we had 3 key engagement opportunities throughout the process. We completed a detailed survey in the fall of 2021 that helped inform the initial drafts and ideas. Then we held a series of focus group conversations with key stakeholders on some interim drafts. And then we provided final public drafts for review and completed review with the Planning Commission. So from this survey, we heard about the importance of the items that are listed here, which I'll go into a little bit on the next slides. And these have all been included in the proposed code language. So specific to environmental considerations, the consideration from the survey related to wildfire resistant construction, the preservation of open space, green building and energy efficient construction, protection of environmentally sensitive areas, and then low impact development. So these items have been incorporated into the draft. In terms of architectural character, we heard that design should reflect Truckee's mountain character and seek to be as affordable to the renter or purchaser. And most residential types were identified as appropriate in Truckee, which is listed on the screen here. Clustering development to support neighborhood spaces as well as open spaces was also important. In terms of building orientation and articulation, top considerations were screening parking areas, having articulation or variation in buildings, using a mix of gable and shed roof forms, and having buildings set back from the street. Other priorities included color and materials. Focus and interest on more natural materials and earth tones was included in the survey. Also comments about the importance of connecting development to the community through bike and pedestrian infrastructure, while also providing parking. As I mentioned, we had a number of focus groups. So we had focus groups in November of 2021 and then into April and May of 2022. And this was really helpful in iterating some of the ideas that are in the code. And we did that and had a lot of work with staff, and just want to extend a huge thank you to these group of local experts in the architecture and development community that really helped get the documents where they needed to be. After a little bit of a pause while the town worked through the general plan, we picked back up in early 2023 and released a public draft on June 1st of this year, and began to get comments from the larger community. We had a presentation with the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission, and the Planning Commission had a work session both in June, and then a final hearing with the Planning Commission on July 18th. And all the community feedback that we heard was really considered by the Planning Commission as part of their detailed review of the code language. And so as part of some of their review, they recommended some key updates to the proposed language. Those are highlighted in blue in the draft within your packet. These fell into both structural and technical changes. So from a structural perspective, they made some suggestions related to diagrams, making sure that we were aligned with other existing regulations, and then clarifying definitions. And from a technical perspective, they really honed in on some of the items related to roof forms, materials, and color, as well as allowing some additional architectural variation. So that's been incorporated, and we'll talk about that more in the presentation. And as I mentioned, Planning Commission recommended approval with minor modifications at their July 18th meeting. So if you're interested, you can follow along. The code language for the objective design standards starts on page 272 of your packet. And this slide lists all of the sections that have been added as part of the objective design standards. The objective design standards have different applicability. They're not just generally applicable, so we wanted to cover that. They will apply to all multifamily developments, including townhomes, apartments, and condominiums. Will also apply to duplexes and triplexes and mixed-use development. New single-family subdivisions are also subject to the requirements, and really importantly, existing single-family subdivisions or a standalone single-family building are not subject to the objective design standards. The next slide kind of articulates this in a little bit more detail. So as I said, new multifamily projects and new single-family subdivisions are included, but existing single-family subdivisions and individual homes are not included in the applicability. The review process for the applications is a little bit different than it is today. State legislation requires that these projects be reviewed against the objective design standards at a staff level. So the town is proposing language that if a developer chooses to go through a more subjective standard, go through the design guidelines, that they could do that, but we cannot force them to do that. And so this would apply to projects. unless they choose to deviate. And then other required reviews would still be included, so environmental reviews, things like that. So to insist in the administration of the new standards, there are some key definitions that just ensure that there's clarity, so that's included in the code language. And now I'm going to turn it over to Callie to review some of the key aspects of the proposed standards.
Thanks, Jessica. So important to note in the organization of the code is that multifamily standards are listed first and then followed by single family subdivisions. So the following requirements that I'm going to go through apply to just multifamily residences and mixed use when noted. And then we'll go through the single family subdivision requirements. So those sections were listed on screen. Thanks, Yumi. And so walking through the site design requirements. So the objective design standards cover all aspects of design, everything from the design of the site to down to colors and materials, windows, doors, and siting of utilities and service areas. So when it comes to site design, buildings are required to be oriented to the street edge unless they can be oriented for passive solar gain. Group the multiple residential structures. Multiple residential structures should be grouped to preserve contiguous open space areas, and then buildings should be oriented to create courtyards and common open space areas. Related to circulation, there is a requirement to connect on-site pedestrian circulation systems to any off-site public sidewalks and connect parking to primary building entrances. Parking is required to be behind buildings and screened from streets and sidewalks. And then surface lots, carports, and parking structures are limited in size and regulated by design and landscaping standards. Key revisions from the Planning Commission are listed on the screen, and they were focused on requirements related to the parking structures. So these changes created options for breaking up blank walls for parking structures and increased the minimum requirement when podium parking is required. It was 40 units and now is 100 units. Related to open space and common outdoor areas. So there are specific requirements for projects with 5 or more units, and then as well as amenities that are required for developments with 25 or more units. So projects with 5 or more units are required to provide a minimum of 250 square feet of a common outdoor area per dwelling unit. And then for buildings with more than 25 units, they are required to provide a common indoor or outdoor recreational amenity, which could include things like barbecue areas, rec buildings, fenced dog areas, sport courts, children's play equipment, etc. And then this was a big topic of conversation with the Planning Commission, and we wanted to highlight it here, that for projects of 40 or more 2-bedroom units, that 2 playground features that are 2,500 square feet are required. And this requirement scales according to the number of units until it's capped at 10,000 square feet. And that's equivalent to the size of 2 full basketball courts, just for context, and is determined to be an appropriate size for a large number of residential units. All units are required to have private outdoor space that can be provided through a balcony, patio, or a deck, and it has certain dimensional requirements as well. Shared laundry is required to be provided for buildings with 5 or more units unless each unit includes private facilities, and at least 40 square feet of storage is provided per unit. This excludes bedroom closets. Massing and articulation standards ensure that buildings are designed to reduce their overall perceived scale and to add visual interest that's consistent with Truckee's character. So facade breaks of at least 50 feet are provided via either building offsets, entryway accent materials, material variation, direction changes, or wainscoting. Projects with more than 2 units per building must have at least 2 projections or recesses along the building frontage, and this requirement scales with the number of units per building. A number of requirements are provided to reduce the perception of the building massing from the street or sidewalk and to provide both interest in roof lines and protection from elements. So buildings that are 2 or more stories must provide a canopy, roof, or balcony covering at the building entry. Setbacks are required for the 3rd story of a building and higher. And so this means that those upper stories are stepped back more from the ground floor setback. Snow retention through snow fences and composition shingles are required for steep roofs to mitigate snow falling on adjacent properties and sidewalks. And then roof line variation is required, which can be provided in the form of roof pitch, form, or height differences. Other requirements to reduce the perception of a large building massing and to provide a more interesting experience at the pedestrian level include limiting facades and elevations to less than 200 feet. And that can be provided by changes in wall plane that are required are required that are a minimum in wall or roof height. Staff has also included a revision to limit the number of units allowed in individual buildings to 30 units per building. And we can answer questions related to that if needed at the end of the presentation. Key changes related to Planning Commission feedback are underlined on the screen. These include removing any limitation on the number of roof forms that are permitted within a building and allowing roof decks over living spaces in all multifamily homes. Roof decks over living spaces are not permitted in single-family homes. There are a number of requirements for entrances to provide for a safe and navigable building entry. So those include entries must be oriented to the street or open space. They must have a stoop and at least 6 square feet of landscaping and covered by an 18-inch roof overhang and canopy or canopy. Buildings with common entries must have entries on all street-facing facades. Within the colors and materials section, the section lists appropriate and inappropriate colors and materials. So the code allows up to 2 base color shades, tones, or tints, and up to 2 accent colors. Developments must use at least 2 high-quality materials that withstand long-term weathering. And no neon fluorescent pink, purple, or yellow buildings are allowed. However, bright buildings are allowed in larger areas in the historic district. Key revisions from the Planning Commission meeting include allowing bright colors in the historic district, except for neon fluorescent colors and all white facades. Stucco and brick are no longer considered inappropriate building materials. White material is allowed on flat roofs as long as it isn't visible from the public right-of-way. And there is a recommendation that roofing materials have a solar reflectance index.
And then there's a staff proposed revision that was identified in your staff report where we reorganized that section for clarity and then added in white and light beige as a bright color. And staff noted that there is no appropriate colors section that says these colors are allowed. So if that's something council wants to see, we can discuss that today.
Thanks, Yumi. Additionally, window, door, and exterior stairway requirements are provided. So mixed-use buildings must have at least 65% glass on the ground floor. Windows must be provided every 15 feet on street-facing walls. And no tinted or reflective glass is allowed, and exterior stairwells must be screened and covered. Utilities must be in a utility room or enclosed cabinets. Ground-mounted utilities are combined and out of view from public rights-of-way or open space. Waste and service areas must be accessed from an alley or side street and fitted with a wildlife-resistant containers and/or enclosures. Okay, moving into single-family subdivisions. On screen is the list in order of these sections. So related to building massing and articulation, homes are a maximum of 50 feet wide without a break in the plane. So they can be larger, but they must provide a break in the plane. And that can be provided through a change in roof line, form, or projection. And then detached accessory buildings must be at least 5 foot narrower than the primary home. Garages are 1 story and must be a maximum of 15 feet tall. 1 story living areas are permitted over garages. And homes must have a human scale feature on the ground floor. So that could be provided through a projection, a recess, or a 1-story step down. Key changes from the Planning Commission include removing the maximum depth requirement. It used to be 45 feet deep, and there is no longer a requirement there. And then we increased the garage maximum height from 12 feet to 15 feet. To provide a variety of architecture within developments, building design variation requirements are provided. So subdivisions with 5 or more homes must use at least 4 different building designs with different roof materials, types, height, materials, and color. And that scales with the more homes that are provided in the development. Entry features, including main entrances, are located on the front facade facing the street. Fences, hedges, walls, and other structures must not obstruct the primary entrance visibility. Street-facing facades must have at least 1 4x4 window. Lots with access to an alley or private street should draw access to the garage from that alley or private street. And similar to multifamily development, single-family subdivisions must use at least 2 high-quality materials that withstand long-term weathering. Key revisions from the Planning Commission were made to the building variety requirement. The code previously required a minimum of 3 designs for projects of 5 or more. This number increased, however, mirrored designs are now considered 2 designs. And we will pass it over to Yumi to go through some additional standards.
So when we audited the development code at the start of our objective design standards process, we realized that there were a few areas in other chapters of our code that needed revisiting to remove some subjectivity when we're looking at these types of multifamily residential projects. So we're also proposing to update those standards to make them objective and to remove potential for interpretation or discretion of those in those design standards. So the areas that we looked at are height standards, so removing discretion and increasing height, especially for single-family homes. And we created a new height measurement based off of the council's direction during the 2040 general plan adoption. We'll talk a little more about that component in a moment. We also identified allowed fencing materials for these types of projects, that they're only allowed to be wood and metal. And we created we amended the hillside development standards to specifically prohibit development on slopes 30% or greater. We also looked at open space and cluster requirements for new small subdivisions and created a new setback for wetlands. So that's where we had no setback, no setback for wetlands. We now are proposing a 10-foot setback from wetlands, as well as fencing requirements to protect those wetlands. We're also proposing standards for ADUs in the historic district, so that would apply to existing single-family homes in the downtown, so a little different than the rest of the presentation we talked about. We're also changing some requirements within the inclusionary and workforce housing requirements to make those standards a little more objective in terms of what affordable housing units can look like, rather than just saying they need to be compatible with the market rate units. We tried to make it a little more clear what that meant. And then we're proposing to remove discretionary review for single-family residential sites. So the main change that I'm going to highlight tonight is the height measurement standard. It's kind of a big change to how we review height measurements for all projects within our town, including existing single-family properties within the community. So as part of the 2040 general plan update, the council directed staff to review the town's height measurement standard to ensure it is appropriately responding to the town's needs. So we reviewed height standards for multiple jurisdictions, including other jurisdictions nearby and mountain communities. Many of them rely on the standard that the town currently uses, and others have more complex standards that are difficult to interpret and also may not be super objective. So we looked at the TRPA's baseline measurement. We thought it was responsive to the environment and was a good place to start. We didn't incorporate the whole TRPA height measurement within the proposed language tonight. We made some changes to simplify the standard, make it objective, and ensure compliance with SB 330, which prohibits downzoning a property. So we didn't want to say you have to make it 1 story when typically we allow for a 3-story building, because that would be perceived as a downzone of that property. So Just to give you a little background, the current height standard measures height as the vertical distance from the highest point of the structure to the average of the highest and lowest points where the exterior walls touch the natural grade. So it looks at the average point of natural grade, so it gives a little, not discretion, but a little leeway in how you measure the height. And we also have allowances for split roofs for single-family dwellings, where a project that significantly changes two components of their house to be two different levels, they are provided a little more flexibility where those two sections are averaged together as opposed to being considered one whole structure. And that's to support or encourage projects to build to the terrain. Currently, we don't have any exceptions for roof appurtenances like chimneys. The proposed standard within your staff report today is to just make the height standard, the baseline height standard, the difference between the point of the lowest natural grade along an exterior wall of the building to the highest point. So just be one measurement from the lowest point to the highest point. So there would be no average looked at as part of this height measurement. However, for single-family dwellings on slopes of 10% or greater, we've provided a little bit more leeway by allowing for a division of the building into 3 segments where each segment must meet that maximum height standard. So in a single-family residential zone where 35 feet is the maximum, each segment has to meet that 35 feet from the lowest point of that segment. Similar to TRPA standard, we also require that the front segment is required to be 28 feet. So it would be a little bit different than our standard 35 feet. And then the total maximum height from the lowest point of the lowest natural grade to the highest point of the structure, so from low point to high point, regardless of building segment, the structure can't exceed 150% of the average maximum height of the building segments. So for a single-family residential zone, a typical one that is on a slope that's greater than 10%, that'd be the tallest measurement for this component would be 28 plus 35 plus 35. And the average of those 3. So it's 49 feet would be the maximum, for the 150% maximum that it would be allowed from the lowest to the highest point. We could talk about that in a little more detail if you need more clarification. Additionally, the proposed standard, unlike our current standard, would allow for rooftop appurtenances and chimneys to exceed the height standard by 10% or 5 feet. So in single-family residential zones, that'd be 3.5 feet. So that's the main change with height. I went through that quickly. We can definitely go back and discuss that in a little more detail if you need. And staff is also proposing a few more revisions since Planning Commission's recommendation, including clarifying within the height measurement standard that where cantilevered areas are, living areas are, those still count as an exterior wall and an imaginary vertical line would be drawn to natural grade. That's to avoid having people just lift a living area 1 foot off the ground to say that it's not necessarily touching natural grade. We're also clarifying some language. It's kind of more process and technical about how the single-family dwellings that might exceed the development permits thresholds would be reviewed. We're saying that no development permit would be required as long as the thresholds for site disturbance and square footage are met per the revised language within our code. And then additionally, small technicality, I added a definition of disturbance, which just references back to site disturbance just for clarity for future developers. So just to give you a quick summary of Planning Commission's resolution and recommendation to this council, Planning Commission recommended approval of the Development Code amendments for the objective design standards, so the discussion that Design Workshop provided and then what I provided here today, with modifications that I'll show on the next slide. And they recommended the amendments to be exempt from CEQA per sections 15060 and then also 15061B3. So the Planning Commission recommended a list of items, including, and all of these were incorporated into your ordinance. We incorporated a standard to limit additions of legal non-conforming single-family dwellings in side yard setbacks to 1 additional story or 12 feet. We did some minor clarifying edits to the design guidelines and hillside development standards. We allowed rooftop decks on single-family residential dwellings, except on the top floor and on multifamily residential projects. We removed the requirement limiting the quantity of roof types allowed on a building. We changed the We did some minimal editing to make some clarifications. We added a tangent line in the figure depicting curvilinear lot frontages. And then there were some grammatical copy edits and minor edits that were recommended by the Planning Commission throughout that were incorporated. One additional item that the Planning Commission discussed a little bit, there were a couple planning commissioners that were concerned about the 1,000 square foot average maximum living area that was identified for residential projects in a mixed use building. This was not incorporated into the ordinance that's before you today. The reason why is because this 1,000 square foot limit came out of the Innovate Gateway process, which was already reviewed by the town council. And the intent of that limit is to encourage a mixture of housing sizes within these mixed use buildings. But if you'd like to revisit that, that's wholly at your purview. And as we noted in the presentation, there were some items that staff is proposing that were not reviewed by Planning Commission, but are within your ordinance tonight, which includes the maximum 30 units per individual building limitation, the reorganization of the colors and materials section, clarifying the height measurement a little bit, clarifying the process for single-family residential review of site disturbance and size, and then including that new definition for disturbance. So we received 3 public comments as part of this hearing. We received public comment from Christy Thompson and Kurt Rankins, both with MWA. Christy Thompson had specific concerns about the height standards. Kurt Rankins believes more time is needed to review the standards as a whole. And then Sophia Heydrich with MAP supports some standards, proposed some changes to the height measurement, hillside development standards, open space standards, and wetland buffer. And then just for discussion purposes, if needed, some questions, broad questions for the town council. Is there anything that needs to be clarified or defined? Do we need to add any specific definitions? Are there other standards that we are missing? Should any be removed? Is there anything that needs to be addressed before adoption? And we also want to reiterate that we understand this is a pretty complex document with a lot of information. There's probably some stuff that might not be quite right, or some items that we didn't contemplate. We think it's important to get this objective design standards in place now so we can have some say in what buildings look like within our community if a project does come in. But like with the rest of the development code, staff sees the standards as a living document where amendments can be made at any time. And we'll see what works and what doesn't. And trends will change and we might need to amend it anyway. And that process will look like the rest of our development code amendments, as you are well aware of that process, where when changes are needed, the Planning Commission will review it and will forward a recommendation to the town council. And council at any time can always direct staff to consider specific amendments at any time as needed. And I want to reiterate that we have created the alternative flexible design review pathway, which will give applicants the opportunity to work with us on the design rather than rely strictly on the objective design standards that's before you today. So tonight's staff's recommendation is to adopt Ordinance 2023-10, taking the following actions to amend the Truckee Municipal Code Title 18 for objective design standards, and then finding these amendments to be exempt from CEQA per sections 15060 and 15061B3. That's all we have.
Thank you very much, Yumi and Design Workshop team. That was very informative. Questions first, Vice Mayor Pallavi.
Sure. Thanks, Yumi. I know you've been working on this a ton, so congratulations on getting it to this point. 2019, is that when you started? Yeah. I just want to also preface a lot of my questions and points of clarification are not necessarily coming from a disagreement with the way the objective design standards are currently written or crafted. It's has a lot more to do with sort of the inherent, and I know the Planning Commission discussed this at great length, and I think it's just going to continue to have to be iterated along the way of how to balance, streamlining some of these residential projects in retaining our community character and really finding that balance and understanding what's possible, feasible, economical, and buildable at the end of the day. So I just want to make sure that my comments are sort of packaged in that way. I also just want to point out one irony that I read multiple times that our architectural style is Truckee funk, multiple times throughout this document, yet we are prescribing a incredible amount of oversight onto said funk. So I don't know how you reconcile funk with incredible limitation. That's just sort of an overarching question of how we actually achieve that. And yet maybe something else we can look to solve in our ongoing objective debate. So, questions. Okay. These are in no particular order. 60% glass on mixed-use walls. Is there an opportunity for shade structures and awnings and other additions within our design standards that would be allowed on spaces, particularly that have high sun exposure, if we're going to be creating that much glass? How would that interact?
Yes, the awnings and canopies, those are incentivized or required as part of the objective design standards, so they would work hand in hand.
They're required.
Yes, there are requirements for
that
architectural features and like facade articulation.
Okay. And what's the point of all of that glass? Is that like inherent just excitement at the street level? Is that for retail benefit?
Yeah, for the 60% glazing requirement, it is only for mixed-use projects, and it is to create that storefront feel.
Mm-hmm. And it's only on the first floor.
Yeah, that's correct.
Mm-hmm. So I would just make sure that I guess I didn't read that canopies and awnings were required. Again, I must have missed that. Is that only on mixed use, or is that on other?
Well, I can clarify. And maybe design workshop can also jump in, but it is very much, it's not necessarily, it is one allowed feature that meets a requirement, that can meet a requirement.
It's an allowed feature that can,
meet one of the requirements.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry. Yeah. Got it. Thank you. Okay. I think that satisfies that one. The building designs on residential subdivisions slide, I find that one really interesting. Where in the world did that come from, and what was the reasoning for that recommendation? No, you passed it. Go back forward. That one. Yeah. That came from the Planning Commission?
So there was the original language that staff proposed was that projects with 5 to 10 residential parcels would need to have at least 3 designs.
Yeah.
We increased it to 4 designs based off of Planning Commission's concern, but we allowed for mirrored designs to be considered as 2 designs. So really, it's 2 building designs that would be required for projects with 5 to 10 residential parcels, but then the other ones would be mirrored. So the reason behind it is to just create a little more variation within a project rather than tract home.
Got it. So Mayor, I would just add this to maybe a point of discussion. To me, this seems erroneous and more cost prohibitive if we're moving towards a multifamily. If we're moving towards higher residential parcels, I thought we were trying to make it easier, not necessarily harder. So I'd like to bring that one back.
Hold on. Can I ask, just a clarifying, is this for multifamily or is this only for single family residential?
Only for single family.
Right. But it doesn't change what the density is. So it could be single family, but it could be 6-10 units an acre. It's still single family at that point. Is the height, so I didn't notice that the height was being applied across the board to all zoning districts. You were speaking about it primarily for single family residential. Was it being applied across the board to all zoning districts? The new height standard?
Yes.
Okay. And did we have, and that was distributed to all the architects in the same way that all of this, there was a slide about design workshops outreach, and that height calculation was included in that outreach?
So this was a late addition to our objective design standards because it was done, it was requested by the council as part of the 2040 general plan adoption. So we didn't release it with the June 1st draft. we released it as part of the Planning Commission recommendation hearing. But we did forward it to CAT members, or to CAT to forward it to their members, as well as MAP and other stakeholders.
Okay. I also asked the private outdoor space question. So within that question and within that thought process, basically are all of our affordable housing developments using their density bonus concessions to basically, that's one of the concessions they're using, is to relieve themselves of that requirement on the private outdoor space. Specifically, a lot of them have used the patios and balconies. So the private outdoor space, I'm sorry, and the like the HOA space, whatever, the playground space. Both of those two issues, is that a usual density bonus concession? Is that why we don't see it in some of those types of developments?
The private outdoor space, like the decks and patios, are often used or modified through a density bonus for affordable housing projects. We don't typically see it used for the common outdoor space, particularly since a lot of the affordable housing units, they kind of justify the reduction of the private outdoor space because there's adequate common outdoor space. Like instead of having private decks, they still have their common outdoor space, so they're still saying that the quality of life is not diminished too much.
But aren't our objective design standards asking for both?
Yes, and that's consistent with what our current code is right now.
Right, and so I guess why I'm okay. So we just had a conversation about Coldstream Commons, for example. I don't know how long ago that was, where I believe the five of us and I think the Planning Commission was there, deemed that private outdoor space, i.e. decks or patios, was not necessary and it wasn't that important to us. We would rather have more units or more affordability, et cetera. So can you reconcile that direction in terms of how it was provided in that vein versus how it's being interpreted in these objective design standards?
I guess I wasn't necessarily part of those conversations, but I think through community discussion about other projects like Frischman Hollow at the Planning Commission level, there was a lot of consternation about getting rid of the decks. Obviously, that's not council's direction, sounds like. So there is of course, we can discuss whether or not that's necessary for. And I would note that within these objective design standards, there isn't a tiered system about affordable housing projects versus market rate projects. And there has been discussion about whether or not when we do pursue the town density bonus requirement, do we then create another layer of what may not be required or may be required if a project
I guess that's what I'm sort of trying to understand and reconcile is how does somebody come in and do an affordable housing project while still achieving these objective development standards? It seems like it's going to be impossible.
It could be challenging. I would say that we have multiple affordable housing projects within our community now, and we don't have objective design standards at the moment, but I think we've worked with these affordable housing developers as staff and as a community to try to get to a point where these projects can be approved. And that flexible design review approach is still available and open for these affordable housing developers.
Would it appear that we are signaling that we don't want it, though? I mean, to me, what we're basically saying is you have to come to us with all these exceptions to our rules in order to build what we've said up here we want over and over and over again. I'm just trying to wrap my head around that philosophy.
I think we approach this philosophy to try to balance to identify what community character what kind of community character we would like to see in a project, so that it could help inform developers and architects on how to how to move forward with a design that will be successful in the town.
Did Jenna or Danielle want to add something?
I thought we were being kind of sly about how we did that.
So sly. You guys are so sly.
This is an interesting dialogue, but I think one thing to keep in mind is that every city is adopting objective design standards, and so every developer is going to face this in whatever jurisdiction that they're working in. And I think because we've set this up to have sort of these optional paths too, where you can either comply with the objective design standards or you can kind of go off and pick some of the other options, we're trying to build in a little bit of flexibility for us to still continue to be able to work with all projects, whether they're affordable or not. So again, it's just the way that the codes are moving at this point, is that everyone's going to have some level of objective design standards to comply with. And until we get into them, it's going to be challenging for us to know exactly how they apply.
And I'm not denying any of that, and I'm absolutely not decrying the use of objective design standards. I'm just trying to understand how we find a middle ground of saying all of these things we're going to tell you to do, but they're all going to add costs and add expense and add challenge to your design, because as we also have said in this room, our sites are getting more challenging. We don't have a ton of just the easy stuff anymore. And so with more challenging sites and more challenging projects, and now sometimes, on a for-market or a for-profit project, super easy, like throw the world at it because they want to sell them for $1.5 million. But to find that missing middle, to find things like what David Tierman presented to us, does that meet the objective design standards in that presentation that we received just last meeting as an example, I guess?
I can't say I reviewed it. I don't think that there were vertical forms, so it would be difficult to know. I did do, early on in this process, I did look at the Estates Meadows project, which was approved a year ago. That is a 2-story building, is a 30-unit affordable housing project. And there were some things that were not in compliance with the objective design standards, but they didn't seem like major tweaks that we would need to make.
I'm going to ask you to go over the alternative flex review pathway in just a moment, but since you brought that up, so under that 30-unit max count, would something like the Truckee Artist Lofts be prohibited?
So if the Artist Lofts was outside of the rail yard master plan, yes, under the objective design standards, it would be. But yes, but right now it's within the rail yard master plan under a development agreement, and there are not many objective design standards within the rail yard master plan.
Because the rail yard master plan usurps the objective design standards.
Yes, and the development agreement also locked in place the development code amendment, development code at the time.
Right, got it. And so does that apply both to PC1 and PC3 as well?
Yes, PC1 also has a development agreement and the specific plan. Jorger Ranch, PC3, only has their specific plan. They don't have a development agreement. So primarily their design standards, design guidelines within that document would apply, unless it's silent for some reason, then we would defer to the development code.
Got it. And then I believe my last question, although I will reserve the right to ask one or two more if I have to. Can you explain the alternative flex review pathway? I don't remember reading about that.
Sure. So instead of doing an objective design standard pathway, the streamlined residential review, the applicant or developer can request the flexible design review path. So they would say, hey, we don't want to meet any of these standards, or we don't want to necessarily go through the checklist. We just want to have an iterative discussion with staff about what we think is consistent with our design guidelines as opposed to our design standards. We might bring in our architectural design review board, who's just made up of volunteers within our community, and have them give us subjective opinions about the project, as well as how it complies or doesn't comply with our design guidelines. We would then kind of process it like we do normally, as we do today. So if it is greater than 10 units, it would go in front of the Planning Commission. If there's an environmental document, that would also apply. If it is less than 10 units, then it would be at the staff level. And then it would just be iterative. And if we think it complies or is a good design holistically, we would probably approve it.
Great. And I think that is all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Klopstad.
Well, fortunately for me, my computer decided to do a update. But I think I can rally my questions. Why did we remove the discretionary review for single residents? I didn't understand that. You went by that kind of fast.
Yeah. So right now we have a couple areas in our code where we allow for discretionary review of exceeding height limits with single-family dwellings, and then also for site disturbance as well. So if you're greater than 26,000 square feet, right now you have to go to our zoning administrator of disturbance. And then if you're greater than 7,500 square feet of gross floor area, you also have to go to our zoning administrator. But we don't really have great findings that look at when and why we would deny a project for a single-family dwelling, because our code is less focused on the single-family dwelling side and more focused on larger projects. So we typically, all these projects get kind of approved already. We just have an added process of applying for a land use permit, and then we approve it essentially. But it is an added layer to make sure that the public knows what's happening with single-family dwellings in their neighborhood. We're proposing to put a cap on the single-family dwelling size at 7,500 square feet, so that you can't trigger the requirement for a discretionary review. And that's a pretty large number. We don't see very many single-family dwellings that are great at 7,500 square feet, and that's kind of a placeholder until we go through the general plan process of determining whether or not we want to create an appropriate home size limit within our community, which is an action item within the general plan.
Yeah, that's true. It is.
Yes.
Because we're concerned about that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I think I get that. Reviewing maps letter, they talk about the driveways being counted as open space. Can you help me understand why that is?
Sure. For small subdivision projects, we typically use development envelopes to identify where the single-family home could be constructed, and that usually follows the setback lines. And that means that the area outside of the setback lines can be counted towards open space, typically because it's not technically within the development envelope. But we recognize the fact that people need to be able to access their home through a driveway, so we created limitations to what kind of driveway access would be allowed, and it kind of exempted that from consideration of open space, since it seemed pretty minuscule to the overall big picture of what the open space requirements.
So we're restricting they can't do a 50-foot driveway.
That's correct. It's 24 feet wide.
24 feet wide max width. And that small section can still be considered open space, and that's only in multifamily?
That's in single-family small subdivisions.
Oh, okay.
So that's like Creekside Woods would be a good example, because they have very specific building envelopes, but then on their map that got recorded with that one, it defines what you can do with the driveway for that reason, so that they can't have driveways that go all the way around, for example, or 50 feet wide, things like that. And that's because it's a very constrained subdivision.
Okay. And so similarly, in those single-family subdivisions, we are incentivizing alleys. Can you help me understand why we're doing that?
So typically the development envelopes are usually in the rural residential. So I would say that a more typical area would be like Royal Crest area, where we see the development envelopes. Creekside Woods was an unusual location just because of its environmental nature on granite, essentially. And so I think the single-family subdivisions requirement focuses more on a more urban development of single-family homes. So there aren't many left within our community, so this may not be a very impactful area or development code, to be honest. But it is something that we thought about, especially with the development of Coldstream, although that is within the PC1's subdivision. And I would also note that the single-family subdivision requirement for the driveway and development envelopes is for subdivisions of 4 or less, whereas the single-family subdivision section of the objective design standards is for 5 or more single-family homes.
Not confusing at all.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I just see alleys as more pavement, more impervious surfaces, more areas to remove snow from. I don't think they're beneficial to our community and our Truckee funk. And then Mountain Area Preservation also questioned the 10-foot wetland setback. They're kind of making the point that that's not a lot of area for the purpose of that wetland setback. Why did we choose that amount? What's our substantiation there?
Yeah, well, right now we don't have a setback, so we have allowed for buildings to be abut wetlands. And that's very much reliant on what the findings are for the wetland. I've talked to, during the Estates Meadows project, I talked to Adrian Juncosa about what's a typical wetland setback, and he said there isn't really one, and it kind of depends on the ecology of the wetland. So we thought it doesn't quite make sense to allow for buildings right up to the building, but then if we do it more than 10 feet or 20 feet, it could make it very prohibitive to develop anything on that property. And while we would put a hard line on it and require a 10-foot setback, likely the requirements of the environmental document that's done at the time, because there's a wetland nearby, would dictate exactly how far it needs to be from the property.
So
from the wetland.
that would show us where the stream environment zone is, and we're doing a 10-foot setback from that.
It could, or it could say, hey, it's fine to put it right up against the building, right against the wetland, but then we'd still have the 10-foot requirement, so it'd need to set back 10 feet from the wetland regardless.
Okay, and then the final point that they make in their letter about the state law height allowances, and they seem to be saying that we're not being clear where these are required. I thought they're just required throughout, except for our development agreements areas, right?
So I did talk to Sophia a little bit about her questions, and this question, I think she wanted to just have more clarity to the community about how exactly these height flexibilities that the state has provided would impact the community. I noted to her the density bonuses particularly, which I think is what she was mostly referencing, would apply to any standard in the development code. So really, we would have to caveat everything within the development code, but I told her this, and I think it's probably right. It's probably more pertinent to put that information within like an informational document that we'll have to put together as part of this if the development code amendments do move forward. We'll have to create information sheets about this educational, so how to know how to navigate all of these changes.
I would agree with that. I think it's clear. It's applicable everywhere except for we have a development agreement that supersedes that. Thank you.
Can I just ask a really quick wetland definition follow-up? This has actually come to my attention lately, and Andy, this actually might be a question for you. Was there a recent Supreme Court ruling that defined a wetland as 365 days out of the year has to contain some sort of water, and how has that changed our issues? Or just maybe some color commentary.
There was a Supreme Court ruling that sort of changed the definition of a wetland. I don't know exactly how that is reflected in this. It was a little bit of a confusing ruling.
And how do we even interpret it? Has it gotten to our interpretation levels?
It was a federal case involving
Right.
federal law.
Right.
It was a takings case is what it was, but I'm not sure how that has applied here.
Okay.
I will find out.
And we will eventually follow up on that and deal with that interpretation as capacity allows.
Yes.
What's our requirement for dealing with
Well,
that?
I mean, it's a definitional question of federal law. We could use a different definition if we want to. But Jenna, looks like Jenna has something to add.
Well, I was just going to say, we still have the
getting there.
California water, which it doesn't impact. So we still have a Port Cologne Clean Water Act law that we'll still have to implement as part of, being in the state of California. So it doesn't change the state regulatory framework, it just changes the federal.
Got it. Great. Thank you. I've been asked that by 2 project proponents in the last couple of weeks, so appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. Such comprehensive questions. You covered most of mine. So just, I think maybe 2 more. Why a limit of 30 units per individual building versus 28 or 32 or 33 or some other number? Just what's the rationale?
It's kind of based off of the amount of what we've been seeing in larger multifamily residential projects in our community. Freshman Hollow, the largest building, there's 30 units. Coburn Crossing, there's 25 units are the smaller units, and it goes up to, I think, 38 in the bigger units. So it's kind of been based off of what we've seen in our community and what we think appetite might be.
And then the 40 square feet of storage space, I think you said, not including closets, but do we have information in our standards about citing for that? And would that include things like bike lockers, and how does that fit into it?
So it could be within the unit, or it could be outside of the unit. It wouldn't necessarily meet the be in bike lockers unless we would like to include them, because we already have requirements for bike lockers. So there would be two standards that are kind of overlapping.
And then on the height, and I see you have the slide up here. So I know you said we took TRPAs and we had a lot of conversation around that during the general plan and wanted to simplify it. But then we also have sort of complicated again with our 3 segments. So I'm just, if you can provide a little bit more rationale around why we think, this really is the right height measurement for us as a community to be adopting. And given some of our conversations around just like a regional approach and wanting to have consistency just for clarity, things like that.
Sure.
Why we went this direction.
So this segment component is actually within the TRPA standards, and they apply this to all projects, not just single family like we are proposing today. So this diagram is very much similar to what you would find within the TRPA, except for we made the segments equidistant because we needed it to be objective.
Thank you. Appreciate all the questions so far. And, Vice Mayor Pahlavi, in your framing, I think I had similar concerns thinking about a lot of this stuff around multifamily units. So I have some questions kind of around that. And first, I know the stakeholder group, it sounds like it was architects who were involved, and I know our planning commission has weighed in. Did we talk to any larger scale developers as part of this to get an understanding, those that would be developing multifamily and impacts that these might have?
Well, David Tierman was part of our stakeholder group, so he was kind of our developer representative at the time. Since then, we haven't really spoken to any other developers who've come forward.
Thank you. And then one, I think, in your presentation, it seemed like multifamily units would have to have windows less than every 15 feet. But then single-family homes have to have at least one window on a street side. It almost seemed like, again, are we putting a lot more, we want to have windows in all our multifamily units, obviously, but is that making them put more windows in than necessary? I don't know, maybe just a little color around that. Just wanted to understand that.
So one of our commissioners or council members asked us to look at artist lofts, which we noted that artist lofts would not be subject to the objective design standards. This mostly complies with the window requirement in terms of the 15 feet. So just to give you a little context of what that looks like.
Okay. And then, in looking at like some of the parking requirements in multifamily, and then even, waste and service areas accessed by the alley, again, was there any look at like how this impacts residents who live there? I guess I would just want to ensure we're not pushing all the trash far away and people have to walk far ways to throw away their garbage, and or their parking, the way it's set up, isn't as close. So I don't know, maybe just a little color around that as well.
So alleys for multifamily. I think the challenge with all multifamily projects is for trash. Trash locations often overlooked, and it's difficult to have it in close proximity where residents will use it easily. I think that's just generally a concern. I think alleys are not required; they're recommended within the objective design standards. So if it doesn't functionally work, I wouldn't recommend somebody go down that route. We don't see them typically within Truckee, but it is something that, from a streetscape perspective, does create a better, when you don't have garages or parking or the back of house at the front of the building, it's a more pleasurable pedestrian experience. So that's why there's a focus on putting it in the back, while still requiring that we meet the requirements of the needs of a residential project.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think this is providing some of my color is, we want the pedestrian and it to look nice, but if it's hard, yes, for the residents to bring their trash to a waste bin, that doesn't serve anyone well either. And then on the 1,000 square foot average max living area, I know you said there was discussion at Planning Commission, and I think there was a response to a question. So that is average, so that means units can be larger and smaller. And maybe kind of why 1,000 square foot? Why was that picked as the average?
Well, it was a number that came out of the Innovate Gateway process. And I did some calculations in Excel, and I was like, there could be a pretty wide variety. I mean, they may be cost prohibitive for some reasons because of modular construction and whether or not they all fit together. But you could have some units with 3,000 as long as you have some units that are 400 square feet. So I think right now, our development code for multifamily residential projects as a whole requires a maximum average living area of 1,500 square feet. So if that's something that you'd rather have consistency across the board, that's something that we can consider tonight. But the 1,000 square feet came out of the consultant's recommendation when they went through the Innovate Gateway strategy.
Yeah, I think we were trying to target smaller units because we've observed that the 1,500 square feet is actually pretty large, and a lot of those units end up, they're just less affordable, really.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Those are all my questions. Another question, Vice Mayor Pallavi?
I have two more. I'm really sorry.
That's okay.
Just one. So on the 60% glass on the mixed use, sorry, I keep bringing this up. Is that a random number or is that based on science somewhere?
I'd say it's based on the fact that we're looking at having more glazing than not glazing. So more than 50%, but not going excessively high. Right. And to the point of, and I believe the standard is 65%, so it's a little higher than even in your mind. But I did want to note that I did look at the artist lofts, and just the ground floor front area, which is well represented here, is at 60%.
Is at 60%.
I think it's a pretty common urban design standard too, that there's a view of transparency that happens with glazing that happens all throughout the day. So it's during the daytime, you're able to see activity happening, through that visual aspect of the window, but at night it's also the glow and sort of the light activity that happens too when it's maybe not, business hours. And so from an urban design perspective of how you interact with that space, it's pretty common.
Yeah, and I'm not debating the merits of it. I obviously, if it's a retail space, the more windows, the better. I'm more, again, sort of going to Mr. Rankin's letter. Just because it's mixed use doesn't mean it's going to be a restaurant or a retail store, right? It could be an office. It could be a lot of different things where glass, and especially that much glass, it's just more expensive. It costs more to upkeep. It's more it's just more dangerous. There's more theft that happens when there's that much glass, and then you have all these custom window sizes, and instead of your tenant having $1,000 window replacement, now they're looking at a $10,000 window replacement because they've got a gigantic glass window that they are paying rent on. So it's just reality. I'm not debating the merits of excitement from the street view. I'm sort of just trying to make sure that we also understand that there are implications for some of the choices that we make up here and how they actually get implemented in the real world. It also looked like you had a really good slide for us, since I was the one who asked the question and you didn't get to show your slide, Yumi. Let's see it. Yeah, walk us through it.
So I didn't go into, I went into detail, as you can see, but I didn't go into the nitty gritty of every single item. No. But there are some items that the artist lofts does not comply if we did apply the objective design standards to it. And though it primarily relates to open space, how much common outdoor open space is. It's in an urban area. That's challenging. The 30 units per building requirement, the maximum width is over 200 feet. It doesn't comply with the step backs at 30 feet. And it has some challenges with wall plane changes in terms of our objective design standards. And then there are some other minor things that would probably be not that challenging to modify. But this gives you, the ones that are underlined gives you an idea of like big picture form changing items that would be required of the artist lofts.
This is really good. And would there, I know you didn't identify it, but would there be some things at Coburn as well? So the unit count would be one at Coburn that wouldn't comply off the top of our heads. Are there any others? Do they use white as well? They have
beige.
Beige. And is beige allowed or not allowed in the Planning Commission's interpretation?
With the staff's recommendation tonight, we added light beige as a bright color.
So and that's allowed or disallowed?
That's not allowed currently. in the
So
code.
light beige and white
Yes.
are disallowed.
As a primary building color.
Right. Okay.
And that's a Coburn Crossing, for the most part, complies with the 30 units per building, except for there's one larger building on the north side.
The height change? Because it's all, isn't it all the same
There are
height across
height
the board?
variations. I'd have to go back and look.
Okay.
It does not comply with the step backs. No, the Coburn Crossing.
There's only 8 washers and dryers, but 15 would be required? Wow, that's an interesting one too. Cool. This is really good. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, we will open it up to public comment. If anyone would like to make a comment, please come on up to the podium and state your name. And you have 3 minutes.
Edward Bento, for the record, and the mayor. This is my comment.
Is your mic on?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. So, Edward Bento, for the record, Executive Director of CAT, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Pallavi, Honorable City Council people. Yeah, I'm tired. I've been at it since 5:30 this morning. So, we've taken a look at this. I would encourage you to follow the recommendations from the Planning Commission. I would also encourage you to take a look at Kurt Rankin's letter, Christy Thompson's letter as well. I think they pretty much made their points. They're also CAT members and part of our committee. I read them. I said, I'm not going to write a letter. I'll just show up. Having said that, I think it's too early to maybe adopt this and pass this. There's still a lot of questions. Even staff will tell you that it's not, the cake quite isn't ready. We just don't have the confidence as builders that we leave something that's supposed to be objective to be subjective, that we go to the town and we go to staff and then kind of hope that they decide, in favor of whatever project it is. The other thing too that I'd bring up, just as I was sitting here, is limiting some of these multi-use family developments to say like 30 or whatever. I think the lot size and the height standards and stuff are going to determine what they can build and what they can't build. We need housing. I think we've seen that today. You've made some progress, but it's so small and so incremental as to the need that just placing that, I think, would just restrict builders. Again, the lot size, the height standards, the open space requirements, the common areas are going to dictate what they can build, and I think I would just leave it to that. I understand they're trying to streamline the process, but when you take some of these objective design standards and then you put them together with, say, REACH codes and everything else, you're ending up with a much, much more expensive product, and you're defeating the purpose of what we've been trying to do, which is have some affordable housing for our workforce out here. It just keeps piling on, and we're not getting anywhere this way. So, and that's not to say that I don't appreciate the work that they're doing, because I understand it's a very difficult task and it's very complicated. So with that, I'll thank you for the time and your consideration. Thank you for your work.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Just a clarifying question, the max 30 units per building, did that go to Planning Commission and that is part of their recommendation, or that was a piece that?
That was a piece that staff is recommending.
Got it. Okay, thank you. All right, with that, Vice Mayor Pallavi, bring it back to you.
Sure. Yeah, I've already sort of opened my comments. I'm not going to repeat those. I also, I'd like to see us move forward with these tonight. Staff's been working for many, many years on this. I think it's incumbent on us to move this forward in some fashion and allow them to implement it and to understand what kind of flexible review is needed. It does also sound good to me, that potentially some of the things that we've spoken about tonight and some of these other impediments to maybe some workforce housing, not necessarily affordable, works through that overlay incentive program, and we can maybe use some of maybe the more intrinsically expensive and challenging themes that might be in these objective design standards to utilize the housing, the overlay incentive districts, whatever that ends up looking like. But that might be a great starting point, since I know we've even struggled to articulate a little bit of what that looks like, and maybe we're stumbling upon it through this process. So that's just thinking on the fly. There are a couple of things that I would like. I'm willing to adopt. There's a couple of points that I think I'd personally be more comfortable removing, but obviously I'll wait to hear from the rest of you. The 30 unit max count per building I find unnecessary. I would agree with Mr. Vento. The site, the height, the constraints of said site will dictate what ends up in a building, and especially the pricing of that building. So I would prefer to strike that. I would prefer to strike the building designs on the residential subdivisions and go back to the original, and even include the mirrored options within the original. Again, this has the opportunity, I think, of a project like the cottages out at Gray's Crossing. This sort of might fit into this, and the more things we put on, and maybe that comes forward faster, maybe it waits till we have some incentive program 5 years from now, but that has an opportunity to have 30, 40 parcels, 60 parcels, whatever it was originally. I think it was 60, right? 60 parcels, more, maybe even more, that we've really contemplated some type of housing affordability on those types of sites. So I think making it more expensive and more challenging, we can create designs that work. We just have an incredible dynamic here with costs, with economics, with the state housing shortage, and many other studies that surround this. So I would go back to mirrored designs can be considered too, and then leave the numbers at 3, 5, and 7 respectively. What does that say? I'm also fine with striking the light beige and white extra colorways that were added. We had enough colors that were included and excluded. I don't feel strongly that we need to add more colors that should be excluded. I don't have a problem with beige and or white. I'm not going to argue about the glass and hope that an alternative flex review pathway is available should a developer want to do that. And I would like to add in here, and this is not necessarily a part of passing the objective design standards, but it was in our question and answer packet, and I think it was either my own confusion back when we discussed this, but adding on to a future discussion item within residential zoning where sewer exists, not where sewer doesn't exist, that we look at SB9 lot splits in residential zoning areas. That is completely a separate topic. I only bring it up now because this is my chance to talk. And that's what I was instructed to do through the question and answer forum. So that's what I'm doing. So yeah, I think those three things that I mentioned would be the 3 that I would strike. Otherwise, I'd be in favor of proceeding with this tonight and continuing to iterate it down the road as best as we can.
Thank you. So you would just confirm, you would strike 30 unit max, the building design, go back to the previous, and then to allow white and beige, don't have the, okay. Councilmember Klofstad.
Okay, since we're on this slide, I just want to point out that it actually doesn't require any new designs. Because if mirrored designs are considered 2 designs, if you previously were required 3, That's one design with a mirror, which means 2, and a second design, and once you add a mirror to that, it's 4. Same thing goes forward with the previously 5. You know, once you've done that 5th design, you mirror it, now you've got 6 designs. So I actually think this makes sense. I think this is logical, so I wouldn't change that. With the 30-unit max, I mean, that's really for circumstances where we're most likely going to be seeing some sort of density bonus, right? And they're going to be seeking exemptions or probably going this alternative design route anyway because they're seeking a density bonus.
Coburn did not use any density bonus,
That
right?
is-
That's correct. We went through a
Yeah,
rezone
so that-
process by
would
the
be-
town.
So that's your example. That wouldn't.
Right, but they did do they did do an alternative design review process because they went through, they're gonna do it's not locals only, but the workforce housing aspect of it, right? So they still did an alternative process than a standard design.
No, that was a negotiation to get the financing on the infrastructure. That was the trade-off.
Right.
There was no extra anything. It was, hey, we will fund the roundabout and we will build a portion or percentage of this roundabout in exchange for this type of deed restriction.
And prior to that, we also rezoned, the town took on the rezone to allow for this, some flexibility
For that
in marked
alternative.
parking
And so
requirements.
that's one example that it wouldn't, they would be allowed to do more than 30 units because they didn't seek an alternative route. And they did, yeah. Okay, but for most other, so I guess that's one that I'm a little wishy-washy on is, I actually feel like we should have a unit maximum. Maybe 30 is not the right number, maybe it's a different number, but I do think we should have a limit on that, because there are gonna be other projects like the CHP site. We don't have control over that. That's gonna be more than 30 units. So I would prefer to limit the number of those that we have in our community and seek to have some sort of limit, and then they can always go beyond that based on this alternative design route, some community benefit. Maybe that's a bonus, a density bonus or something else. So maybe 30 is not the right number, but I would like to seek agreement or consensus on a number for that. And I don't know how other people feel about the alleys. I just don't understand why we would be pointing to those as a preferred alternative. So those are my issues. I actually don't think we should. I don't know about beige, but I think white is not really a part of our community character. So I would seek to support not having that color.
Thank you. But otherwise, you are, so you're in
Very
favor
supportive.
of moving forward.
Oh, and I guess I'll just one note about the height discussion. This is a tough nut to crack. You said it beautifully, Yumi. Maybe this isn't perfect, but right now we don't have anything. I think it is really important that we adopt something for us to stand on that is objective. We can and will make improvements to this. There is no doubt about that. And once we feel really confident in a good modification that makes sense and is supported by our designers in the community, bring it back. I'm ready for it, but I'm not prepared to not move this forward. To me, that's again pursuing perfection and subverting progress. So I think we need to adopt these.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. Okay, the 30 unit max, I'll just start there per building. I do agree with you. I think that we do need to align on something. I definitely recognize the site will dictate what can be built, but these are objective design standards, and that is very subjective. Well, whatever the site allows, like that to me feels very subjective and is kind of antithetical to what we're trying to do. So again, with you, I don't know if 30 is exactly the right number or what the right number is. But I think we need to align on something. I am comfortable, honestly, either way with the building design on residential subdivisions, so I'll leave that one to the two of you. I think you had stronger opinions on that. Agree with, taking out white for sure, and probably the light beige at staff's recommendation as well. For the height measurement, I know this one is really challenging. I guess I do have an extra question, Yumi, if I could. Why have we moved to exempting chimneys from that measurement, though? 'Cause I don't think we talked about that part of it.
It's something that we've talked about through building permits with applicants for a long time, about whether or not chimneys themselves really change the massing of a building, especially if it's 3.5 feet. I mean, when we start expanding to roof appurtenances, we are, that could get a little bit grayer and a little more subjective. So if you want to just confine it to chimneys, you can, or if you want to include it all within the height measurement, that is currently our standard right now. So it's not a huge departure.
Okay. I guess I just don't want folks to feel like we're making a huge departure on that particular component when it was such a sort of hot topic around the general plan. And then I guess last question, as we do iterate, because I think we recognize we're going to want to do that, how often might we end up doing that? I mean, we don't want to be iterating constantly, right? Because we don't want to be confusing people and confusing the market, but what might you imagine that would look like?
I think a lot of it will depend on what projects start to come forward and what we see starts to be concerning from a staff perspective about that doesn't work. That's not going to apply to any project. There's no point in having that in there. The complexity is that you'll be seeing a lot of development code updates soon because we just adopted a general plan and there's a lot of work to be done, and that's a lot of big picture items that, like zoning, needs to be changed, and that's kind of a lot of work that's a lot of work. So for the time being, it may not be that frequently. In the next year, we may see what projects come in and how they compare. There are projects that are coming in that obviously don't currently they are not subject to the objective design standards since they haven't been adopted, but we could talk about as staff about whether or not we should start looking at them, comparing them to the objective design standards and seeing if there's any concerns ahead of time. So maybe in a year's time, we can come back with a development code update on things that we think may not be successful as projects start to come online that would use the objective design standards.
Okay, those were, I think, the key ones that you hit on that I wanted to as well. Did I miss anything, Mayor Remek?
So colors, you're fine.
I'm fine with the recommendation
Staff's
to take out white and light beige.
And then overall, you're supportive of moving forward then with those.
I do want us to move forward.
Okay.
I agree with my fellow council members.
Okay, thank you. I'll jump in. Appreciate all the work. I think it's important that we move forward. And again, we have so many other things that I know you all need to work on, as you just mentioned, Yumi. So I think let's make it happen. With the design amounts, I support keeping the recommendation from Planning Commission based on Councilmember Klovstad, your point of this is kind of what it was. So let's leave this recommendation as staff has it. I'm fine eliminating white and beige. That makes sense as well. I am in Vice Mayor Pallavi's camp on eliminating the unit max count per building at this point, in that, again, the building size, the property will dictate what can be built there. We also know we don't want sprawl. And so if it means that, it can be a building that has 36 units, but there's more open space around it or community space or things like that, I don't want to prohibit that from happening. So I would feel more comfortable leaving a max count out at this point, especially since Planning Commission didn't weigh in on that as well. So I don't know. Councilmember Klovstad or Councilmember Henderson, if you would feel comfortable eliminating the max count at this time. Vice Mayor Pallavi, if you have other thoughts.
Yeah, my thought is, maybe we can just all be happy by eliminating it now, but reinstating it after they come back to us with the overlay bonus incentive, right? Because then you can say, okay, fine, pop the 30 max back into the development standards. You give us the affordability that we're looking for, an affordability range that we're looking for, then there can be a max in the development standards because you're then achieving the overlay and the bonus after the fact with higher unit counts. So to me, it basically says, because we don't have the local density bonus overlay district defined yet, we're leaving ourselves slightly more open on this one tiny little piece of the topic. But we can always reinsert it after we have an incentive program that allows for somebody to go beyond it. That's basically what I'm saying. To me, that satisfies both of our goals, unless you guys are going to come forward with a unit count that you're more comfortable with based on a guess in the sky, which we're happy to entertain, but doesn't seem very scientific either.
I think I can live with that. I think, what's our timeline, you think, on that?
I think in our work plan, we have it for the next fiscal year. I think it's in year 2 of the work plan.
Okay, so it's a ways away. Yeah.
I think it was also a ways away because none of us could articulate what it was or what it meant. And I do honestly think we almost started a little bit of that tonight. And so maybe the direction is a little more. I don't know if you guys feel that way. You're the ones who have to write it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I think you gave us some good feedback to start considering that. Really why it's in year 2 is the amount of work it's going to take this year and some of the development code updates for the general plan. So it's more of a capacity issue than really thinking through what it looks like.
Yeah.
I'm still uncomfortable with no maximum, but
Put 100 on it.
That's at least a maximum.
Yeah, I'm fine with 100. I mean, if you want a number, like, I'm willing to go 100. I'm even willing to go to 80, really.
I know, I do kind of feel like that's where we're at, but yeah.
I'm ready to drop this thing, the residential parcels.
Okay.
I feel like you've satisfied me there. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to support this with a 30 unit max count. I'll just say that.
And I'm in agreement with that. I think 30 is too low given the fact that we don't have this alternative program. So let's maybe pause that for a minute, and I appreciate Councilmember Henderson bringing back the chimneys and roof appearances. I actually agree and think it should just be chimneys. I think I forgot about that aspect of it, and I know that's not going to be terribly popular, but I do think that we need to take into consideration how big of a change we're willing to make in this moment. I don't know how my fellow council members feel about that.
I mean, I think it's personally, I'm fine with it, and I can live with it. I would say if we're uncomfortable with any height changes, what I would recommend, and this was going to be my plan B, was punt it all, leave it exactly the way it was, punt the height, everything to a future development code amendment agenda item, and let the planning commission hack this annoying topic out for the hours that they will and give us a recommendation after the fact. That's the only way I sort of see it coming back to us, if you don't want to deal with the height thing. Otherwise...
No, I want to take on the height thing. It's
Oh.
important that we take on the height thing at
And
this
so
point.
your concern is just the things above the line?
Yeah, I would just like to limit it to only chimneys. Because otherwise you're going to have larger units and mechanical equipment and other things that then they're going to say, oh, that's That's
What about solar
that's not
panels?
part of our. Well, solar panels are right up against the roof typically, so.
I've seen it.
What was Planning Commission? They were supportive of staff's recommendation?
Yes, the height, they didn't have any changes.
Didn't have any changes. So that would include chimneys and appurtenances? What is it?
Just appurtenances.
Appurtenances.
It is mostly just mechanical equipment. So if we do want to allow it, maybe we change that to mechanical equipment. If we don't, we can remove it all.
I mean, I will say, though, that it did include the stairwells for the artist lofts. So that was a little bit of an unusual scenario that we didn't anticipate because it wasn't in the designs that were brought forward when we reviewed it with the Council and Planning Commission, that it came in with the construction drawings, that in order to have egress, they had to go above the 50 feet for their stairwells. So I think what I was sidebarring a little bit with Jenna is that we have a little bit of concern that if the interest is to make everything comply with the 50 feet, you might actually affect density, that you might not be able to get the same amount of density if you now have to accommodate these other sort of pop-ups that sometimes happen to get to that construction level.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine. I'm comfortable with what staff's recommendation is. I'm not.
Me too.
Yeah, just.
Where you at, council member?
I'm not fully, but if Planning Commission supported it, I will sort of defer to them on this. I recognize there's concerns from, Sophia Heydrich at MAP and some others expressed concerns. But we have the opportunity to adjust if we need to. So I will embrace that.
Okay, so we're going to leave as is, then I believe in our recommendation. Okay. So back to multi-unit max, I think that's the last piece. Set it at 100 for now. Or remove it. And, I liked Vice Mayor Pallavi's suggestion, knowing as this is being developed that it would come back again. It seems odd to me we would pick a number out of a hat tonight too. So that's why I would prefer to just eliminate it for now and then have staff do the work to bring suggestions back to us when we have the density bonus.
And I think I am starting to lean in that direction. Again, it makes me a little bit hesitant, but I feel like I'm just picking numbers out of the sky, and it's not based on anything. So that, that's not a good way to make decisions and policies.
So what was the 30 count based on, staff?
It was based off of existing affordable housing projects and what the size of buildings are. So Frishman Hollow, the biggest building, is 30 units, and then Coburn is 25 units, and then one of the larger ones, I believe, is like 38. So I was kind of finding that middle ground about what
So that's
palatable.
About what they're being built at. And so we were trying to align ourselves with what's being, what seems to be functional and buildable.
Yes, aside from the artist lofts.
And also some additional sort of preliminary designs that we've seen that have been contemplated in the community where the buildings have been much larger than 30 units, and trying to sort of bridge between what's a compatible size for the community as far as mass and scale.
So staff has some concerns about what could happen if there is no limit.
Yes, but I think this council's direction of pairing it with the density bonus program that the town is going to work on is something that we can pair together.
And isn't the whole purpose of these objective design standards to adhere to the community character agnostic of how many units are actually inside of it, internal? Everything in this whole document speaks to the externalities of a project. It doesn't speak to how much you can fit in a box, right? It's color. I mean, every other thing we've talked about in here is color, facade, roof line, gable, glass, color, paint colors, right? Why are we honing in on a unit count when we have all of these other tools in our tool belt to affect character and facade?
Well, I think one of the reasons
Right.
why I'm honing in on it is because we've had a lot of community consternation about our couple of very large buildings. And I'm sensitive to that because I know that has been difficult. That has been a big change for our community, and I would like to make sure they feel heard.
I hear them. I also hear those same people who need employees every day.
Yeah.
So can't have your cake and eat it too.
Just as a note, I have seen in other jurisdictions where they've created more of like a form-based code to get at this same concern about building size, where you don't necessarily say how many units are inside because you can just do one very large unit. They looked at just the size and the volume of the building. Obviously, that's a little more complex, and probably we can't do it on the dais at 9:30 in the evening. That's something that we could take a look at as staff.
Because it can't be longer than 200 feet in length, right? And there's height restrictions, so there already
true.
is building and, restrictions on that.
That's a good point.
And you could put 400 square foot units inside, a small space. So.
Okay. Are you all right?
Feeling better? Okay.
Okay.
Sounds like then we are good with staff's recommendation, except for removing the unit count. All right. So would anyone like to make a motion? Or maybe we need it back up on the screen.
Yeah, can we have the language? I'll move that we adopt Ordinance 2023-10, taking the following actions: amending the Truckee Municipal Code Title 18 Development Code for objective design standards, and determining the amendments to be exempt from CEQA, because the adoption of this ordinance is not a project pursuant to sections 15060 and 15061B3.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much, staff. All right, we have a few more items. I suggest we do our next item, which is the Truckee-Donner Rec and Park District fee update, because we have the general manager here, and he probably wants to go home, and then we could take a quick break after that if anyone needs to take a quick break. Okay, so this is, as I said, Truckee-Donner Recreation and Park District fee update, and Lucas is back to present to us.
Hello again and good evening. I'm here to present an increase in recreation and park district impact fees, as well as subdivision park and recreational fees, or QIMBY fees, on behalf of the Truckee-Donner Recreation and Park District. A representative from SCI Consulting is also in attendance with me, as well as Sven Leff from the Rec District, in case there are any questions. Recreation impact fees are a one-time fee charged in new development that can be used to expand recreational facilities and to serve an expanding population. QIMBY fees enable the dedication of land or the payment of in lieu fees for the dedication of neighborhood and community parks as part of the creation of new subdivisions. Town authority for the collection of impact fees comes from the Mitigation Fee Act, or AB 1600, allowing the town to collect fees on behalf of a special district like Truckee-Donner Recreation and Park District. The town similarly collects impact fees for Truckee Fire Protection District. In order to collect the fee, the district must satisfy specific requirements of AB 1600, including establishing the proportional relationship between the amount of a fee and the cost of a portion of the new facilities attributed to the new development. All this is documented in the 2023 Nexus Study update developed by SCI Consulting Group. Authority for the collection of the subdivision, park, and recreational fees, or QIMBY fees, is authorized by Government Code 66477, or the QIMBY Act. This allows for the dedication of land for new parks or the payment of an in lieu fee to purchase land for new parks as part of the creation of new subdivisions. The amount of land required to be dedicated is and the proportional in lieu fee increase is documented in the 2023 Nexus Study update developed by SCI Consulting Group as well. Nexus studies are required to determine a proportional increase in fees every 8 years to ensure that the fees are in line with inflation and population growth in the instance of impact fees, or the value of land in the instance of QIMBY fees. The Park Impact Nexus Fee Study Update uses functional service population as a reasonable indicator for the demand of park and recreation services. This is done by averaging the expected impact on facilities from second homes and full-time residents to determine the facility demand for each new residential unit constructed. The recreational district has asked that the new fees be determined by the Nexus study be automatically adjusted for inflation annually by averaging the net percentage change in the engineering news record construction cost index for the preceding calendar year. The Quimby land dedication fee and in lieu study fee study update recalculated the factors that determine the amount of land required to be dedicated or in lieu fee paid for the recreation district for new subdivisions based on current market conditions. This was done by determining the square feet of land to be dedicated for each new residential unit based on assumed residents per household, and by determining the in lieu fee by averaging the price of recent local vacant land sales. The park impact fee proposal would include increasing single-family current impact fees, which are $1.99 per square foot, to $2.21. Multifamily fees, which are currently $2.85 to $3.57 a square foot. ADUs under 750 square feet would be exempt both currently and under the new fee schedule, and ADUs under over 750 square feet would be charged at the single-family rate of $2.21 per square foot. The Quimby fee Nexus study showed minor changes in expected numbers of people per household, resulting in small changes of square feet required for land dedication. The larger factor was a large increase in the price of land since the Nexus study, which resulted in substantial increase in the in lieu fees. The average cost for an acre of land will increase from $420,000 to $653,000 an acre, causing the in lieu fee to go from $5,380 per lot for single-family residences to $8,650 per lot, and go from $3,963 per lot for multifamily residences to $7,570 per lot for multifamily. The timeline of the public process to date was in February of 2023, the Park Impact Fee Nexus study was completed. The Quimby land dedication in lieu fee study update was completed in April of 2023. Also in April of 2023, the Truckee-Donner Recreation and Park District Board of Directors approved Resolution 2023-317 approving new fees. In July of 2023, the Town of Truckee publicly noticed the hearings for the Recreation Impact Fee and Quimby Fee update. Today we are hearing the fee increase proposal, and if it is adopted today, it will go into effect in October of 2023. Staff's recommendation is that we conduct the public hearing we're having today, adopt Resolution 2023-56 and Resolution 2023-57 approving the increase to the park and recreation impact fees and Quimby fees.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councilmember Klofstad?
I have none. Thank you, Lucas.
Vice Mayor Pallavi?
These are two individual fees.
Yeah, they're two separate fees. One is an impact fee for development per square foot, and the other one is land dedication for subdivisions.
And do they take place at different times? Are they assessed at a different time? Or is like the Quimby fee assessed at sale, transaction, and then the impact fee is upon building permit?
I believe it's usually a condition of approval that the Quimby fee would be applied.
It's a condition of approval on what?
On a subdivision.
On a subdivision, not on a single family?
No, it's when you subdivide the land, either for multifamily or single family, it has a different fee schedule.
It's a map condition.
Yeah.
Oh, got it. Okay. And so that's happening initially. So they are happening at two separate times, or they're being assessed separately.
Yeah, sorry. The Quimby fees go into effect at the time of subdivision, and then the impact fees go into effect at time of construction, when you apply for your building permit.
That's what I was asking.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Henderson? My only question is, anyone else think about Mayor Quimby from The Simpsons? That's all I kept thinking about when kept reading Quimby. No additional questions. Thank you, Lucas.
Of course.
I will open up the public hearing and would love to hear any public comments from folks in the audience.
Well, good evening, everybody. Mayor Romack and Council. Sven Leff, General Manager, Rec and Park District. Yeah, it is on. Maybe I'm not projecting. I'll eat this thing. Fascinating night tonight, actually, on the side comment. And Judy, congratulations. Yeah, I'm really glad to have really participated in all this. Yes, 2 separate fees. The Quimby is the land parcel fee, often, collected separately from the development fee, which comes down the road. These are 2 fees that are already in place. This is an update, as you heard in Lucas's presentation, typically required to be updated every 8 years. It feels like large jumps, actually. We're even a little uncomfortable with it. We discussed it with Cat, though, and they were supportive and understanding in time as we discussed it. The methodology with the Quimby and the land comps, which is at RIT, that methodology was recommended to be changed back around 1819, and then as we were preparing that, COVID kind of derailed several things. So the main advantages, what we're writing in here is an annual automatic increment on the development piece, and we intend on doing the land comps every 2 years. So it's a lot more small bites that everybody can work with going forward. That, I believe, was the main request of CAT, so that we're working together. Again, it's just one of those necessary things that comes with the provision of municipal services. We know there's an impact. We aren't crazy about that on the consumer side, but we are very proud of what it does provide in our community. We've got new expectations with the parcel out of Coldstream. There's other demands as our community grows that we need to maintain in recreation and parks. So we're quite committed to keeping this current and updated with overhauls. I shouldn't say overhauls, but major population impacted recalculations on the 8-year interval and very regular updates in between. Lucas's staff report was very accurate in his presentation. I appreciate all of his work. I appreciate working with Blair at SCI as well. He's also available for more technical questions. And aside from that, tonight it's 2 resolutions that we're hoping you'll support. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And one more public comment, it looks like.
That's me again. I have to move this down. Too tall, man. Edward Vento, Executive Director of CAT. I'd like to thank Sven and his team and Blair. He kind of caught me in the middle of a snowstorm when he first hit me with the impact fees. And I was probably a week into the job, and nobody would pick up their phone, so I could ask some questions, from CAT. But I really do want to commend them with how they worked with us and contacted us very, very early on in the process. Obviously, it looks like a big jump. We feel it is, but we worked it out, and in the future, we expect smaller incremental updates. So we don't have any objection to that. On the Quimby fees, we don't have any objection as well to those. We understand that all this is a part of providing a good community service to our community and our residents, so we're thankful for that. So with that, I just want to make sure that that CAT does not object to any of this. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment and bring it back up here. Councilmember Klopstad?
I'm in full support and look forward to the Parks and Rec going forth and doing great things.
Vice Mayor Pallavi?
Move that we adopt Resolution 2023-56 and 2023-57.
Is there a second?
Second.
Before we vote, I will just make another comment. I just really appreciate the collaboration there, Parks and Rec District and CAT working together and working with town staff as well. So thank you for that. Any other comments before we vote? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, with that, we will take a break now and 7 minutes. We'll say 7 minutes. All right, we're going to call our meeting back to order. Do you need a napkin, Vice Mayor?
Feel ya.
Next item, 7.4, cleanup amendment to Municipal Code, Title II, Section 2.04.130A. Judy Price.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. This item is really a cleanup item. We have a request for an appeal into the town of Truckee, and as we were reviewing the municipal code to see how to conduct that, we reviewed this section and discovered that, first of all, what it says is not possible. So, a little incorrect. So we decided, let's just take it out. So basically what it's saying is, hey, we're going to come and ask you guys if you want to have a public hearing or if you want to do this with just the people that it pertains to. You can't do that. You have to take public comment. It doesn't make any sense. So we're removing that section of the municipal code out, and that'll make our process going forward with some of these appeals a little simpler. Not entirely simple, but a little simpler. So that's it.
Great. Short and sweet.
Any questions?
Just like you, Judy. Any questions? Nope. All right. Seeing none, we will open up public comment. Seeing no public comment, we will close public comment, bring it back up here. If somebody would like to make a motion.
I move that we, adopt ordinance 23? Oh, do we have to introduce it?
Introduce ordinance, yeah.
Ordinance 23, or 2023-11, removing section 2.04-130A.
Second. Thank you.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously.
Thank you. So
Thank you.
the next item.
Well, actually, I just want to give a little bit. I know we're all tired, so I'm not going to talk for long. But I think this is such a Judy story. We talked about the code of conduct in our January retreat, and then again in May, formed a subcommittee, and then with everything that happened in adoption of the general plan and just other things that were happening, the subcommittee really wasn't able to convene. And so, I don't know, June-ish, I think I said to Judy, you can't retire until this is done, thinking that it might delay her retirement. And instead she said, I'm just going to do it myself then. And so next thing I know, there was a draft out to the subcommittee and we were moving forward. So I think it's great that it's 10:14 at night and we really want to extend Judy's last council meeting for as long as possible.
Classic Judy. Classic Judy move there.
There you go. So I have really never been able to make a fancy PowerPoint for an item, so I got to do that tonight. Yay! So from your lame duck town clerk. That's right. Whoops. So we're going to go through, gosh, if I can make this thing go one at a time. There you go. A little bit of the history of the item, the process that we took, the results, and the recommendation. Give you time to read the comment and to read the code? Okay. So the history, in the beginning, January 2023, y'all sat down and had a discussion at your retreat, and this was one of the items that you discussed was the opportunity to really recognize that the value of a code of conduct and adopt one that the council and all the boards and commissions could have a roadmap to follow. So took some time. Two of the council members really stepped up to serve on this committee, and staff quickly realized that the items that we discussed at that offsite really affected three different documents for the town of Truckee. The appointment process and attendance process are really codified in the municipal code, so there's another ordinance for this item for that. The council norms that we'd gotten some direction that staff needed to kind of help out with a section on council to public interactions. And then we created this new code of conduct, which which will go through the process. Whoops, doggone, that's fast. So 2 unwitting council members showed interest in serving on this committee, so thank you to Mayor Romack and Councilmember Zabriskie. Staff reviewed a multitude of codes from California cities and chose the best to be a guide. Staff did some review of the document and tried to make it a little more of Truckee, and then the subcommittee took a stab at it to really make it a little more Truckee, and then the town attorney made it a little more official.
I noticed you didn't say I made it better. You just.
It's definitely official. No, it was better. All of them definitely improved the document. So as a result, you have the first ever Town of Truckee Code of Ethics and Conduct to talk about, as well as your council norms, and a reaffirmation of those and the modifications that were addressed in those. And then the last would be the municipal code update that addresses both the attendance issues that town is truly experiencing right now. Planning Commission will not meet for 2 months because of an attendance issue. They don't have a quorum available for the next 2 months. So that makes it really challenging for applicants, for the town staff, and for everybody else to move projects along. So that was part of the discussion on this item. So here's the recommended action from staff. You see it in front of you on the screen, as well as you have written in the staff report. You have alternatives. You can make recommendations to edit any or all of these 3 documents, or you can leave the entire thing status quo at 10:16 at night. So your call. So any questions? Whoops.
Thank you very much, Judy. And thanks to Judy for doing all the legwork on this, because, our subcommittee didn't meet for a long time, and Judy took matters into her own hands and really made things happen. So we appreciate that. Questions? Councilmember Henderson. Any questions?
I don't think I have any questions. I don't think I have any questions.
Councilmember Klovstad? Vice Mayor Pallavi? Nope. I don't have any questions either. We'll open it up to public comment. Seeing none, we will close public comment, bring it back up here for discussion. Councilmember Henderson, back to you.
I just want to clarify, so just on the absences, and sorry, because I'm scrolling through right now. Judy, I guess it is a question. I'm going back to questions. I apologize. So we're just saying that if there's 3 absences in a row, that the seat is automatically vacated. Is that correct?
No,
I don't have it right.
Yeah, there is an opportunity for excused versus unexcused absence, and I think that in the staff report I kind of highlighted, we've had instances where it was, hey, I'm going to go through cancer treatments, I'm probably going to miss a few meetings. I think staff can determine that's excused and not write a staff report to you saying, hey, we need you to excuse this, right? So that's the kind of thing we're talking about. So, and then that has been in the code. What we've added is a cap on the amount of time, because what we're seeing is it's inconsistent. It's not 3 in a row. It's every other one, or 2 and then attend 1 and then 1. And so it's still creating the inability for a town to operate these committees and boards based on attendance. So
and it doesn't apply to the council, of course. It's only boards and commissions.
Yeah, we can't fire you.
Well, we're always here, mostly. And I know there was some comment in the staff report about having to track all of this now, and that's a little bit of an extra staff burden, but that feels like it's totally
staff
manageable.
has agreed that that's a manageable effort for sure. It's in the minutes.
Okay, I didn't think I had questions, but I did. So will you pop over there, and then I'll reserve the right, as Vice Mayor Pallavi did earlier, to come back to me?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
We can also just start, deliberation. Councilmember Klove said. Thoughts on the documents?
Well, first and foremost, thank you, Judy. I, in particular, really like the code of ethics and conducts for appointed officials. So this was yes, I have a question too. This was a gathering of various ordinances from different municipalities, and you Frankensteined this together, or was this a specific ordinance that
It was it's a specific city that we took the framework from.
Okay.
And then there were some issues that were brought up at the retreat that we wanted to make sure were addressed. So most of them were addressed in the original document. Some of them we added some language, and then the subcommittee also modified some language that they to their liking. So.
I think it's great. I suspect we'll make some updates and edits to it in the future, but I think it's an excellent start. I really appreciate the staff's willingness to track the absenteeism and give us the opportunity to have those conversations with commissioners or committee members, because I think it is really important that these functions be able to happen on a regular and consistent basis. So I'm absolutely in favor of that. I do have some edits to the council norms, and so I don't know how you want to handle this, Mayor, if you want to zero in on certain sections, or you want to get everybody else's thoughts on the other two items first.
Yeah, why don't we do that? And then I see you redlined it. Good job. But it sounds like you're comfortable with the code of ethics then, and then the changes to the one ordinance.
I am comfortable with the code of ethics and the attendance policy. I would like to have a discussion on the planning commission appointment process.
Do you want to go ahead and share your thoughts just to start the discussion?
Sure. I think we had an interesting discussion about it at the retreat. Councilmember Paul, or Vice Mayor Pallavi, and I have had some subsequent discussions, and I would like him to share his thoughts on it. It has given me pause for consideration, so I think it's important for us to make sure we are making a conscious decision here and looking at all the pros and cons.
Appreciate that. And then we can come back to your red lines on council norms. Vice Mayor Pallavi, we'll go to you to hear your thoughts.
Sure. The attendance policy is fine with me as well. Councilmember Klofstad and I did speak before the meeting about this agenda item, so I generally also agree with many of the red line edits that she is also going to bring forward. As far as the Planning Commission change goes, I'm not supportive of that change, primarily for a couple of reasons. Number one, I think it's the one discretionary opportunity that we do have. And in my opinion, one of the main benefits of the council member planning commissioner relationship is that it's a relationship that's cultivated, mentored, guided, and really trained over time. And I know we all have different relationships with our planning commissioners. Some of us have had more than others. Some of us were planning commissioners, at different times. And I would speak first to my planning commissioner experience in saying my council member at the time was fairly hands-off, but yet incredibly responsive. And when all sorts of questions would come up, there were opportunities to engage with that council member in a more direct and personal way that I don't believe the new format would provide. I don't believe there would be similar personal connection in that new format. I also believe in the reverse now as a council member, have now on to my third planning commissioner. As much as we don't control whatever happens once they become planning commissioners, and I can certainly speak to that experience. What I do truly believe, though, is with whatever they do bring to their role, to me, the relationship has always been strong and meaningful. And there's always been a healthy back and forth, and there's always been a healthy confidentiality, training, guidance, mentoring, all of those things. And I know my fellow ex-planning commissioner isn't here tonight, but really going from being a planning commissioner to a town council member, to me, was always the move that I wanted to make, because it provided me the experience in order to make decisions that I'm up here with today. And we all take different paths here. But I do believe it is an important step, and to me, it would be a detriment to those opportunities at relationships to sever through a new process. Nobody is saying that through the existing process you have to have a relationship of any kind, and I know some of us do and don't, but I think the opportunity far outweighs the neutrality of not, I guess, if that makes sense. I believe that the opportunity to craft a more personal relationship provides a higher degree of value, both to ourselves, to our planning commissioners, and to the community from a historical perspective and experiential perspective. Just coincidentally, my planning commissioner knew this was on the agenda this evening, and he did supply a comment, and I think it reflects a lot of what I just mentioned as well. The second tactical piece I have with the change of format is I actually believe it might be even more time consuming for a council member. And why I say that is if we have one applicant, great, right? Then you don't have to meet with them ever because there was only one applicant. It's like running unopposed, right? So they don't have the benefit of meeting with any of us, and you're like, great, sure, have a seat. Otherwise, when we have multiple applicants for many jobs and having personal debates, there's two problems I have with it. One is having personal debates about people from the dais when they are sitting in the audience is absolutely the worst experience I have been a part of up here. And we had to do that. And it was awkward at best and uncomfortable the entire time. And it was weird, right? And it was just weird. Secondly, I would feel like it would be almost a disservice because I don't know how many applicants we would get, but I would want to give all of them the fairest shake I could, right? I wouldn't say, hey, I'm going to meet with 2 people and I'm going to ignore the other 6 people that applied. So now you're looking at 1-hour interviews with 4, 2, we don't know what the number might be, applicants, in preparation for a hearing. And not that I'm trying to do less work, more that I'm trying to do more effective work. And I just don't know that that's a great use of time. So to me, and I'm very interested in hearing from other people with different opinions. I haven't heard a single I haven't heard why we would make this change, what benefit it brings either to us, to a planning commissioner, or to our constituents. So until I hear enough to overcome the things that I've talked about, I'm not prepared to make a change to the planning commission format that we have in place right now. Did I miss anything?
But maybe I can just hop in to give you some of what the discussion that happened at the retreat in May and how the recommendation came about to bring this back.
Or if my fellow council members do, they could do that too.
They do, and I think maybe I'll start refreshing that and they can add on to it. But what our takeaway at the staff level was there was concern about when there's individual interviews happening and appointments happening, if Mayor Romack is appointing somebody and Councilmember Henderson, they don't necessarily know who's appointing who, depending on how many people are appointing at the same time. The two can connect, but beyond that, you can't. And representation on the Planning Commission might not be diverse enough because they don't know in advance, or you don't have consideration of what the makeup of the Planning Commission is going to be. So that was one issue that came up in the discussion. It can be weighted towards any one group depending on who's applying, and you wouldn't have any ability to really change that unless you're going to change a planning commissioner during the course of their appointment. So that's just one point that came up about why an alternative process wanted to be considered.
Councilmember Henderson?
Yeah, thanks for that, Jen. I mean, I think that definitely was the impetus coming out of our original conversation for, one of the benefits to this. As I was reading through the staff report, I had the one concern that, and I think Vice Mayor Pahlavi, raised a lot of good, just very articulate around why, you want to support sort of our continued process. And mine was that we're going to be up here and we're going to be fundamentally debating people and people's qualities and characteristics and not positions, not issues necessarily. And that makes me pretty uncomfortable as well. And we always talk about, we don't do that. Like, we always say it's not about the people, it's about the issue. We're focused on the issue. We're focused on the policy. So that has me concerned as well.
I'll jump in. Yeah, I think, Jen, your point, I think that was one of the main reasons, because we can't talk to each other. So I know when Councilmember Henderson, Councilmember Zabriskie, and I all all were elected at the same time, and so we're all making appointments, and I don't even remember who talked to who, but you can only talk to one other person. So again, not having that full breadth of, oh, the person you're interested in has this background or that background. So I do think that is a positive of selecting them all together. Another piece that I think came up and was outlined in here is that's how all other appointments are made to boards and commissions, that we all vote on them together. So that's one reason to bring that in alignment. I do recognize planning commissioners are different than other boards and commissions that we may appoint. So that is a piece where, I could see some of the, points you brought up, Vice Mayor Pahlavi, of having that relationship, is nice. Another thought is if we all appoint them together, we can all have relationships with them. It doesn't mean that you can only talk to Mitch and I can only talk to Dave, and now we can all talk to whoever we want anyway, but then maybe it would be a more collaborative effort as well. That said, I will say, I think, I'm not going to speak for Councilmember Zabriskie, but since he's not here, but we were kind of going off what we had heard at our conversation in May, so we were moving forward with that. I don't think I feel so strongly that this is an imperative change. So if the rest of you all feel like you want to keep it the way it is, that's okay with me. I wasn't coming in saying this has to be changed. So those are my thoughts. Councilmember Klivstad?
Yeah, I just want to point out the small nuance with some of our other commissions, like when we developed the GPAC, we appointed 2 council members, and that there was a subcommittee to develop or to decide who was going to be on that based on the applicants. We've done the same thing with the river revitalization. So that gives you a little bit more opportunity to have those open conversations without it being up here, and being able to talk through some of those nuances. So this I just see as kind of unique. I don't think we would be comfortable with appointing a 2-person committee to appoint all the planning commissioners. So I see that as a little bit unique. And yeah, I mean, initially during that discussion, I really saw the benefits of this, but the more I've talked about it and thought about it, the more I'm uncomfortable with making that change, at least at this point.
Okay, so I'm hearing that we would not make that change, so
path forward is staff's going to have to come back to you with a new ordinance that addresses the attendance, but not the portion where it discusses appointments. There is an issue with the way the current municipal code is written, because it it identifies a single method for all appointments of all boards and commissions, and that's not how it's handled. So Planning Commission has been different from the get-go from every other board and commission. So staff's going to take a crack at making sure that both are identified as appropriate methods to appointment for boards and commissions, and bring that back to you at the next meeting. I won't be here, but they'll take care of that.
We did say you couldn't retire until this was done. And just to be really clear, I know we talked about it, and it's fine to stick with the current process, but when there are 3 of you that are making appointments, the town manager cannot tell one of you, like, oh, this person's already selected by somebody. That would be a Brown Act violation, and I know that was very frustrating for some of you during the last 3-person election period. So just to keep that in mind.
I think the only other question I have about the planning commissioners is, now we've defined based on absences, a dismissal, and I've seen it in here that it's a 4-year appointment. I think you were asking some questions to this, but they do serve at our appointment. We can replace them at any time during that period, correct? During
Yes.
our council service.
Yeah, so the way the ordinance is written, or the municipal code is written, they serve a term that's 4 years. It starts March after your election cycle, so you have some time to appoint, and it runs till March after your term has expired. Now, at that time, you can reappoint them or replace them. We still have MADI Act requirements where we have to, and you've all heard me say this, I have to put a notice in the paper anyway, but even if you want to keep that person, because everybody has a right to come in and apply for those positions. So they still serve at the will and pleasure of the council or the council member, right? So you're appointing them, and you can let them go, which has been done before that term is up and they've been replaced. So
Since we're coming back to you anyway with some cleanup language to reflect that the planning commission will continue to be appointed differently from the others, we can clarify what Judy just said, that it's a 4-year term unless a council member decides to thank somebody for their services in the middle of the 4-year term and replace them.
I would appreciate that clarification.
We will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we could still move forward with the norms, and, if you want to share some of your changes, and we could still adopt that this evening.
Hey, I'm so sorry to be doing this to everybody at this time. But okay, let's take some big picture ones first. On council member staff interactions, item number 13 was added. And this, I don't see this as an interaction. I see this as a staff expectation, and I don't feel it's appropriate here. So I'll start with that one. Should we just take them one of these big pieces at a time? Are there would anybody like to counter that, or are we okay eliminating number 13?
So again, I'll provide some context from our subcommittee. I think this was a discussion also about staff reports, and some people wanting them to be more concise, some people maybe requesting different information, others wanting pros and cons, and
how are they to be concise and comprehensive?
Valid point. I think there was discussion in our subcommittee of more specifics, and we also didn't want to hold staff to very specific standards. So it's more of a encouragement. So staff, think about that as you're writing them. But I understand what you're saying.
It's just my opinion.
I don't know, Vice Mayor. Go for it.
I was going to say, I'm fine with removing it. I think that Jen and the team has made some great additions to the reports. So I think that we are all in open communication about that. I don't know that it has to be here.
I'd be fine with striking it. I don't believe it belongs in this kind of document. I'm comfortable with Jen and the town manager determining what an appropriate staff report is.
All right, I'm comfortable striking it too.
Thank you. I guess I should start with, when I first started, I felt these council norms were very concise and specific, and I appreciated that. And the brevity was their power. And so while I understand why some of these things have been suggested, I think it dilutes some of its power. So I'm that's where I'm coming from and how I'm looking at these. So my apologies ahead of time. I really liked that original succinctness, so I'm hoping to get back to that, or at least some balance of it. And
Maybe I'll stop there.
Okay.
Because I think if that is a sentiment that is overarchingly shared by Vice Mayor Pallavi and Councilmember Henderson, then rather than wordsmithing a lot, I guess, is there other, I totally understand what you're saying. I think a lot of the changes were made, again, based on our discussions, but I don't want us to get into 17 different items if everyone feels like it should be shorter, and then maybe we just keep it as is for now, which then, sorry, Judy, for your work on this, but I don't know.
I think there are a few things that I really liked about the suggestions. I just think there's a lot of duplicative and superflutive items.
And I think in the theme of that, I would agree with you. I think there were some value adds as well. And I think if you let her go through it, we can kind of all just be like, yeah, no, don't agree. And probably take it pretty quickly because they're predominantly a number of just red lines.
Okay, great.
If you want to just get through it.
Okay, so the things I did really like was the on the council member interactions, items 15 and 16. I thought those were great. Keep them. Item number 5, I understand why we would add to the extent allowed by the Brown Act. But honestly, I think that item is duplicated down below in council member and staff interactions, and I think that's truly where it belongs. I can't not give you guys surprises because I can only talk to one of you. So I would move to strike item number 5 entirely at this point.
Agreed.
Okay. And on item number 4, this is a little bit more semantics. I feel like the way it's written is a directive, and I would like it to say, we strive to balance private, professional, and elected lives. And really, that's just speaking to the fact that this isn't the only thing that all of us do. And we're trying to recognize that. Item 14, yeah. I think that's really the only.
So basically adding the word we.
Yeah, that's it. And then item number 11, under council member staff interactions, I think the sentence is just a little bit awkward. There's like some extra plurals or something. And Jen and I had a great discussion on this, and I think it's something that we haven't really practiced consistently. And so I'm going to make a point to try to practice that more, because I do think that having staff's response and consistency is actually a benefit to both us and the community. So I just wanted to make that point.
So can we go back to that one for a second? Because you and I did speak about that. So is the...
And sorry, which number? I lost
We're
track.
under council member staff interactions, number 11.
Got it.
So just to be clear from staff, is your impression of how this works in practice that we forward Jen, hey, get somebody to reply to this email, I'm not doing it? Or what's the standard, I guess?
That's something with the 3 mayors that have been mayors since I've been here that we've I've had that conversation with is when you get questions, particularly if you don't know the answer to, you don't need to do the research. You don't need to ask us to do the research and send it to you for you to formulate it into a response to send to them. You can simply respond to the person and CC me on it and say, please provide a response or information to this person, and that's what we will do at the staff level. You don't need to do that, and that's where that consistency comes into play. I know that oftentimes you're engaging in multiple conversations back and forth with the same constituent. If there's some disagreement, I can't say that we're going to do that. But certainly to outline policies or what we're doing or what's on the books to be done on something, that's where we can do that and answer those questions for you. And then when we respond, we will copy the council member on it. And if you want to follow up with some additional commentary or perspective, you can do it at that point. But the technical side is not something you need to spend time on. That's what our job is.
We're receiving more and more emails addressed to each of you individually as well, and this really could address that as well.
So I think then we're just looking at a typo if we're going to leave that and just
that's it.
on the
And I think that the way to fix the syntax is council will request that staff respond to, and then depending on how you feel about commas, you could either put one there or not, and then say, or develop responses to emails. So either 2 commas or no commas, but we just need that and we need 2.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
You may want to change will to may. I don't think we're
Yes.
demanding that you do
Yeah.
this. We're
Yes.
offering this as a,
That's true. We talked about that. Yeah, Council May. Okay, jumping down to council member candidate and measure endorsements, I'll take the easy ones first. 10, 11, and 12 are duplicative of what's up in the council member public interactions, and I believe that's where they really belong. So I would move to strike 10, 11, and 12 from council member candidate measurement endorsements. Okay, and then number 9 there, encourage public participation in elections and government affairs. I'm not offended by that. I do that robustly. I'm just wondering whether or not that should be expected of us. Because I'm thinking beyond me, in years to come, is that an expectation of a council member? Is that their service? I'm not sure that it is. So while I think it's great and I do it, I just don't think it's appropriate to expect it in perpetuity. Okay. And then jumping up to council member public interactions, I love number 4. That's great. I mean, we've practiced that all along, but I think it's important to indoctrinate it. And number 5, actively support the tenets of speak your piece. And I think that should be it, because everything else that's said in there is a tenet of speak your piece. And then we can just refer to speak your piece. And that becomes, to me, a much more powerful statement of this is what we do with the public. And it also just really simplifies things, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
The only one I'm not sure about is item number 8, during public comment, ask for clarification, but avoid debating with the public. Yes and no, I could take or leave that one, but everything else, otherwise I would just say with council member public interaction, it's items 4 and 5. We have a reference to speak your piece, and that's it.
Yeah, and 8 is, at least in my history, I would strike it because, at least in my experience, it's been a mayoral purview, not necessarily just the way it reads there is every council member all of a sudden now engaging with a member of the public to clarify things. I don't think that's a precedent we want to set, personally. I think that's mayoral purview and, hey, mayor, can I blah, 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 versus just starting a whole side conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we get into the hard ones. Well, the first one, item number 1, I actually like the changes as is. I I think this is appropriate, and I'm willing to support this. I'm assuming everybody else is too.
Which number one are you in? Like which section?
Okay, I'm just so the
There's
hard.
multiple number ones.
I know you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. The hard ones are going to be for me the council member candidate measure endorsements. So that's the rest of my topic. So item number 1, in that one, I'm okay with that. Item number 2, I would. Yeah, I think the best way I can frame this is I feel like we have all worked really hard to get to where we are. I'm really proud of being a council member, a former mayor, a former vice mayor. I've worked hard for those titles, and so have you. And I would like to be able to utilize those in the future. We also worked really hard to gain the confidence and support of our community to become elected officials. And with that respect and knowledge, I would like to help our community understand how we see issues and candidates and what we think is important in order to the betterment of our community as we understand it and as we were elected to do so. So I would like to be able to use my former titles in the future.
Can I suggest a clarification?
Sure.
Syntactically, this can be read in a couple different ways. And if the idea is you shouldn't use your former title in that you shouldn't say Mayor Klövstad supports, that would be a use of your former title, you referring to yourself as Mayor Klövstad. If you were to say former Mayor Klövstad, that would change things significantly because that would then be accurate and not confusing. So I guess the question
That's
is...
what I would like to be able to do.
Former mayor, blah, 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 supports.
Okay, we can fix that.
If everybody agrees with the use of that
title.
Former title.
So just to clarify, what you just expressed was what was intended to be the purpose, that you wouldn't be able to say former mayor, and you're wanting to say that. So if that's what you're wanting to say, we can change this. But I think, Andy, that's really what this was intended to do.
Fair enough. I didn't know what the intent was. I couldn't recall. But anyway, you can see there are two very different things.
I agree with former Mayor Klövstad.
I agree with being able to use our titles with the word former before them.
So another clarification on this is after you are no longer a council member. So sitting on the council today, you would not be able to say former Mayor Klövstad would support whatever candidate.
Item 1 trumps all other items.
I'm just
How about
clarifying that.
Or if trumps item 2.
Right, because, okay, let's talk about this, because this
only
is
for council candidates.
members and council.
That was for council candidates, which I'm fine with. I think 3 is
Yes.
the next one.
3 is the sticky wicket.
Yeah.
So can it just say it is acceptable for a previous council member to endorse council candidates? Parentheses, you may use the title of former council member, former mayor, and/or former vice mayor. Something like that.
Yeah, if that's the consensus on the dais, that's what you'd like to do. That is the way to do it.
So this is an existing statement, was not modified by the subcommittee or anybody else. The history on this is you're not going to run in the next term, but 2 of your other council members are running in the next term. And now you're supporting candidates that virtually are running against the folks you're serving with. That's what this was trying to avoid in the original context. Y'all can do exactly what you want, but that's the original context.
But aren't you still a council member at that point?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we're still supporting that concept. We're just saying, so in January of 2027, I can endorse a council member for 2028. That's what we're trying to accomplish. Is that right? Is that how you guys want to see it too? I'm not going to endorse any council candidates while I'm still sitting up here, and I have no intention of doing that. Are we all comfortable with that? So
Yeah, and I think we
however
still have number one. We haven't struck
Yeah.
number one,
Yeah.
so, yeah.
So however we need to write that.
Does it make any sense to clarify no longer serving? I know previous council member is getting to that point, but then maybe that way we can say, like, once you're out of office, to just clarify.
However we need to clarify it.
And of course, former council members are not bound by this in any way, except to the extent that you feel bound by it.
Also true.
Thank you for that, Andy.
Okay, so, or we could just leave it as is.
Are we striking it, leaving it, or modifying it?
Well, I definitely heard consensus that you want to be able to use your former titles, so we need to change at least the end. So
it is acceptable for a previous council member to endorse council candidates
with
usage of their former
I'd like to
title.
suggest that once you're done agreeing on changes, that we bring this back to you with a clean document, fill in some of the numbering gaps, rather than trying to wordsmith everything on the fly. So I think we understand what you're looking for. We'll figure out the words. We'll bring this back to you, all cleaned up.
Are you trying to get home before midnight, Andy?
No, it's hard to do wordsmithing on the fly is
Yeah,
all that it is.
especially at this time.
We've been at this for a while now.
Yeah. Okay, another, kind of easy one for me. Item number 4, I'm happy with that. I think that's a good clarification. So, no issue there. I do want to talk about item number 3, though. So I would
Go for it.
I would like to strike it.
And we did have language in previously that spoke to this.
And it has been severely fudged over the past few years, I would say. And I think, we all have our reasons for whatever gray lines were used, right? And I agree with Councilmember Klostad, primarily because, again, back to her first comment, we've been elected. We are up here representing this community, representing our constituents, making decisions that matter with a lot of times a lot more information than others may have. We always want to preserve relationships. That's been part of our goal all along, and I don't think that's changing. But preserving relationships at the cost, at what could be major costs or major expense or major detriment to work that we're doing, allows for, in my opinion, more uncertainty than we need to put out there. Basically, like, why wouldn't we go after the best interest of what we think is best for our community and use our experience and our titles to do so? That's why we were elected, and that's why we have these titles. One of the reasons, not why, but one of the reasons. So I do think it's cleaner to strike it rather than have the grayness that I feel like we've experienced over the last few years with things like Measure V, with the Trails Tat, with a few things that have come up. So I agree with former Mayor Klostad.
Yeah, this is one where I totally understand what you're saying, and I value everyone's opinion up here towards the people and the topics. I think this one's just getting dicier. And then if now we have Vice Mayor Pallavi out campaigning for 2 candidates on the Truckee Donner PUD board, and I'm very vocal about two others, and and so it's not just the relationships with that special district, but also ourselves. And will that adversely impact us? I think, what we were trying to go here is kind of, I think, Councilmember Henderson, what you said before with Planning Commission, like supporting the issue. So if, using the PUD board as an example, if clean energy is a goal and pushing clean energy and supporting clean energy, saying that, but not saying candidate X, Y, and Z, it just, go ahead, Councilmember Henderson.
I agree with striking it. I think I advocated for this when we were back at our day-long workshop. I think people put a lot of trust in us, and I think the reality is a lot of people don't get to the bottom of the ballot in their research. They don't get down to the local elections. I think that, we were elected because people trust us. They trust our judgment. They trust that we are holding what is best for our community, and we can demonstrate that. So I am in favor of striking it.
And I'll add that I have changed my perspective on this a little, and I feel like in these last 2 years, I had a circumstance where I was very frustrated by this, and a circumstance where I felt like our decisions hadn't served us. So I kind of felt both burns. And I decided I would rather take the path of I have more active participation in this than having to be silenced and passive. I decided that to me was a greater gain for the community. Even though I recognize that there's some downsides to doing this. I really, really do. I see what you're saying. I am concerned about that. I feel like we had some challenges with that recently, but we also experience challenges by not being able to speak.
I'm hearing a majority want to strike it. I don't agree with that decision, but I will, we'll go with the majority. This is coming back to council, again, when staff brings the cleaned up version.
So just as a point of opportunity, maybe there wasn't a ton of cleaning up, and I'm not trying to go back on that, but I feel like if we have 3 on almost everything, does bringing it back, what does that do for us? Like, I mean, if we can bust this out right now and there's 3 in support of all of it, maybe we could just plow through it. And I think we all understand. I think 2 was the only one Andy was suggesting needed wordsmithing. Otherwise, we've basically just axed a whole bunch of other ones.
Tell you what, I can wordsmith on the fly.
I bet you can, Andy. This is not a hard one for you. This isn't even legalese.
Actually, for 2, the parenthetical could be do not use title without noting that it's a former title or something.
Perfect. Ensure use of former title. Of the word former. Sounds good. I'm just trying. I mean, saves us another agenda item at 10 o'clock at night in 2 weeks. Whatever.
And I'm guessing that where you've deleted something that's in a series, you'd like us to move to close up the ranks and get the numbers consecutive.
Yes, it will be as amended.
And if we find any stray typos in here, you want us to just fix those?
We do.
Yes, please.
Okay, we'll do
and
that.
Punctuation. All right, is staff clear then on those changes that we?
So if you indulge me, I'll go through what I see.
Okay.
So we're striking on council member interactions. We're striking item 5. We are adding "we" to the beginning of item 14. Under council member staff interaction, we're modifying the sentence on 11. Council may request that staff respond to or develop response to emails directed to council members. We are striking item 13 in that section. In council member to public interactions, we're striking all except for 4 and 5. Under council member to candidate, we are striking 3, 9, 10, 11, and 12, which I think is just an error. And modifying the language in item 2 to allow council members to endorse candidates with their former titles. Okay, we can make it happen.
All right. Does
Thank you,
somebody want to
everyone.
make a motion on that one?
So we also want to, so I didn't hear anything out on the code of conduct. We've talked about the municipal code. I'll have to come back to you. This item, we can make the modifications. So is there any additional comment on that code of conduct resolution? Yeah, so a motion on the code of conduct and the norms as edited,
Can we take those two separately?
if you'd like.
I'm going to, yeah, would someone like to make a motion on the code of conduct?
I'll make a motion that we adopt the amended code of conduct.
That's actually a resolution, 2022.
Resolution 2022-07.
23.
20.
That's resolution 2023-51.
Oh, it's the last one. Sorry.
There you go.
I was just going in order. Code of ethics and conduct. Excuse me.
Perfect.
Yes, I will make a motion that we adopt resolution 2023-51 as amended.
Is there?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. And then would somebody like to make a motion on the adopting the
Norms.
council norms?
So I'll make a motion that we adopt. This one doesn't have a number.
No.
There's no resolution.
2023.
We adopt the 2023 norms and working expectations, norms and working relationships also as amended.
Second.
Can I suggest adding in minor
Minor revisions to take place.
if there's
If-
grammar or
Yes. It's not an ordinance. It's just guidance.
Seconded.
All right, I hear a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Me. That passes 3-1.
Correct.
All right.
And then do
And
we
then
need
the
to
other
do
one
anything?
will come back to us
Got
with
it.
the
So
modifications.
we're not going to do anything.
Okay. Great, thank you. All right, we did it. 2/3 of it. All right, council member reports. Who's got their calendar ready? Council member Henderson.
I went on vacation. This is the first time in 3 years where you'll hear me say I have nothing to report.
Council member Klofstad.
Yeah, a few things. Tahoe Basin biomass meeting. We really talked extensively about the cost of tipping fees and processing fees at the URL and how challenging that is, and talked about trying to at least come up with a long-term plan for having more control over that and possibly developing a site that we could do that on. Anything else I should add there, Hillary? Okay. Nevada County Board of Supervisors dinner last night. That was very nice. It's always great to see everybody. I do hope they come back more often than once a year. It's really fun to see them. Spent time responding to constituents' concerns about what happened in Maui and if that could happen here. I think our community is very concerned about water and fire protection and resident notification and continued development. So these are all topics that we spend a lot of time on up here. And I think our community thinks a lot about them and has no idea exactly how much time we spend on them, us and other agencies. So I'm really trying to help elevate some of those discussions and make sure our community understands that we're not sticking our head in the sand here. We are very active as a region on all of these topics. And then, of course, I met with constituents about tonight's agenda items. So.
Vice Mayor Pallavi.
We had a VTT board meeting with both new board members. We adopted our 2-year strategic plan along with a budget to go along with that. So that is all starting to move forward with all sorts of different pieces and parts of it. And if you would like more information, I can either send it to you or get you a meeting with Colleen. And then I attended a Vail Resorts roundtable at North Star. Mayor can make it. Hillary and I went to that. VTT was there. Supervisor Bullock and his staff. Adam Wilson from North Tahoe Community Alliance. A couple of new folks at Vail Resorts, in addition to Amy, who's the vice president of North Star, and who else is there? Jessica Penman from the chamber, a couple other people. Basically, just an introduction. They're looking to find out how they can engage more with their surrounding communities. We talked about housing and transportation, shockingly, and I definitely hogged the conversation as long as I could. So that was the best I could do. We'll see what comes of it. That's all I got for you.
Thank you for representing.
No problem.
I went to the Tahoe Summit 2 weeks ago in Kings Beach with former Speaker Nancy Pelosi was the keynote speaker. Senators, Congresspeople, Congressman Kiley was there and spoke. He was speaking to some items he's doing in North Tahoe, but it's nice that he is taking an interest in our region and, participating in our discussions. So that was great. Also attended, Placer County held an evacuation and emergency preparedness town hall last week. I was working it for my day job, but Bob Womack was there, appreciated that. And, to what you were just talking about, Councilmember Cloves had a lot of questions about Maui and preparedness and how are we doing things. But again, it was great that Bob was there and I had a chat with him this afternoon. I know he's very cued in, as we all do, to all of these regional issues and how, different plans affect all of our different communities. So that was great. Attended the mayor's manager's breakfast with Chief Renfro last week in Grass Valley. Got to meet the new mayor of Nevada City. Always fun to chat with all of them. Had 2 meetings, a small group and then the microtransit working group related to our polling that's going to go out that we talked about potentially increasing Measure V. So I know the consultants polling groups are working on putting that out soon. So that was great. And thank you for the feedback you guys provided at the last meeting. That was helpful. Nevada County dinner last night with Councilmember Cloves said super fun. They have to do that again. And then the other meeting was another group. Now it's being called the Roseville to Reno Rail Planning Group. And this is a group with town staff, Placer County, TRPA, PCTPA, Nevada County, NCTC, every organization and acronym you can think of. There was really positive stuff and then less positive stuff. Folks from the Capitol Corridor were there who, run the rail system down in the Capital region. And they were really talking about the infrastructure bill and how there's a lot of funding right now, the federal bill for rail, and how we're positioned really well to be able to, tap into that market. And there's some planning funding that could be coming our way. And it's going to be great. While also setting expectations of we're talking a decade or 2 until we would see the results of increased rail service. That said, there was also a lot of discussion about continuing to show the interest and need for it and continue to show that our community uses public transportation and that, as they're looking at increasing rail service, we have the first mile, last mile figured out. So while it will be some time to get there, I think a reminder for all of us to continue our work on transportation and e-bikes and all that kind of stuff. And great that this group continues to come together. Dan and Alfred are there to, again, keep thinking big. And, even if it is a decade or 2, that maybe that could become a reality someday. So, and that was it. All right. So with that, I think we are done. Thank you all. 11:13.